He's in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got day 2 here for the China Regional TI Qualifiers. We saw yesterday a lot of action, 5 series all up. We had 1 best of 1 and then 4 best of 3s in the upper bracket. Then look, the action does continue. We've got another day with 4 best of 3s.
In the lower bracket this time. So yesterday we said goodbye to Limit Gaming. They kind of went away with a whimper. There wasn't too much fight in them. iG.Vitality looking incredibly dominant, but we're going to say goodbye to 4 more teams today. So a lot to play for, and we can even have a look at the bracket overall to see how a lot of those upper bracket matches ended up. A lot of 2-0s, you got to say.
Yes.
Honestly, Azure Ray did not look completely comfortable. My predictions could be in shambles because they were kind of not playing together as a team. There were multiple times that I saw Somnus just completely out of position on a Lina away from the rest of his team. So not one of those heroes that can be in that sort of situation and just look to get away. So hopefully for them, it's just a blip on the radar because that second round of the upper bracket is looking extra spicy, but we're in round 2 lower bracket now. So Team Zero taking on Big Brain and then the rest to follow. So I'm keen to see who's going home and who's moving forward.
Yeah, I feel like today in particular definitely should be a much closer day of Dota here because like we just saw, they were all 2-0s and really the only competitive series was that last one, like you said, with the 0 up against Tim Bright. So really it's a day of Division 2. I mean, minus, of course, Aster.Aries as well, who were knocked down from Xtreme Gaming. And that's going to be interesting to see how they can go up against iG.Vitality, considering this was actually, I mean, you did one of those games, right? And then Bcop and Lacoste were speaking a lot about this was just the classic Aster.Aries, where they would have a really good laning phase, maybe a good early game, but then they just didn't have the experience or just the know-how to be able to close out those games. And it proved to be the case in that series versus Xtreme. So we'll see if they're going to be able to fix some of the mistakes versus iG.Vitality, who, like you said, bodied Limit in that best of 1.
Yeah, I mean, Shang Yu looked dominant on his Brewmaster as well, so I'm expecting to see that one be banned out first and foremost. But in that Aster.Aries series, in game number 1, the draft was just horrible, in my opinion. Like, nothing really made sense, and it was a little bit inexcusable for mine, just because they had already seen Team Zero basically run the exact same draft just a series prior, and they just did the same thing and it had the same issue. Legion Commander got barely any dual damage. They allowed the enemy team to pick up a Morphling into their Gyrocopter. 3 picks were the same from that previous draft, and it was the exact same result. Game 2 was a lot different. There was a lot more competitive. Like you said, the laning stage was much better, but I think in game 2 it was actually Ghost that just put the team on his back on his gyro and said, look boys, this is my game to be able to run with, and he did. So I'm glad that he's added that extra little tool to his arsenal. And yeah, we'll have to see how Aster.Aries go. But definitely game 2, they were a lot more convincing than they were in game number 1. So hopefully they can keep that momentum rolling into today.
And as now we look towards our first series of the day, and Team Zero taking on Big Brain. These are 2 teams that battle it out a couple of times in the Division 2 with the previous tour. They played each other 3 times as a whole. There was a 2-0 for Team Zero with the best of 3. Then they also got to verse each other in the tiebreaker for that promotional slot where, of course, Team Zero were able to take that in the end. But so far, at least in the recent track record, they've got a pretty good history versus Big Brain, but this is a new Big Brain roster as well. You bring Blue. They brought TZ in as well, who had a couple of stand-in performances with them in the previous tour. So we'll see what the new roster is able to do versus Team Zero.
Yeah, and the other thing is that other than what we saw yesterday from Team Zero, they have not played competitive Dota in 3 months. Like, they have just been sitting back. Maybe we don't know how much they're scrimming. Might be a lot, but might not be too much. Maybe they're not taking these qualifiers uber seriously, considering there is so much talent at the very top in those top 4 teams, right? Whereas Big Brain, they've been playing third-party tournaments. They've been, trialing out a few things. Obviously, not having huge amounts of success, but at least they're playing. At least they're keeping that cohesion fresh. I don't think we'll be seeing them rusty at all. So I think, despite the fact that Team Zero are 3-0 in the past, 3-4 months against Big Brain, I think Big Brain could potentially surprise them here, but it is going to come down to the draft.
Yes, and just for some people who aren't aware, this Big Brain roster is really led by the man at the top being, of course, that is definitely a name that people would know in the China scene. Of course, a formidable carry. Also, kind of a step behind him, Sakata in the position 2, one of the more experienced people in Division 2 as a whole. And when we were casting a lot of the Big Brain games, we were very impressed with his performance. It felt like he was able to completely take over games as well. So they've got a really good core set up, and as a whole, I should just say that their 1, 2, and 3 is the old trio that they had with the previous team. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do to get them over the finish line. We do have a draft coming up shortly. I want to ask real quick though, from the games we saw yesterday, I know it was only one day against series, but starting to see like a little bit more heroes banned and more heroes picked. What do you feel like is like your top 5 that you saw yesterday that you feel like is going to need to be contested once again in day 2?
Saw a lot of Eng. I think that's the big one for mine. It is quite versatile right now. It's really good at laning in terms of the trades, just similar to a Rubik or an Undying, right? You just take away some enemy stats, whether that be damage or actual stats, and use that to be able to outtrade them every step of the way. So the Wave of Terror, got to make sure that you're not just using it to push out the wave. It's much more for trading, but I think it's probably the most picked hero so far. I haven't looked at the exact stats, but I really wouldn't be surprised. I think we saw a lot of LC too, but it was a lot of bad LC picks in my mind. So I don't think we can really just count that one. It's still a strong hero in the right game, but not quite. And Gyrocopter as well is the other big one. To me, Gyro and Naga Siren need to be banned out. They are the strongest carries by far, in my opinion. And one thing that I really want to add on as well, we talked about Big Brain and God King leading the charge for that team. He really is not known as an Naga Siren picker. They didn't pick it a single time, actually, in their previous tour in Division 2. And I feel like that was a big weakness of theirs, that the enemy team just didn't have to worry about a Naga pick coming out. But in recent times, he's been spamming it in pubs. So clearly he's identified that as a weakness for himself. And he's looked to try and, pick up his game a little bit, because you really need to have this tool at your disposal to make sure that even if you're not picking it, the enemy team is worried about it. And we can see here Team Zero have already used a ban for the Naga. So good job, God King. Your hard work is worth a ban.
Worth a ban indeed. So, of course, we see Team Zero going to have the first pick. We'll see if the Venge is something they're going to consider. Actually go down the Batrider route. Instant response from Big Brain with the Invoker as well. So the first time we're actually going to be able to see the Invoker, this is usually banned out of every game that we've seen in the first phase. And again, like I was just saying, Sakata, a very, very formidable, experienced position too. One of his better heroes is the Invoker. I feel like a lot of Chinese mid laners, you can say the same. I mean, even look back to another long stint player being like D-Stones, for example. I mean, his Invoker is his #1 played hero. So it's very similar with Sakata, and no surprise they look to pick it up.
Yeah. There's lots of heroes and players out there that really just haven't been quite as prevalent. There's a lot of people. Obviously, it might be said that it's the next generation of talent coming through, but you could also potentially say that there's a lot of people that you were expecting to be seeing here in these qualifiers that have just missed out entirely. I mean, we had most of the Piggy Killer roster isn't playing. You've got all of the Last Dark roster not playing, and there's some talented people in there. I mean, you've got Flyfly, SRF, Fade, Erica, Echo. Those are some like recent TI attendees and like top 6 placements within that pool. So I'm a little not concerned or confused, but Erica especially, he's only 23, so I'm a little surprised that some of these teams that might have been looking for a core to be able to play their draft around hasn't been picked up. Yeah,
I mean, what Erica was, I keep forgetting now, but with Vici Gaming, they were definitely top 6. I think even top 6. I was going to say maybe even top 5 at last TI. So yeah, that's crazy. So Erica Poyoyo, but unfortunately we're not going to see a lot of people in in TI for the China to represent them. I mean, you just listed people who aren't even playing the qualifiers, but we can even list people who aren't going to make it. Potentially all the boys on Azure Ray or Xtreme or Aster, you know, IG. Like, these are big organizations that might not represent the region. So, yeah, it's. I mean, this is the thing about Dota, though. It is it's a crazy bloodbath.
It is for sure. I mean, I think hopefully for the region, they've had a definite resurgence in like the last, let's say 4 months, right? Ever since Azure Ray came back, they had that mini LAN for the DPC, which I think is really good. You've got a lot of, you know, there's always Malaysian talent going over there as well, and being able to, you know, try and showcase themselves, some with greater success than others. But I really want them to be able to use this as fuel moving forward, just to be able to, you know, continue and keeping the ball rolling, not just go back and say, oh, we only had 2 Chinese teams, the scene's dead, blah, 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 blah. No, it's not. You know, take this as a chance to be able to reprove yourselves. And I'm really expecting to see a rebirth of Chinese Dota next year after some potentially good results coming into TI, because whatever team finishes first in these qualifiers, it'll take a lot to be able to just get through those. And, you know, we'll see how they do in TI proper.
Interesting. Okay, so we saw the Abaddon picked up yesterday. I'm now forgetting what team it was. It definitely was one of the teams that were able to get a W on the board. I think, it was Xtreme with DY playing as a position 5. Of course, we know that it's a pretty good way to address the Batrider, especially if this is going to be a support Batrider who often plays around Lasso as the game goes on. But the really interesting thing for me is the Pangolier pick. I mean, we saw Samel absolutely have an incredible standout performance on the Pango yesterday, but I think we were both under the assumption that this is a hero after the changes. Definitely felt like it got nerfed. So I'm very intrigued on the early pick here from Team Zero.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's just thinking, you know what, I'm really only concerned about the early game. Maybe they're just going to go for some sort of like hyper carry with the pick that's going to round out this phase of the draft. We could clearly see that they're orienting towards like decent lane push as well as that pick-off potential, right? And then it's just a matter of, look, what can we do after that? Because you mentioned the Batrider having Abaddon as the big counter, right, with the Aphotic Shield, but Abba is, especially if it's played as a support, horrible at chasing, horrible at converting on kills. And if you're just playing the support Batrider that's like, you know, diving, sitting in front of a tier 3 tower, taking a wave into a neutral camp, there's nothing really that an Abba can do about it, right? So it's going to force people severely out of position. And I quite like it in that regard. So, you know, Abba got some buffs, but it's not necessarily that huge counter pick. You could just adjust the way that you're playing the Batrider.
Oh.
All right. I like it.
Hang on, dude. What's going on now? Who's going where?
Could be a support invoker. All you really need is a vessel, right?
Okay, I don't know. Is this a thing? I just thought Invoker right now is just like solely too. I don't know if anyone's experimenting with playing it as a support.
Oh, have you not played pubs? people have been spamming it. I mean, they are, but they always do it, right? Even position 5, people try it sometimes. Not me. I have boomer hands, so can't get the Invoker. Do you ever see that video of Dendi practicing Invoker, by the way? Like way back in the day. It's literally like he's, you know, playing the piano on a keyboard just the whole time. Kind of crazy.
I don't think I've seen it, but I can definitely imagine what the video would have been like. Well, that is a difficult hero, but a fun hero to be able to learn at the same time. So we'll see where he's going to get picked up. Of course, you have your Invoker Faceless Void combo, a lot of team fight. Team Zero, they outround the second phase with just like a stock standard offlaner who is very hard to shove out of the lane. Like, I feel like, do you ever have any like concerns about an Underlord? I feel like he's just a strong laner, like an aura builder. He's just like a solid unit that can provide a lot and doesn't often have a bad game.
I think only against like Lifestealer Ursa Monkey King is when I'm concerned as an Underlord. Outside of that, not really. Even a Slark, I think you're able to keep far enough away, and just the Firestorm just deals way too much damage for him to be all that concerned. I think you need to have something that has some level of sustain. Maybe a Chaos Knight is like semi-doable for the lane, but then later on, you know, that Atrophier really hurts what the Chaos Knight's able to do.
It's probably like very dependent on the support matchups, right? Because you also you were listing off some carries, and in my head I'm like, yeah, if you have Firestorm plus a support that can spam, often those aggressive laning carries can't actually play into it. So it definitely a hero that feels very, very strong.
And it's a lot of this slowish damage as well, right? Let's say it's an Underlord Batrider lane. Faceless Void Time Walk really isn't going to do all that much for this lane, right? And it's 2 melee against Underlord Batrider, which feels horrible to me. I mean, you're just going to get Sticky, you're going to get Flame Breaks, you're going to get caught underneath the Firefly pretty consistently. You might have the time dilation to be able to put a bit of damage back the other way, but I'm really not expecting any sort of deaths to be given up by Team Zero in this off lane.
Did Wraith King get buffed enough to be viable?
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay. Probably looking like a melee carry.
To me, really they need to pick up something that's able to take towers off the back of pickoffs, right? Because you've got a Disruptor and you've got a Batrider, and you need something to do the then what sort of play. I like it.
I like it.
Yes, you are vulnerable against the Faceless Void and the Ember Spirit for sure, but you also are someone that's able to do quite well in the lane. You can dominate lanes quite effectively. We know this is probably going to be a position for Invoker. Not the crazy strong lane until you're able to get into like an urn for yourself. But yeah, you can certainly look to take a lot of those towers nice and early. What to do now? Do they double up on something that's able to get on the backlines? Do they get some tower push of their own?
You need a playmaker, right? Isn't your lineup super greedy? Yep, but just one person. What about your Invoker or Faceless Void? You know Abaddon doesn't do anything either.
That'll do.
Okay, so
something that wants to get on top of Drow, basically, is what I want. Yeah. And this is it.
How do you feel like the current position Marcy is in with the rework to the sidekick?
I think it's giga busted, but a lot of people don't necessarily agree with that, just because like the lifesteal component is kind of weird. It's similar to Lone Druid, I believe, where like the damage that you do when sidekicked heals the other sidekick target. And it's only really strong at level 4, but 48 damage at level 7 potentially feels kind of nuts for both you and the sidekick target. So it really makes trading so much easier for the laning stage. And I haven't seen it actually done in pro games just yet. You know, a lot of people just max out the Q and W and then use the E for a bit later on when it's time to group up and actually like play together and push rather than for the laning stage.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just taking a look at some of the other changes as well. I mean, it's a very minor one, but even the Ag Shard has been slowly getting increased over time. Now reduces the rebound cooldown by 3, which definitely feels nice. And you can use it on enemies as well, which makes it not as clunky inside some of the team fights. I must say though, I really like this Team Zero draft. I've got a lot of questions around what the position for Invoker is going to be able to do. I do think the Marcy kind of helps a little bit in the area where I thought they were going to be going into it with a greedy draft. So Marcy, like you said, can be that hero to get onto the Drow and be a little bit more active, but I just really like what Team Zero have. I feel like you've got a stable offlaner. You're going to have supports that can gank mid and put a lot of pressure onto the Ember Spirit. So we'll see what they're able to pull out. Do you also kind of agree with Team Zero maybe having a bit better of a time here, or do you actually favor the boys on Radiant?
I'm a little bit torn, actually. I think Team Zero's off lane should go incredibly well for them. I think the mid lane should be Ember Spirit favored over the Pangolier, especially since the Lucky Shot change in particular. You know, being able to have that disarm certainly isn't, well, you don't have the disarm anymore, so it's not going to be useful at all. They're trying to get a skill out of God King here, and they will skill up the Time Walk. So again, basically useless against a Batrider Underlord lane. And as well, that last lane, that's really where I'm going to have my eyes fixated on, is the last lane. The Marcy Invoker going up against the Drow Disruptor. I feel like Drow Disruptor has the potential to be able to, you know, do very well in this lane, but so does the Invoker Marcy, right? If you're able to get First Blood, if you get stepped out of position on either of these squishy ranged heroes, then you could very easily use your high damage to convert that into a kill. I mean even just Cold Snap for the heal component that it provides as well is going to be a nice tool to be able to just have in the lane.
What were your initial thoughts when you saw all the patch notes of Invoker?
The first one?
We'll hold that thought.
Happen.
Yeah. double blood grenade. Why not use all of them to start the game, especially if it's able to secure first blood? And it will do just that. CSJ now has a little bit of extra gold and experience, and you're already a little bit worried about how this lane might go. And now with the extra added benefit of that first blood, it could make it even more difficult.
It could really have gone either way, right? Like, that's the big thing for mine. And the fact that you've gone and got the first blood now, especially for a core as well, it's a big bonus. And it also, that assist gold for Marblu is going to bring him closer towards his Urn of Shadows as well. So,
bottom lane, is TZ going to end up dying? No. Okay, has some stick charges to work with, so he's chilling. Did use an early blood grenade as well from Ice.
So yeah, initial invoker changes or where he's currently at?
Initial. We'll go with initial. Yeah.
Busted.
Yeah, okay. What was the, I don't know if you know the stats. Do you know the win rate of the hero, like first couple of days after the patch? Yeah, okay, that's crazy. That's so crazy.
Way too good. I mean, Ghost Walk itself was just nuts, right? Like,
yeah, I saw.
You essentially never had to go back to base. You just went into Ghost Walk for like 5 seconds and you were full health and mana again.
On top lane, there we go. Level 2 from CSJ, but an early level up in the Glimpse from ZZQ, so acts as a bit of a separator. So, but we do see already what's able to go on, and I want to continue with this top lane because I know we're going to see a lot of action here. What is kind of the role of ZZQ's disruptor? What does he need to do to... It's a hard one? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to be in the way of the Drow, make sure that the Drow is farming so that you are able to convert, potentially get some kills here. It doesn't have the multi-shot leveled up just yet. Would have gone into the melee creep wave anyway, so would have been all that effective. But, I mean, this is a rough place to be, right? You need to be so perfect with your spacing because if you're out of position just once, you're going to get rebounded onto. Makes it so much more challenging for yourself. I mean, they're basically going to try and go for it when this Glimpse is still on cooldown, still the 24 seconds at level 1. So that's going to be the main concern. It's basically just try and keep the lane as safe as possible back towards the Dire Tower as they can. And he's doing an okay job of that so far, but wasn't able to get the complete pull off, unfortunately, or prevent the pull, rather.
And what about the other side lane here down bottom? I mean, you were saying earlier that you feel like this should be a pretty favorable matchup here for the boys on Team Zero. Are we still expecting God King to find a decent amount of farm down bottom?
I wasn't personally, but he's doing an okay job in my eyes, right? Like, you're going up against a lot of this damage over time. Abaddon provides essentially 0 kill threat when it's being played as a support. He's got a pull off, but it's on the worst small camp in existence. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that is going to provide him issues, and, well, he's starting to get dived onto. But, of course, with an Abaddon there, not wanting to go too deep, just with that level 1 Firefly.
Top lane. ZZQ, they'll be able to secure the kill, even with the level up in the Gust from CTY. So, yes, it's not onto the Drow Ranger, but still, you're going to be able to secure the Lotus as well.
They even got a bit more sustain as well, with that sidekick now leveled up.
And what does look like mid lane 70s having a pretty good time on the Pangolier. 18 and 6 compared to the 17 on 0. So a little bit more denies to favor the Pango at the moment. And definitely, I'd say this is probably one very comfortable with it. Maybe a big reason why they wanted to pick it up, even though we were kind of both saying, you know, this hero may not be as strong at the moment, but, you know, showcasing is off to a very good start.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, I really don't feel like either of these side lanes really wants to be making rotations, right? Because the Disruptor needs to stay there to be able to protect the Drow, and the Bat Rider needs to keep trying to dominate the Faceless Void, right? So I honestly feel like...
Yeah, is he in trouble? Okay, it's alright. They might be able to turn, actually.
As well.
Glimpse is a potential. CSJ is just forced to stand his ground. He knows if he tries to run away, they'll glimpse him back. Nonetheless, he's still going to go down. The glimpse is still there from ZZQ. Let's see if CTY is going to have the damage, though. No multi-shot to work with, but looks like the right clicks, the good old-fashioned way, is enough to be able to get the kill onto Marblu, and that is huge. That's going to give them their first 2 kills of the game and can kind of stall out some of the momentum that was starting to be built up top.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I was expecting. This is the only lane where there's going to be kills happening. It's just, they've got potential, and it's going to depend on the tiniest amounts of positioning in the lane, right? We just saw there, they went a little bit too deep, maybe overvaluing the strength of just the 1 point in the sidekick compared to what it previously was. I mean, it's just 6 bonus damage and 10 lifesteal. Doesn't feel that great. at this stage, but maybe now with the Urn of Shadows picked up by Marblu, they're going to think they can look to go for a kill. This would be so huge if they can pick it up.
They should be able to do so. All right, there you go. There's your Urn charges now to work with. Even more damage to look to play with inside the lane. Meanwhile, mid lane though, Cicada. He's going to go down off the back of the rotation out of Ice. That was not even the Rolling Thunder commit. And in fact, off the kill now, 70 has this level 6 to work with. So beautiful movement out of the Batrider early on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I suppose it makes a lot of sense, right? You've got the Underlord into a totally safe spot. I believe he's got the Vanguard coming out to him now. So yeah, this Faceless Void provides zero threat. And now you've just got a Batrider that's able to play around the map very consistently. Try and protect those power runes. Marblu protecting top, but it's bot.
Oh, they might go for the kill though. Hit detection. Did he bring one out on the Corey? He did not. 70 didn't as well. Meanwhile though, top lane, CTY able to get another kill onto CSJ. As soon as they see the Marcy was vulnerable with the rotation out from the Invoker, they look to jump on that numbers advantage.
Cute little play by CTY up there. I mean, he pulled the Hellbear Smasher into the creep wave. It didn't actually end up pulling the wave, but it just got the clap off, made sure that there was a little bit more damage done to the Dire creep so that this wave wasn't pushing in. But look at this 3-minute rotation.
The Clim's going to be fast enough. Looks like the damage has been dealt, and CTY still is able to be protected thanks to the kinetic field. Tornado will clip him on the far side. CTY will live thanks to the strength treads.
Yeah. Still had one Urn charge available to use and potentially an Aphotic Shield if Marblu wanted to go for the dive, but he's the one getting dived right now.
Detection once again. This time CCQ is going to have it.
He's got CSJ here now, though. 3 points in the rebound.
What's going on, dude? Alright, they're fine. They are rotating, actually, Cicada to top. This is a heavy investment.
I think they know how poorly the lanes are going. They need to be able to convert onto this. Might be able to catch the Disruptor, but
oh, nice Gast.
The one they want.
So the Illusion Rune's going to help Cicada for the moment, but now with the rotation, it's a counter one from 7E. Got the Rolling Thunder to threat him with. Cicada's only got one more Remnant to work with. He'll be able to get some separation. 7E might look to jump for Marblu. Once again, Sentry's there. He's going to be able to get out of range of it. Is it going to matter though? Ice, can he track him down? They know exactly where he is thanks to the Thunder Strike. And Ice able to get the kill. I mean, with all that going on, bottom lane, Beyond is obliterating God King. 44-34. Hold that thought, because mid lane Cicada still Zadidi, he's fine. Dude, 44-35 compared to the 18-2 from God King. This is what I was talking
about. Like, what does this actually do? Like, what do you do as a Faceless Void? And the downside is you're not exactly the greatest at going back to the jungle and picking up farm there either as a Faceless Void. I mean, this is going to need to be some sort of minus gameplay. As another kill got up top, you get another couple of Urn charges. CTY gust up in 1 second. Might be able to bring him back to safety. Looks like it will. Yeah, things certainly don't get easier for God King.
What can Radiant do to enable him this game? I mean, you mentioned the potential of him going Midas, but it feels like you're going to need to do some other crazy things to make sure that God King can actually play a game of Dota. Oh, well, Cicada gets a freebie. That's kind of nice.
They'll know that they've got some sort of vision up there. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Like, even when you get the Marcy ultimate, right, it's up against a Vanguard, so not going to be all that effective, the early Unleash. The Drow is getting gone on, though. That's a nice little bonus, but here comes Underlord.
Well, is he going to be tanking off CTY again with their strength treads, but it's not going to matter this time. They'll be able to secure the kill. I'm on the opposite side of the map. Even the Abaddon went down as well. So there's a 2-for-1 across the map, but of course they're happy with finally getting that first death onto the Drow Ranger, considering how far up she is there in the net worth. Back to bottom we go, though. God King once again with the time lock on cooldown for a couple of seconds. He'll be back up. Ice, does he want to chase, though? Firefly still got half duration. Looks like they'll pay some respect to the potential rotations down to bottom to protect God King.
Yeah, going to be taking a lot of that damage over time. Of course, a Batrider very frequently just using 3 or 4 spells, so time dilation going to be a lot of value here. And he's got the Chrono in 1 more creep. Again, though, I don't really think they have anything to be able to convert Chronos.
Can they get the Ember? Oh my god, dude, that's huge. CTY interesting movement over to the mid lane. Obviously feels like top is not safe enough for him, and off the back of that early rotation, he gets involved in a double kill.
They're hunting for ZZQ right now. They're going to get the start onto him. He has the Static Storm available, but I think he just wants to keep it available for a future defense. They do have a siege creep, though, to be able to play around with, and CSJ will at least have the remaining parts of this Unleash.
Oh, no. I mean, where do you go? Oh, no! Oh, my... He wants out of this game. For God King, dude, this is not the start you want in your TI qualifiers.
I don't know if he should finish up that those power treads. I really feel like this Gloves of Haste needs to become a minus immediately, because you just cannot play in this lane at all. Beyond is playing like a Timbersaw right now, just putting his body in front of the lane. I guess a Tidehunter as well is another better tool, but you've just got much more right-click damage than either of those heroes to be able to chunk down these towers with all that bonus you get from the Atrophy Aura. There's just nothing a Faceless Void could do into this lane, and, well, God King went top, and so does Beyond.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the other things I was mentioning, right? We saw the Chronosphere, probably not the greatest one, but even if he landed like an aggressive one, where's the combination? You know, it needs to be an Ember Spirit with a Maelstrom. It needs to be Invoker with any points in Exort, so he's got Sunstrike available. Marcy Unleashed does nothing against the Vanguard, and, well, God King, he's caught again.
Yeah, just a little bit too late with the smoke out of Radiant. They were anticipating the movement to top. They might be able to get the return kill onto Ice Ice, but a nice sidestep for the Tornado. He'll still tick out though, but Cicada's going to be cautious. The Diffuser Blade reveal from 7E is going to catch Cicada off guard, and in the end, Team Zero, they're looking for more kills as well. As EZQ is going to be able to run into Marblu, protected with the Aphotic Shield, but it will not matter in the end. As 7E, he's still got the Rolling Thunder to work with. They've already got 3 kills, and they didn't even need the ultimate. As now they can turn to TZ. That's going to be 4 kills. A very favorable fight for the boys on Team Zero. This game is getting very much out of hand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're playing it exactly how they should be, though, right? I would say probably the lane that went least to my expectations was mid. You know, 70, he has just gotten far too far ahead. We saw the impact of that early Diffusal Blade in being able to really prevent Cicada from having a lot of this escape potential on his Ember Spirit. You could throw down as many remnants as you want, but you got to have the mana to be able to actually move on to them. So he's done a fantastic job so far on his Pangolier, showing that the hero is not dead just yet.
Dude, 70's being so annoying.
Look at that. Couple of swashbuckles and 0 mana.
No mana. Very cool. Oh, God, man.
Give me mana.
Give me mana, please. They're going to be praying for something else as well, a miracle at this stage, because, I mean, maybe you can kill Beyond with the Spirit Vessel. They're going to try and have an attempt, but yeah, like you said, he's got backup. And even 7E is going to TP in as well. Team Zero, oh, it's a pretty goddamn good Tornado. It's going to help get some distance away.
I mean, the Glimpse was just off the mark there. ZZQ, he had all the boys to be able to protect, and the Glimpse ended up saving the Marcy. She had fully committed into the middle of that team fight, and they would have had the damage to be able to take her out. But have a look at this. They're looking to try and yoink away that Wisdom Rune, even cement further control with 7E, but he's getting spooked a little bit by that Ghost Walk being there. Is he? I mean, they got the dust.
Oh, nice timing of the Tornado again. Marblu, all right. This time he definitely will go down. He was able to snipe the Wisdom Room away. They'll be able to take the tier 1 tower with 4 heroes top, and it does look like Ice Ice is going to take this bottom wave and then get that Wisdom Room as well.
It's the benefits of the Batrider, right? You're so effective at just being able to pick up farm where not a lot of the supports are able to. Being able to do it incredibly safely as well, just with the use of that Firefly. TZ, he's just looking at... I mean, this might need to be how it eventuates, although Ice Ice will see the Abaddon in the area. They'll know it's watered up, and they'll look to either...
Oh, they even want to kill him.
Yeah, I think they just want to make sure that he's not TPing away. Yeah, Firefly's running out, though. It's another Glimpse that isn't exactly on the mark, and yeah, now well, they're going to have to use the lasso for it, I guess, but it's a lot of space being made by a position 5 Abaddon, and that's exactly what you need on some of these big brain boy heroes that have not had any space at all so far this game.
This feels like a bit of a pipe dream as well, but Marblu's got a Midas queued up, so... I mean, I don't know if... This would be really nice if they can get CTY, but I believe with the Observe Ward's going to scout out a couple of rotations atop. He's actually looking to continue to farm nearby. CTY is in a lot of danger. This could be a huge kill for Big Brain, and the TPs will be too late. So, alright, I mean, a lot of that... No, hold that thought, actually, because 7E should be able to be there to cancel off the TP. They're even going to bring in the Underlord just in case a further fight does break out. Some pretty cute sidesteps from CSJ. They're even going to get the Ember, though. Oh, 7E. Quick jump on the higher ground with ZZQ Static Storm. Not only will they get one, they'll find a second kill as well, thanks to the Glimpse.
Nicely done. I mean, Disruptor's probably one of those supports that you really actually don't mind him getting a bunch of these kills. You could do so much as a position 5 Disruptor with not that much farm. You know, Tranquil's into the Magic Wand. He's gone 4-star for now just to be able to, you know, avoid the big threats coming through from the Invoker, the Marcy, and the Ember Spirit. But, I mean, if you wanted to, you could just go into that early-ish Aghanim Scepter as well and have a huge amount of impact. Think positives. He's got Midas.
All right.
He's
about to die. He's definitely dead.
Don't go to the wave. Don't go to the wave. I don't think it'll matter.
Dude, he's got it. Alright, he got it off at least. The team's here. Another defensive use of the Chrono. This time he's not going to die straight away. They will still be able to hunt him down. A little bit late with the Gus. They do have the Glimpse to drag him back, and with just both the supports here, it's not going to be enough to be able to protect the Faceless Void. God King's really making him work for it, but without the mana now to jump away. They're even going to go over the top of the tree line and get the Abaddon to 7E up to a god-like streak 17 minutes in.
Yeah, he's dusted as well on
another one.
Back to the rest of the boys, and they're just playing around. I mean, we were talking about this, right? This is exactly how they need to play. They've got great pick-off heroes in the Disruptor, the Batrider, and the Pangolier. And all that you need to do on Beyond is just sit there and slowly push out the lanes. You need to try and play a little bit in front of CTY or enable him to have stacks to be able to play around with. And they've done it to pretty much perfection, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, take a look at the wards as well. I feel like that's another big thing that's heavily enabled them. They just have to have a line of wards from like the start of the top river all the way down to bottom. So, I mean, how are you going to be able to access the map, especially with the tier 2 getting claimed now?
I mean, it's got to be a smoke, but you don't even really feel safe to be anywhere. Wait, is there only vision on the map inside of the Radiant Ancient Camp? Sorry, the Dire Ancient Camp. Yes, it is. In that one spot that TZ was able to place it down previously. But, I mean, how do you even take those Ancients without a Maelstrom on the Faceless Void? You don't.
Don't at all. So, I mean, they'll get another ward down, but of course, again, like we said, Dire have plenty of vision across the map, so they're able to scout out some of the movements up to top.
Moving up with this one that's just on the cliff near the river. Try and get the back lines.
Very low on mana for the Batrider. Oh, they got the Glimpse. Nice timing, though. Very nice. All right, Cicada. Some of the individual brilliance that they need to somehow have a miracle comeback, not down 9,000 gold, but also had a lot of rotations. I mean, it is all 5 heroes, though, from Big Brain nonetheless up top. They're going to try and make their own play, though, off the back of the smoke.
I mean, they got a Spirit Vessel at least, so that's a nice bonus. They've got the BKB on the Marcy. They would love a kill for 7E. He's 10-0 right now.
How do they start? They're going to try and go. Cicada will lead with the Cold Snap as well, and they obliterate the health ball. CSJ rewarded with the kill, but Ice is looking to follow up as well. They'll target down Marble at the moment, but it's just the supports on Team Zero. And this could be the start for them. If they're able to get a couple of extra kills with Dai just feeding the supports in unnecessarily, but not with Beyond here. Yeah, this man's going to act as the bodyguard, buy some time for CTY to funnel into the area as well. They got the control, but they weren't able to account for God King. He's going to be in with the Chronosphere onto 2. They're going to try and deal with the Batrider. They want to get the easy kills and then go for the more difficult ones with the numbers advantage. As CSJ once again jumps over the top. They'll force the buyback out of Batrider. This is not looking good at all. Big Brain, this is finally the fight for them. Another buyback coming out, but Ice is going to be sent to the grave for the second time this fight. You do have 70 back alive. They're going to get a return kill onto God King, but the damage, it has been dealt. Finally, Big Brain will catch a break.
They will, and it all comes down to finding that quick kill onto 70 at the very start of things. I mean, they got about a level and a half on all of these heroes across the board. Look at all that money as well going through to the Marcy. So going to build herself up into the Basher. Really look to try and prevent a lot of the impact coming through. I mean, the big difference for mine was how much squishier the Underlord felt now that you have the Maelstrom on the Ember Spirit. I think you had the Javelin was on the Faceless Void actually at the time. He didn't have the full Maelstrom, but you just needed a little bit of that magic damage to be able to go through everything that the Underlord has, because as of right now, he doesn't have a pipe. He doesn't even have a cloak in towards the build-up of it. So he actually does end up taking a fair amount of damage.
I must say I'm incredibly impressed as well from the read of God King to even show up to that fight, even with the really bad start that he's had. And, you know, the chronos have not been good for him at all. But for him to still have the confidence to get into that team fight and land an incredible chrono and get that triple kill, that's a huge read from him. I'm back live. I know this replay's going for a while. They get that pick off for the Abaddon. They are getting roasted now. So still it's still going to be a very difficult road back into this game, but nonetheless, it at least is not going to be a quick end.
No, definitely not. And that's what we wanted to see. We were expecting these games to be a lot more even.
Oh, mid lane.
I found, yeah.
What a setup, dude. Ice to lead. ZZQ was already TPing in, so the chain control was perfect from them. And that was all while they were getting Roche as well on top of it.
That's what the best teams do, right? It's not just one objective that they get at the time. They try and get multiple. As TZ, even the perfect flame break back, it's going to put him in a little bit of distress. He's got the borrowed time available, though. Just has enough time to place up a cheeky Observer Ward, but won't be able to TP away with the help of the Glimpse. I wonder if you try and force out a tier 3 glyph here, just to start knocking on the high ground. I mean, you don't have Chronosphere, you don't have a Nabaddon, and you've got a Siege Creep available and the Aegis. Like, I think they would be very happy even if they just expended the glyph, because it would enable them to minimum get all of the outer towers by the end of this Aegis. Oh, they're even aggressively glyphing. They're wanting to stay.
I mean, they probably know how strong they are, right? Without the BKBs, Faceless Void needs 2 components. The Ember needs 1 more component as well.
I think they can just sweep across to mid lane now, right? They've got a quick wave right there. You can see them all focused on defending. They'll be able to pick off a disruptor, though. Probably.
Maybe. Yeah, you have to commit a BKB for it. It's taking a lot of time to get the kill. Tornado's off the mark as well. Still, it is very important for Radiant to get these early pickoffs onto supports, as we're seeing how easy it's going to be to bring down Beyond with the Spirit Vessel. But meanwhile, 7E with the chain control, it's perfect. They'll get rid of God King. No threat of the Chronosphere now. And 7E, he can continue to disrupt the backline. Ice is in with the lasso. And meanwhile, CTY is just freely right-clicking from the backline. There's nothing the Drow needs to be worried about, and they're going to call it.
What?
All right, I mean, really? Like, you had one incredible fight, you were back into this game, but just one bad fight, and they're going to tap out now.
70's gone to celebrate, but I don't know about that, man. It was only 23 minutes in. It wasn't the biggest deficit that you were behind, and you had... Did they have just the 1 Midas, or did they have 2? Regardless, I think you still had to go up onto the high ground. You could have potentially looked to delay it out, you know, push lanes a little bit, make sure that they weren't able to go high ground with that Aegis, and continue the scaling, because we just saw, like, when they were 10k down, they made it work for them. They got a few of those big kill streaks back. One fight lost, though, just to GG out. I mean, it was a quick DC through from God King. This felt like tilt that had been building ever since that laning stage.
Yeah. Look, I will say maybe they just have the read of, like, Chrono's on cooldown, they have Aegis, we got no BKBs, they could just get 2 full sets of barracks and this game could just be over. I don't know.
They had Chrono when he DC'd, man.
True, actually, true. Yeah, I don't know. Like you said, could have just been building from the laning phase, but I was very impressed with this team fight in particular, with how they're able to fight back into this game. And it felt like that last fight was, it went okay. Definitely wasn't the greatest for them, but we also continued to see signs of how these fights could look pretty decent for them if they're able to bring down some of the supports to start. But man, in the end, still, of course, incredibly impressed with Team Zero. I mean, that man on the screen right now, 70 as well. His Pango had a formidable showing.
And just in this last fight as well, I was watching 70 in particular and just counting the amount of stuns that he got off in this. It was pretty bonkers. I mean, they have a complete vision of him. He's walking underneath the creep wave, so they should know exactly where the Pangolier is coming from. And regardless, let's see, one stun, turns around, gets a second stun, then gets a stun onto both the Marcy and the Ember, gets another stun onto the Marcy. They stun both the Invoker at the end. Like, he just did so much control for this team fight. And you even just see CTY on the right-hand side on his Glacier, hitting him down. And, I mean, this is where they just called the GG. Again, they had everything back up by the time they probably would have been able to go up onto the high ground. The lanes were pushed out enough, but I don't know. It felt like tilt to me. And, well, it's another quick-ish game that probably shouldn't have been. Was there anything about Big Brain that you thought went better than expected? Oh, that hesitation. we don't like the hesitation. I thought
are you saying
did
like
a pretty decent job, don't you think?
Yes. I was not. I was impressed with the position for Invoker. I don't know if this is something that I would prefer to see more, though. I still think Invoker as a 2 is probably favored. Also, quickly, MVP, I feel like 7 right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yep, without a doubt, incredible performance. But yeah, I mean, did the Invoker Marcy lane go well enough, though? I don't think it did. Do you think it went well enough?
I'm going to have a quick look. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to look at the worth graphs at the end of it all. Yeah, you were 1,000 behind the drought. No.
So no.
They were able to get the first 2 kills of the game, I believe. Unless I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But I mean, they got the kills when they needed to. They got the early earn. The biggest issue for mine was by far God King's lane. Like, you just picked a Faceless Void into something that was a Bat Rider, and then they followed it up with an Underlord pick. Like, there is absolutely nothing that you can do in a Faceless Void in that situation. He chose to go a couple of Wraith Bands into Power Treads and then into the Midas, rather than just going for something along the lines of the Midas a bit earlier on to be able to just leave the lane, go to the jungle, look to pick up his farm in that way. Another option for him would have been potentially using the Twin Gate to be able to go up top, use the Chronosphere to be able to get a kill onto the Drow, take the tier 1 tower, and then go into the area where the Mighty Minds buff is. You know, 7 HP regen for a Faceless Void feels pretty nice to me. So I think he was just a little bit too rigid with how he was playing. He wanted to stay in that lane, but it was not a winning lane to be in.
It was not, without a doubt, and that's something you brought up as well very early on, towards the end of the draft, and it was definitely that way. We saw like 10 minutes in, it was almost a 2,000 net worth lead for the Underlord over the Faceless Void. So we were really seeing the praises that this team is led by God King. We're going to need to see something different in this upcoming game, because we're going to keep in mind this is lower bracket. These teams, they only have one chance. This is it. You lose this series, you're out of the hunt to make it into TI 12. It's going to be a very difficult run for the teams in the lower bracket. You've got a lot of series to play for, but God King is the man that is going to be able to get you over the finish line, especially with the experience that he has, and you just got to probably draft for a lane setup that's a little bit more better than what he had.
Yeah, dual melee never really feels great. There's way too many ways to be able to exploit it, whether it be what we just saw with the Underlord and the Bat Rider, but even something like a Legion Commander could have possibly come out and had just a totally fine time in this lane as well. So I'm keen to see what they do in game number 2, because this is not only for TI qualifiers, this also for a lot of the lesser known players is a bit of a proving ground, right? We've seen in the post-TI shuffle, a lot of players that previously hadn't been on tier 1 teams get picked up for their big chance. And well, I feel like Marblu is doing his chances no harm, but the rest of the team is going to need to certainly meet that sort of standard, both in the draft and in the gameplay as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. So this game 1 in particular, a very dominant showing from the boys on Team 0. We're going to see if they're able to replicate this heading into game 2, but of course we'll send it over to a quick break, and when we come back we've got more Dota action. Well, a very dominant showing from the boys on Team Zero, looking to make amends from their first series yesterday versus Aster. That was in the upper bracket. We didn't see the greatest showing from them overall in that series as a whole. It was a quick 2-0, but well, they're looking to try and be the team that's actually getting the 2-0 and the quick wins on the board. They definitely did that in Game 1. We've got a Game 2 draft ready to go. Big Brain going to be on the Radiant side, Team Zero on the Die side, and once again, no changes at least to start off.
The changes are in the bans, my man, and it's 2 targeted 70 bans to be able to start things off with the Earth Spirit and the Pangolier. I like it. I mean, I just think you got to make sure that God King is given a much more favorable lane than what he had last time. The downside is they might just pick his hero last, so they know that that's going to be the case. I feel like they weren't satisfied with how much Cicada was able to get out of that mid lane, right? You picked the Ember Spirit as a counter to the Pangolier, and 70 still won the lane pretty handedly. So I think Big Brain might change things up with how they draft now. They're going to pick Cicada's hero a little bit sooner. They're going to pick the Faceless Void a lot later, and then they're going to hope for the best there. Not the Faceless Void. They're going to pick God King's hero later.
Why, you already shying away from the Faceless Void, are you?
You see a Batrider, so that's one thing where I'm like, well, do you really want to play this? Probably not.
I thought the Void was supposed to be good into the Batrider with the time dilation.
It can be, but you could also get harassed the hell out. I don't think we're seeing what happened. I think that's pretty...
Well, no, I hope not.
I hope not as well.
Because, I don't know, I mean, definitely the hero got buffed, but I still feel like the hero is very do nothing. I think it needs to be like very meta dependent, or like kind of a lot more draft dependent.
I think it needs to be into a Venomancer and not much else, honestly. Like, that's about all. I really don't think... Because Venomancer doesn't have the mobility of a Batrider, right? You are stable. You just want to make sure that you're able to get rid of that Venomous Scale. You provide a little bit of a shield and the heals to be able to, you know, knock off what the Poison Sting and the Plague Wards are able to do to you. But Batrider, he can do a multitude of factors, right? He can initiate, he can farm, he can dominate the lane. Like, it's so much more challenging. I like this so much more, right? Like, you're able to harass from afar. You're not needing to get up in the middle of his face. You could actually look to potentially dissuade the Batrider from going aggressively. And you're not going to have a dual melee lane as well into a Bat, which is, you know, obviously a fantastic way to be able to start things off. So much better draft already from Big Brain. And we don't even know that this Invoker is going to be played as a support, right? It could still flex to being in the mid lane.
And you can also just say, like, the Silencer Batrider matchup was something that we saw a lot at Bali and Riyadh, just a nice way to address, like,
prevent the follow-up.
Often, yeah, exactly right. Because often what happens in team fights, you jump in with Lasso and then everything else is followed up on top of that. Global Silence is going to be able to prevent. So, I mean, even Silencer Batrider is a very good combo because it's similar. You want to jump in with Lasso, people want to try and save you. You pop Global Silence to stop the enemy team from protecting. So, of course, they're going to be able to take that from Big Brain. And I also am in agreement with you. I definitely prefer the Silencer over the Abaddon.
Ooh. Okay, something a little bit different. Provide some control for the fights. I mean, there's going to be a lot of chaos going on a lot of these. And you know what? If this was like Aster.Aries, I would be like, are we going to see the return of the Red Panda 5 Brewmaster? Is it going to be happening? But honestly, it feels good in a variety of different roles, right? I think you could honestly play 2, 3, 4, 5, and you could still find a way to be able to make it work. But looks like this game, it's going to be a core paired together with the Bat, of course, with the Blood Grenade, with the Sticky, with the Flame Break. So many ways to be able to easily pop that Cinder Brew, even prior to the Urn and the Vessel coming out. So I think they're feeling very confident with Beyond being able to play this brew. But now I think you just got to go some sort of lane dominator that has good amounts of sustain for the lane. I think if you're not going something that has some form of lifesteal, you're going to be having a very, very difficult time. So something along the lines of a Monkey King or a Lifestealer or even a CK to a lesser extent is probably going to be the best bet for Big Brain here.
Wonder if they're going to show the Invoker as well with this pick, or if they're going to keep it kind of flex.
That was the other one I was considering. Actually,
so this is the one very well. We've got a couple things to speak about, I suppose. Back when Marblu was on his previous team, and it's actually passing me on what the team name was, but regardless, he's a 4 player, but the only time he ever played 3 was when the Visage was picked up for that team.
Yeah.
So we'll see if this is going to be the case or not, if MyBlue is going to be playing the Visage or if it still will be CSJ. I also quickly want to say something that BG actually brings up very often is that the Slark Disruptor matchup, the worst matchup, at least Dota buff wise and percentage wise for the Slark is the Disruptor. The Kinetic Field and Static Storm, yes, yeah, because you can't Dark Pack out of it, which is very interesting. I mean, you often think of, the Bloodseeker or the Lesh with all the AoE damage, but at least what the percentage say that the Slark versus Disruptor matchup is the worst out of them all.
I think they just wanted to do it for the lane, right? I think God King's biggest thing was, I just don't want to get dumpstered in the lane again. And Slark, he doesn't have that lifesteal component that I was talking about, but you do have a way to be able to get rid of the stickies. You do have a way to be able to contest into the Brewmaster and the Cinderbrew debuff and all that sort of thing. With the Visage that we're talking about with MyBlue, though, I really don't like this hero right now. I mean, they nerfed him pretty huge in my eyes. I think the only time that you were picking him up was when you wanted to go this big, like, Death Ball style draft where you hit your level 15 timing on the Visage and you use that to be able to take towers. But now they moved the armor corruption from him and familiars to level 20 instead of level 15. And I really feel like most of the time you're losing the lane as Visage and you don't really have anything to show for it for the first 30, 35 minutes of the game until you're able to reach that level 20 power spike.
We're actually going to see Team Zero is the one that stacks up the Faceless Void. So again, like traditionally, Faceless Void used to be a pretty nice counter to the Slark because, I mean, Dark Pack can't do anything versus the Chrono. That kind of changed in the last patch with the Aghanim Shard being a great way to keep people alive in the Chrono. I do wonder how different that's going to be now because they did kind of nerf the Depth Shroud with there's no linger duration now. It was 0.5 seconds. Now it's 0.01. So I'm intrigued to see how much that's actually going to impact this matchup if it does go back into the favor of the Faceless Void and how it used to be.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, again, I just feel so much more confident with the Faceless Void this game relative to the last one, right? You've got a lot of damage over time. Sorry, not damage over time. You've got a lot of burst damage coming through from the Invoker, from the Visage. Like, Soul Assumption is going to be pretty minimal in its impact for this lane, I feel. So, I'm feeling a lot more confident for CTY, and laning has always been his specialty as well. So I think he should be in a totally fine spot to be able to round this out. The thing that I like about Big Brain's draft, though, is that they've left this last pick ambiguous. They've got last pick overall. Invoker could be played as a 4. It could still be Sakata playing it as well, who is very, very comfortable with the mid Invoker. So I like the fact that they've left us guessing a little bit. You can already see the Venomancer's been banned out by Team Zero, not wanting to give that Faceless Void a rough time in the lane.
What do we think about the Templar Assassin? Because, I mean, I really... Okay. I also really like the traps with the Disruptor, like just the vision to be able to provide the glimpse, but is there any concerns about it being maybe a bit greedy?
Possibly, but if you feel like you're going to win at least 2 of your lanes, then I think you're generally okay with this all. What heroes haven't been banned out? Could they go like... You couldn't go a Viper, could you? A Viper into the TA. The Faceless Void doesn't really care because you're not going to be laning into him. I just don't think you can play the Invoker in the TA, especially considering Quas Wex is far superior now as a build. Okay, is this going to be a mid-raiser?
This is your...
Yeah.
Yeah, so the old counter, right? Where we used to see the Razor mid versus the Templar Assassin. So we will see, of course, the one really nice thing about the TA is that you're still able to go back and farm the jungle at a very rapid rate.
And you've got a bad rider to be able to make stacks for you. So pretty easy way to be able to do it in that lane.
And you'd probably say like Big Brain might have some difficulties of actually invading into the jungle. Like you're going to know that TA is back there and farming. Do they really have a lineup that's going to be able to try and get in there early on and infiltrate some of the stacks?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, they're going to need TZ to be able to make, or TZ or Marblu, either one, just to be able to, when they're protecting the 6-minute power rune, look to place an observer ward down at that sort of time inside the Ancients area, just so that they're able to scout that sort of thing out. I mean, a Razor is somewhat able to contest, right? Like if you've got your Eye of the Storm available, if you've got a few points in the plasma field as well, a successful team fight could very easily lead to, you know, yoinking a lot of that farm away. So I think that's going to be very important for Big Brain. I like the fact that they've been able to flex this last pick overall. I like the fact that God King has a much better lane than he did last game. It's not easy still, but it's still much, much better than what we saw last time around. So I don't think we'll be seeing a 23-minute GG this time.
Okay, but do you still feel like we will be getting a Team Zero victory?
Give me a moment. Give me a minute to be able to think about it.
I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna just say yes. I don't know if we can. We don't need a minute. It's just the draft just looks clean. Were the stuns on Radiant? No, I don't think so. How can you get active early on though? Okay, so what? How do you punish the greed from Team Zero?
I mean, you got a Visage, right? You sure you don't have armor corruption, but you still have familiars to be able to take towers. Razor as well, like a successful team fight with a very juicy static link will lead to a lot of damage that you can use to, again, right-click towers. Slark, if you're able to play aggressively, you can get a lot of those essence shift stacks and really ball out of control early on. There's options. And again, Marblu played quite well on his Invoker in game number 1.
Nice flame break.
Early first blood would be nice, but yeah, like you mentioned, Ice on point again. He really hasn't had a bad game so far, these qualifiers. They're going to use a second blood grenade just to be able to secure this last hill. Thankfully, it is going to be Cicada getting it instead of TZ. Tried to yoink it away with that last right click there.
No, I agree as well. Ice has had a very good qualifier so far, even in those losing games versus Aster yesterday. So see if he's going to be able to continue that. But again, well, it was a good start last game, but an even better start now that Cicada is going to have the first blood. And like we were saying, I mean, without a doubt, this is going to be a very, very Razor favored mid lane. So we'll just see how much he's going to be able to use that advantage into the early game. Because you're saying that you feel like Radiant, they actually do have the capabilities to punish some of the maybe greediness out of Dial.
It's possible. I just don't know if it's going to happen, if that makes sense, right? Like, they've got the tools to be able to do it, but we've seen in the past, like, they've had the tools to be able to take one more fight and then they just GG out as well. Right? It's just left up to them. Do they have the decision-making and the cool, calm collectiveness to be able to actually say, you know what, this is where we can potentially hit one of these peak timings. This is where we can punish a Faceless Void TA draft. I think they've got the stuff to be able to do it. It's just a matter of putting it into practice.
Okay, what again, like we're saying, we know mid's going to go well for Cicada, but what else needs to align for them? Are you looking for, you know, an early vessel out of Marblu? Are you looking for some early timings out of CSJ? Like, list some things that we feel like needs to go right for Big Brain early to help them play aggressive.
I think they need to try and consistently kill this Disruptor in the lane. I think they've got the tools to be able to do it with the Grave Chill and the Soul Assumption, which would lead Marblu to having that early earn. You can already see, like, his positioning is basically to bait out a bunch of these spells while still having the safety of being able to play inside of the tree line, so he's not actually taking too much damage off the back of it all. And you can just see, like, when they don't have these spells up and available, CTY looks to get aggressive. He doesn't want his Disruptor to have too rough of a time in the lane. Also just make space for them to be able to get another D ward off for this small camp. So ZZQ, he's given up first blood twice now, but his laning is certainly quite solid.
Meanwhile, on our opposite side of the map, does look like this lane, like you were saying, is going much better here for God King to be able to start as well. So only level 1 for the boys on Team Zero. Now going to be able to pick up their level 2 to work with. So we'll see with the Firefly and now the Cinderbrew on if they want to get aggressive, because this is very similar to top if the Disruptor's caught out of place. Meanwhile, the Silence as well, we're just going to see prime example. If you are caught out of position, Team Zero, they're going to be able to capitalize and get those kills.
It sucks, but I think it's going to need to be one of those lanes where TZ just offers his life up a lot of the time. Like, he needs to just soak up a lot of this threat so that God King is able to farm. Right now, he's only got the treads coming through to him, so I'm sure he's saying over to the Silencer, make sure you got plenty of tangos. He's got 5 in his inventory, so this is really just allowing God King to just be as greedy as possible. I want to see him go a much more fighting-oriented draft. I don't want to see any Midas Slark or anything like that. We're going to need to see power treads into either a Diffuser or an Echo Saber, and then just look to connect through with the rest of your team around the timings that you've got these familiars, around the times you've got the Urn, and around the times that the Razor with the heavy static link points are going to be very effective. Look at CTY manning up, though.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. No points in the bash. Didn't need it. 1-1-1. Really nicely done from CTY. So able to get that return kill, is able to get the solo experience as well.
Man's a god laner.
That he is indeed. That he is. I mean, it was a real trendsetter as well back in the day. I mean, the really big thing I remember from him is just the like casual hyperstones that we saw. I mean, I know like Hector was a real big person that liked to go down the casual gloves, even with some like double gloves sometime. But back in the day, CTY with his very casual hyperstone was an interesting build from him.
Mm-hmm. And with how well the bottom lane has gone, I mean, this is the downside, right, of what I was talking about before with TZ offering his life up to make sure that God King has a bit of an easier lane. It means that you've got into a nice early Urn for Beyond as well. So I still feel like you're going to need a little bit of protection from Ice, but the kill threat is just even stronger there, that even a Slark isn't going to be feeling super invulnerable here. Basically, as soon as that Dark Pact is used, I feel like they could look to try and get a bit more aggressive, but no Urn charges just yet, so maybe they're wanting to...
Top lane.
Oh.
Put this back onto CSJ. And we'll keep the action going down bottom, and Slark's in some danger. Ice going to try and charge him down. Meanwhile, back to top with Go with CSJ. Well, that's going to be the person they're able to chase down and secure the kill. So once again, he put his second point up in the time lock, and when this bashes keep raining down, it's going to help guarantee the kill onto the Visage.
What's he going for? Just early Solar Crest for him. I mean, he's only level 3 right now. That's the main issue. I was about to say, got to keep eyes on ZZQ as well, because you don't want to do the old TP into the lane and have a disruptor right there glimpse you back to base, because lane has already gone a little bit more difficult for you.
What about this mid lane though? 24 and 11 compared to the 21 and 2. I feel like this has gone much better for 70. I'm a little bit surprised that he's actually still sticking around, but I at least what I remember to the Razor TA matchup like a year ago maybe is that you're forced to go jungle at like around level 3.
I think he has taken a little bit of jungle camps. Like I think
I haven't seen him go back once. Oh, you have? Okay, yeah. Maybe I've missed it.
It's one of those
top
things.
Lane?
He's still 400 net worth behind.
EZQ?
That's some Urn charges. Nice.
Alright.
That's the sort of thing that they need to start doing, though, right? Like, you've built up CSJ to his level 4. You've got Marblu now looking to roam around, maybe yoinking away the bounty rune. Very nice. He'll be able to protect the power rune as well. Cicada should move down towards bottom, especially when they see Ice in this lane, just so that they can cover both avenues, unless they feel like they can go for a kill onto 7E. And certainly with that Urn, it's a nice, easy way to be able to break a lot of those refraction charges. And well, Cicada is going to be lucky enough to be able to secure the DD for himself as well. So they're kind of approaching this scary timing for themselves, and TZ even gets the neutral creep denied, so nicely done by him. So it's a lot of much better laning phase being done by Big right now, right? Like you can still see, obviously, God King, until he hits up onto that level 6, he's not going to be loving life on this bottom side, but he's getting the base level of farm that he needs. Again, the hero that I was a little bit worried about was Marblu, but speaking of him, he is in the thick of it. Although no detection.
That is in... Okay, another game where they're going to be lacking detection. They'll go for CSJ.
There you go, he's used.
CTY committed though. He was in a lot of trouble now. Moving in with the time walk. They try and get that extra TP out. It's not going to matter though.
Gets
a lot of one charges.
Oh, it's back to base as well. Oh, was it not Cicada? Yeah, you're right. It was the silencer.
So Wizard Room Department looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. How the stacks going as well? Ice already made I think, double stack of the hard and double of the ancients. Yep.
70, he's going to look to see if there's any stacks that he can look to yoink away, but not right now. I mean, Big Brain, they're focused on just lane kills, and every single time that they get one with 0 charges on that Urn, Marblu is going to be back to 2. And you can see every single time as well, he's just thinking, can I make a rotation towards mid? We got the Eye of the Storm available. We've got double damage rune. Just need to break through those refraction charges as well. Another kill, unfortunately, for TZ, but it means that God King has picked up his level 6. You've got level 6 on Beyond as well, and he might be forced to waste it just to prevent dying here, but good little show up there by Ice, not leaving his core on his own.
Ooh, okay.
Protecting.
Then we're going to have a bit of a battle for the power, and yeah, Cicada, he's got the invis to work with. Wants to get the kill beforehand. Nice use of the glimpse, though. Can they go? It's a pretty good trap positioning as well, but Cicada is going to act as a huge deterrent, especially with the double damage rune for them to work with. So, like you were saying, though, I mean, this is a much better start than we're getting from the previous game from the boys on Big Brain. Now, what do we need to see them do with this start now? You know, we've got the familiars up from CSJ, you got the medallion as well.
I mean, I think if they can get a kill and they like see the opportunity to push the tower, of course they're going to take it. But I feel like you don't necessarily need to rush this sort of thing, like because if you rush it, this is the sort of thing that can happen. I mean, Beyond's come up top. He's got the primal available. We'll be able to get a stun onto Marblue, and they're probably going to be able to connect onto multiple kills here. I think that is way too aggressive. Like they hadn't quite yet hit their timings yet. What I was about to say was you need to wait for the Solar Crest on the Visage. You need to wait for the BKB on the Razor, and then what's Slark going to have at that point? Echo Saber at least, right? That, in my opinion, is their big timing that they're going to just feel overwhelmingly strong relative to what Team Zero have. Team Zero are much more focused on these things that are going to accelerate farming, whereas Big Brain, they're going to be focused on things that allow them to fight early on, and they just didn't have those, especially when you're diving that deep under a tower.
Yeah. And it's not like you can really use the cooldowns now to your own advantage. Looking should be fine. Maybe we'll force out a Shadow Dance, which would feel pretty nice for Dire. But yeah, I mean, because you had to just use the familiars, and now it's on cooldown for another 45 seconds. So it's not like you're going to get much value out of the Primal Split being down or the Chronosphere being down as well. So CTY will still get like another wave top, even going to drag it back with the small camp. So closing in on that Midas, and then you've got Templar Assassin as well. That's farming up some of the stacks, which is giving some solo experience to ZZQ.
Yeah. I mean, they'll get, what, 40 seconds of familiars into the tower? But again, like you mentioned, CTY pulling that wave back means that he's going to be able to farm safely. He's going to make sure that the tower takes out one of these waves. By the time the siege creep wave gets there, they're going to have at least the primal split available. So I think they've done really well to be able to manipulate this lane so that they're not necessarily losing quite so much off the back of this weak period, let's call it. But I think Big Brain have also seen the error of their ways, and they can say, you know what, let's just wait until we actually hit some of these timings for ourselves. Although
they will be forced to react to mid.
Yeah. ZZQ's in a good position, though. He wants to make sure he's glimpsing back whoever does show up here.
Really nice though from Team Zero, like we're saying. I mean, this is just a little bit of time wasted. It's getting that Chrono back up. It's getting that Primal Split back up. So you force reactions to the mid lane. CSJ, this is still the time to go. You got the Catapult, you got the Familiars. Let's see if they're going to try and bring some extra numbers to top just to slow this down to get the ultimates back up.
They're already using the Twin Gate up here on the Batrider just to make sure he's in the right position. Not quite yet level 6, but with one creep going down in the lane, he'll have enough to be able to do it. He wants to go for CSJ.
Mass TP's in from the boys on Dire. They'll lose Ice, but again, the ultimate to back up to work with. They've got the Static Storm as well. They're not going to need the Chrono for the kill into the Visage. They'll keep it in hand just in case Cicada wants to rotate up, and he wants nothing to do with this skirmish. As this is a big issue now, right, Deno? Because you were mentioning like a big thing for Raiden is the potential for you to take early towers off the back of the Familiars, and now this is 2 times in a row that Team Zero have been able to defend their safe lane tower.
Yeah. I mean, and they held the Chronosphere as well. They even didn't have to use the lasso for it. So that's the biggest issue for mine. And up now they've got a decent-ish wave to be able to push in with Beyond having another fantastic start. He certainly turned around his fortune after yesterday. He was... It really didn't feel like he was much of a hero yesterday. You know,
no, he's the weak point, I think.
He was the weak point by far, but he's probably been one of their strong points so far this time around. So it just goes to show how much a day can make a difference.
Nice read from ZZQ. They're not going to be able to get the glimpse back, lacking the detection, but they get the tower. They might be able to get the stack as well. I mean, this is pretty juicy for 7E.
Oh, no, you can't let this happen.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be the Desolator basically finished up unless CTY goes and yoinks away one creep with his Midas, which he does. come on, it's not like you need to use it immediately, and Sakata doesn't have a BKB just yet, so he's in danger.
That he is, and they still don't have Global Silence as well. Just level 5 on the Silencer and the Invoker. So we're seeing these ultimates really start to be a huge issue for Big Brain. They're going to go from 1 kill, and a valuable kill at that, considering how strong of a start Sakata has had. ZZQ does step a little bit too far over the mark. They're going to try and jump in, but he lays the Static Storm down and the Chronosphere as well. They're going to have plenty of damage to pump into the bubble. And again, it's the ultimates that are the X factor so far from Team Zero.
Honestly, when God King died there, I was like, oh, is he going to call it?
Nah, it's not that bad yet. it's not there just yet. CTY, very interesting time walk into the middle. It's going to be silenced up now for the moment, so can he get over into the low ground? He won't be able to. That is a much needed kill for the boys on Big Brain.
Man, this is becoming a bit of a trend for Marblu. Last game, there were 16 kills that Big Brain got. He was part of 15 of them, and he's been part of every single one of their kills so far. So, I mean, the man is making the Invoker work for sure. He's clearly very comfortable on it. They're worthy of a first pick, in my opinion, just because of their ability to flex it up. I really just feel like it's the rest of the team that hasn't quite hit their timings. But now, off the back of that kill, TZ has his level 6. You've got the Global Silence. You've got the Solar Crest available. CSJ is also already one component towards the Aghanim Scepter. You have an Echo Saber up as well. It's really just waiting for this BKB. I'm not sure if you want to show up just yet, though.
They're going to global, but it's going to do nothing. No value at all with the first global silence of the game. Sakata's going to try and prove to be a bit of a nuisance onto Beyond, but they're going to step out of range of the static link. And now Team Zero are looking for a glimpse back for the extra +1, and they're going to be able to find it onto Sakata. Second death in a row for the Razor.
He just needs his BKB, man. It's as simple as that. He just keeps joining these fights. And it's a first item BKB as well. So you don't have anything that's going to be like your farming accelerant unless you go this item. Like a lot of people go, I don't know, a casual Falcon Blade or things like that just to be able to pick things up a little bit for you. But he has nothing. It's just the treads and not much else. So I think he needs to be playing a little bit more greedy, because if you make another couple of these mistakes, then you know you've got the Desolator picked up on your Templar Assassin already. She's only 500 gold away from Blink.
Dude, they're not even gonna stop. Onto CSJ, they've got the primal split to work. We've got to be cautious because the heroes are starting to come over. But to get the ultimate off, they're still going to turn to Ice Ice with Marblu and Sakata in combination together. They'll get a 1-for-1 exchange. But now CTY is going to look to get involved as well. They won't even need the Chronosphere for the kill into the Invoker, and they're able to sidestep the static link as well. So Sakata's damage is going to be lacking inside the team fight, as Team Zero doing such an exceptional job to dance in and out. They're looking for another kill on to TZ, but the Glimpse doesn't have the full range. But CTY ready to go with the Chronosphere, pump fakes it once. Feeling like he doesn't really have the heroes nearby to maybe pump in some of the extra damage. Maelstrom is delivered though. We'll see what the decision is going to be for Dire.
I was just about to say, I don't know if they need other heroes, if they could just use the Faceless Void with his Maelstrom to be able to secure the kills.
Ooh, nice tornado. Really good tornado. EMP to fly as well. Off to the right side though with the last. So that's the blink reel from Ice Ice. They're going to be able to chase down Marblu. They'll also get TZ as well around the secret shop area. And look at God King too, because they have 0 stuns. God King is just chasing supports down, but he's not even going to get anyone. Team Zero, every single hero will stay alive throughout the skirmish. It's a triple kill for Ice Ice. We've been singing his praises yesterday and today, and is continuing the dominant performance on his support Batrider.
What is he gonna call it? What's going on? I mean, it's a couple of fights in a row now that really haven't worked out for Big Brain, right? The plus side is you've nearly got the Diffusal Blade. You just gotta be greedier on Sakata. Like, you need your level 12, you need your BKB, and this is without Team Zero even considering going into the Roche Pit. They finally do now that you've got the Blink Dagger up on 7E, and of course it's got the attack speed coming through from the Duelist Gloves. Actually the damage, but the Desolator as well. They're going to be able to just rip this one apart. They know what's going on, but I really don't know. They're still trying to fight, man. I don't know about this.
Nice scan.
What's making you feel confident? They didn't use Chronosphere. You've got TP up on CTY. You're 300 gold away from Diffusal Blade, and you don't have your BKB still on the Razor. It just feels like you're running into a wrecking ball right now.
be a Wrecking Ball they're able to slow down. They'll get the kill on the bat and they'll force them out of the pit.
Okay, I mean, they've got Diffusal now coming out on the courier. Cicada.
Beyond. Oh, great timing. Tornado onto twos. They're going to be only followed by the Global Silence. Meanwhile, they're able to get a double kill onto the support. So it's a 3v5 with the numbers favoring Radiant, but it might not be that way for too long as they've isolated TZ off to the right side. 70 with the help of CTY is going to chase him down, and they've still got Beyond Split as well to work with. Let's see if they're going to feel like that's necessary, even if they got the damage once again. CTY hesitant, and maybe they'll just look to go back and get Roche.
We have a BKB. Let's go. We have an ATOS. All right. And it's only the supports that end up dying, right? So quite quick respawn times. They only have a tier 2, though, to be able to go through to. Just wanting to keep that Chronosphere available for this impending Roche fight. Right now, they've got the vision advantage and they got eyesight to try and scout out.
A little bit awkward of a jump from eyesight. They're going to try and turn with the static storm. It's just a bait all along as CTY gets the Chrono off of the left side as well. It's going to hold Cicada into place, but now he's stuck inside with the ATOS. A bit of an opening here for Cicada to secure the kill. They're going to lack the control as CTY is able to get some separation. Eyesight is in, but he's going to die in the end. Either Storm, plenty of damage. Beyond might have just buried his own grave as well. It's going to be cautious, but the BKB now on cooldown from Cicada. They're just playing their distance, poking and prodding at the Razor, recognizing that if they hold their ground, there's going to be nothing they can do, and they'll also get some more kills to be able to add to the tallies. Even TZ stepped way too far forward. Another death onto the Silencer, make it his 7th of the game, and now they can go back and very shortly reap the rewards of Roche.
I need to do it at bottom. It's been that long. It's already going to be moving down towards the bottom side of the map, but 70 does not look all that healthy either. Be able to pick up power runes to be able to play with, though. A haste rune enabling him to get there. We'll even get a nice little bottle refill from Ice coming through. But I mean, those long team fights, they have just been doing a phenomenal job of baiting God King into a lot of these kinetic field static storms. And we saw then a great Chronosphere catching the position 1 and 2. Even just the time walk from CTY back to the rest of the boys. They know there's no real like big AoE spells that they need to be worried about outside of the tornado, and that had been used at that time.
Back to live. I have some action breaking out at 70. We're running to CSJ. Feel like he's going to have the damage to be able to get the kill. I mean, especially with that glimpse back. Cicada or BKB is still a cooldown for the moment. Back up in a couple of seconds. Not going to prove to be a big issue at the moment. Beyond is lacking some mana as well for the split, but it doesn't look like a further fight is going to break out unless God King has something else to say. But the Global Sun's going to try and help them get the kill on the Batrider, but God King was in two minds, wanted to try and reset. And with the Static Storm, he is protected with the ultimate. Flame Break's actually going to push him out. Still going to be cautious, though. God King running straight to 7E. Very, very messy engagement once again. He gets a lucky invis, but it's not going to matter. With a sentry already laid down, that will not be able to cover the retreat. And he's saying disrupt. I mean, dude, ZZQ is bodying the Slark inside these fights.
I mean, he's just kiting him around amazingly, right? He's got the Tumbler's toy, he's got the Force Staff to be able to play with, and even just his initial positioning, totally on point. And again, you're playing with a TA, you've got the potential to take Roshan, but what's the use? I mean, you want to make sure that you can make use out of this this siege creep as much as possible. You want to cut out the areas of the map that they're able to farm with. Phenomenal job so far. Not sure what Slark's really buying. I just see a Mithril Hammer in the quick buy. Of course, Echo Saber can be disassembled, but I see no BKB recipe on the Slark purchased at this point.
Yeah, so I mean, I have to imagine that's the item, but it's going to take too long to get there. Well, it's going to, yeah, I mean, it will take too long. This game's going to be too much of a winning position for the boys on Dial. 14,000 net worth lead, 75%. They're going to be able to get Roche down at the bottom side as well.
I really want to see them spend a tiny bit of time in the neutrals on Big Brain. Like, it's 22 minutes, you've only got 3 of your tier 2 items, and you're going up against a TA. You've already got 2 Cosmic Capes. You need more. Like, you just need to make sure that you're reducing a lot of this damage that that 70 is pumping into you at the start of these fights, because it's just leaving you far too far behind at the very beginning. And for a Pupil's Gift on God King, this is one of those instances where I wish I could see what his choices were, but for right now, he just wants the additional stats.
Is this a bit of an opening onto 70?
I mean, he's got Aegis, and all the boys are showing up. The Rainbow TP's coming through. Cicada didn't want to be that deep. Link up in 3 on Ice.
Did they get a glimpse of him go to the north? Looks like they did in the tree line. Yeah, I mean, he'll pop a BKB, maybe hoping get the kill into ZZQ. It'll probably force the chrono. Never mind, because Ice is here in the nick of time. We'll stop a bigger ultimate from being used. I mean, it is 5 heroes from Team Zero. I don't think it matters too much considering no one else is really farming on the other side of the map. Yes, the silencer shoves mid, but CTY is quickly there to be able to farm that up.
I mean, it's a tactical death, right? You force out, you potentially try and get the Aegis away, and either they give up the Aegis or they're forced to TP back where, you know, the Razor, let's be honest, he doesn't have a ton of net worth. He's going to be respawning soon-ish. So in the time that they're able to push the lanes back out, look to try and threaten the tier 2 or the high ground, you're still going to have your full complement of heroes to be able to do some sort of defense.
Oh man, CSJ has not had the Visage performance that they needed out of him in this game.
I mean, he's only level 17, right? Sorry, 13, right? It'll be 7 levels until he's able to hit that big power spike that they need, and Team Zero are not going to allow that, giving a Aghanim shard over to Ice as well.
No, dude, CTY is 2 Midas charges. Okay, I never thought I would see the day where 2 Midas charges are there.
He's just been so active, man. Nothing wrong with it. Really can't fault too much about CTY's gameplay so far.
Oh, I hear a lasso. You're going to be able to catch the slug. Nice timing of the Global Silencer. Prevents that static storm chain control to God King.
He's looking to try and go for some sort of a wraparound, but again, it's like when he's 100 gold short of the...
70?
Decent pick.
And they're going to be able to find it. How much left? What? Oh, they didn't even kill him fast enough. And Mimo Slug in the static storm eats the full duration of it. We might be that territory where they're going to tap out. I mean, it is... especially with a chrono like that, CTY put him in the grave for the last time this game. They'll take the rampage, but they will not be defeated in the end. The G's are dropped, and unfortunately for the boys on Big Brain, they will be eliminated from the TI-12 regional qualifiers.
They will indeed. I did say it wasn't going to be 23 minutes. It was almost 25, but it was another dominant performance coming through from Team Zero, really righting the wrongs of what we saw yesterday in their series against Team Aster. Obviously, different caliber of opponents for sure, but their drafting overall just seems so much more cohesive this time around. And I mean, they were just playing together and more importantly, abusing the weaknesses that the enemy team had.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, there's... hopefully they're able to use this momentum to lead further on, because I mean, this is definitely a team that we still have a lot of success in Division 2, and they've got some really awesome players to be able to watch as well. I mean, definitely always been a big fan of CTY and Ice in particular, so seeing these old veterans come back into the scene, hopefully they are able to make that deep run, and it all has to start with this series. And it's now, you know, something we were saying to start off the day was that Team Zero, they are 3-0 in recent months versus Big Brain, with that 1-0 in the tiebreaker and the 2-0 in the regular season. So yeah, make it 5-0, even though this was a bit of a new roster from Big Brain. So, you know, unfortunately for them, they're unable to get the job done.
Gotta say, I mean, MVP is going to be pretty difficult this game for me. I think you could give it to, honestly, any of CTY, Ice or ZZQ. I thought the positioning of Ice and ZZQ was perfect. And it was just the small things from CTY, right? Making sure to not just pop the Chronosphere at every opportunity, realizing how important it was against the Slark and some of these BKB timings, keeping it for the potential Aegis pushes. And I mean, we're even discounting Beyond, but he played a pretty good game too. Sorry, 70, you were clear MVP last game, but I feel you didn't necessarily lower your colors. It was just the rest of the team really impressed me.
Yes, I mean, yeah, like you said, I mean, you brought up Beyond's name towards the end. He was 9-0-20 with a gold black streak. So I'd be pretty happy to give it to ZZQ though. I mean, I felt like his what he was able to do inside some of the fights to completely mitigate the Slark. I mean, God King was just unable to play Dota with that matchup, and I mean, the glimpses were exceptional for him. We saw some great kinetic field, static storms as a whole. I think you know, he definitely did the role that was required out of him. And I mean, I should just honestly say everyone in particular, this was a great team performance from Team Zero.
I kind of want to give it to CTY, man. Just I'm remembering now back to the laning phase. Like, I think ZZQ, he gave up the first blood. He gave up another kill in the lane. Yes, it was for the benefit of CTY, but just how much he was able to man up against an Invoker Visage is pretty phenomenal, right? And he only died the one time, so I'm fine to give it to the Faceless Void if you are.
Yeah, I'm fine to give it to the Void. I think CTY also had a great showing from him. So I'm surprised you're bringing up a carry. I know as a support player, you often like to...
I just give it to the most valuable player each game. And sometimes that happens to be a support. I know that's crazy to you, but supports have value too.
I mean, I 100% agree with you. I was just trying to make the argument for ZZQ to get the MVP. So you don't have to tell me otherwise. I was definitely a believer of the Disruptor, but as a whole, Team Zero, they're going to have a little bit more belief in their capability as well, especially with this performance. So very, very dominant from them. And it's another series where we get a dominant 2-0 as well. Again, I mean, we saw yesterday were very, very quick games. Really, the only series that was close was Azure Ray versus Team Bright. So I do think the next series in particular is going to be much more even. I think we've got iG.Vitality taking on the boys on Aster.Aries. That's not going to be too long of a break at all. So what are we thinking heading into that one? Of course, we saw iG.Vitality absolutely body Team Limit, which wasn't really much of like a test for them considering. And then we saw, Aster.Aries, they had some good moments versus Xtreme, but still we see a lot of the mistakes that have been there prior in different tours are still there currently. So what are some pre-thoughts for that series?
I'm just here for the influence that Xiangyu is able to put. Coming down from the main IG roster to iG.Vitality, I feel like he's going to give them a big sense of calm and a lot of direction in the games. Because I really feel like, iG.Vitality, they finished down towards the bottom of the Div 2 leaderboards in tour number 3. But I always felt like there was that potential there, and it's just, have they finally found someone that's going to be able to bring it together? I'm not sure if you can use that best of one against Limit as that, yardstick, I guess you could call it, but certainly this series against Aster.Aries will be the one that tells us, who are they the real deal, or are they just making up the numbers?
Yeah, 100% agree. Like you said, we can't really use the previous series as a way to be able to determine where they're going to position. But this one in particular, this will hopefully be much more closer than what we've had prior, because a lot of the games have been very, very one-sided, very quick series as a whole. But I think this one should be very, very different. So we'll see. We'll see what these teams are able to do to battle it out. There's definitely a lot to prove. You were just bringing up like Zhang Yu on the Invictus Gaming roster. I mean, you can even bring up like XYW, formerly known as G. I mean, we saw him, on Aster for a while, and has really been, he's been dropped down to the academy team. So we got a couple of people that's going to be playing for the academy roster and has been kind of demoted or relegated, whatever you want to say. So there's a lot to prove for these boys and these teams as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a fan of Yi ever since he was on Keen Gaming. Like he was carrying teams back in 2018 or so. So I'm keen to see. He's been playing a lot of like the Spirit Heroes and this sort of thing. Give me the Yi Tiny. I want to see that come on the board. If we ever see a Slark or a Faceless Void or a Morphling or a Puck, just give me the Yi Tiny, because I really feel like that'll be the sort of thing that provides the bit of next level difference that these TI qualifiers need.
But of course, we're going to need to send it to a bit of a breaking, and condolences for the boys on Big Brain. They're going to be eliminated from the regional qualifiers. Team Zero, they're going to continue on in the low bracket. Next up, though, we've got Aster.Aries taking iG.Vitality. We'll see you guys shortly.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
two new opponents to battle it out in the lower bracket. We're going to have Aster.Aries taking on iG.Vitality. We've already seen these two teams face so far in the qualifiers. Like we've been saying, iG.Vitality were able to eliminate Limit in a best of one. And then yesterday, unfortunately for Aster.Aries, they were unable to come out on top in their series versus Xtreme Gaming. We did see some signs of life for them though. You said earlier you felt like game one was a bit more of a draft loss. Game two, we saw they had the lead for a decent chunk of that game. You know, the laning phase looked good, the early game looked good, but it was once again a similar issue where they struggled to close out games.
Yeah, and that's just going to happen against a team the caliber of Xtreme. I don't think anyone would be placing them outside of the top 3 in China right now, where a lot of people would be saying, you know what, Aster.Aries, a solid 5th right now is basically where it's comfortable to say where they are. And it just showed the difference in quality between that top 4 and the next bracket down. So this is certainly a bit of a test for them. iG.Vitality, they've made a couple of changes here and there. Of course, the biggest one was the offlaner coming in. I mean, it is such a big increase having Zhang Yu come through here. He was absolutely dominant in that series against Limit, and I'm expecting to see some first phase Brewmaster bans.
Yeah, you just got to, right? You got to get rid of that Brewmaster with, overall, it doesn't matter if it was the previous game, which I'm pretty sure was like 13-0 and something, or in other games we've seen they always try and prioritize the Brew, and it's looking like a hero that's pretty strong at the moment. Like, I've been quite impressed with the Brewmaster games that we've got to watch. So yeah, I think Aster.Aries, that's something that they're going to need to consider in regards to some of their bans. But overall though, these are two teams that really feel like they have something to prove for themselves, two academy teams as well. We've seen, you know, in the past a while ago, those academy teams have even been able to make it over to TI, but you know, we'll see if this is going to be a different story. It has to be some crazy upset stories though.
Yeah, for sure. So I just want to go back to Zhang Yu for a second. I mean, the man is only 19. Let's get that. Let's not get that twisted, right? He is a young player, and the fact that he has already had chances on LGD and IG really just goes to show how promising he is. And he's a very, I guess you could say, sacrificial player, but maybe not, just because it focuses so much attention on him in the drafts and on the game. Like, teams literally put so much attention onto shutting him down because they know what he's capable of if you just allow him to play his game. So I think if Aster.Aries are going to, you know, be able to take a comfortable win here, they're going to really need to put a lot of attention onto that iG.Vitality offlane.
Okay, which will potentially then free up some of the heroes for some of the other, you know, supports or the cores. We, you all know you like to bring it up. I'm a bit of a Butterfly Effect fan of this. Has been someone who's been on iG.Vitality Sim. No, it's definitely a fan. Someone he's been on iG.Vitality for multiple years, 4-5 years. This guy has been with the organization for a very, very long time. An incredibly gifted position too. Hasn't really had many opportunities to prove himself, and you know, we'll see what he's going to be able to do. You've got Ukyo to back him up as a carry, and we have seen in the past though that iG.Vitality, I should say, just Butterfly Effect teams as a whole, when some things don't go right, they will often give Butterfly Effect some sort of like win condition. That's if we go back to like 2-2 when he was on Cactus. Yeah, we saw that the carry wasn't doing the job, so Butterfly Effect took it under, you know, his own role to be that kind of win condition, and that's really when they were starting to get some games under their belt. So it does have a lot of flexibility for him, and been pretty impressed with the supports as well, you know, Ponyo and Fish King as well for them.
Gotta ask, have you seen too much mid carries other than the TA though in recent times? Maybe an Arc Warden is the sort of thing, and I know you love Arc Warden, but that's the only sort of heroes that I'm really seeing have that sort of presence. I guess Monkey King maybe on occasion, but again, you're still wanting to play a little bit more of that active role, I feel.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's really any other ones at the moment, like especially with the nerfs to the leaner. I mean, even then that was kind of like a safe lane leaner, but you had the potential to play it mid. But yeah, no, at the moment there's really not those styler heroes that are able to kind of be the win conditions in that mid lane at the moment.
I mean, you talked as well about Butterfly Effect being like synonymous with iG.Vitality. You think of Shang Tse on Aster.Aries. He has literally not played in any other team in his competitive history, which is kind of bonkers, you know? Like, I don't know too many other people that have been around for as long as he has that share that similar sort of statistic. But, I mean, do you want to have a guess at who has had the most different teams that he's played on?
In this
In the
series
world.
we're speaking?
In the world.
I've
looked it up. Come on, an old boy. You got to think old. I'll tell you, he is coaching now.
He's coaching now?
Mm-hmm.
I actually have no idea. I have no idea. I'm very intrigued on who it is. I think it's I can only really think of Chinese coaches at the moment, but I feel like a lot of the China teams will stick around with a lot of their players, but I don't know. I'm intrigued. Who is it? Who is it?
It's basically a tie between Misery and AUI as to who's had the most different teams across their Dota career. And this is, I'm not sure if that counts Dota 1 as well. I didn't actually look that deep into it, but certainly Dota 2, they've had a wide variety.
Do you remember how many teams there was?
It's like
the figure?
16 plus.
Yeah. All right, 16 plus. So
it's a lot.
that is a lot of teams, but yeah, they've also been able to. Well, AUI in particular has definitely been able to make it work, and I mean, Misery's had a lot of success as well. At a very nice person.
TI
so
is no mean feat.
No, it is not at all. So, good luck for him as well with the upcoming qualifiers. We'll see how they're going to be able to perform. Southeast Asia is going to be an absolute bloodbath. I have no idea. I don't think Boom's going to take it. If I'm going to say anything, I don't think Boom. But
Gary's watching, man. He's always watching. He's gonna.
I like Gary a lot, but I have some questions about your position 3 player. But yeah, I'm ready to be proven wrong. So
WS hater. Wow. I think they can get top 4. I don't think they're going to be winning the qualifiers. They are my dark horse. They can be absolutely anything. I got to support my boy KP. You know, I'm a little bit more loyal than you, so I've got Blacklist as my favorite one.
Got Blacklist your favorite? All right, so. I mean, we got no one coming down. I mean, dude, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be very exciting. You know, I thought of always saying praises to Division 2 for Southeast Asia. When we would often sing the praise of it when BTS was still around. We'd say it was probably the closest Division 2 out of all the regions. That is kind of definitely changed without a doubt now with Western Europe. But I really think Division 2 in Southeast Asia is probably second place at the moment. So there is definitely some teams there who can be kind of the dark horse. I mean, we covered, what was it, last year's Southeast Asia, maybe the year before, and that was with like Execration, where you had Nico as going then as the position 3. Of course, now Force as well. They were like came top 4, and they were able to eliminate some incredible teams. So this is always the one beautiful thing about this time of the year, where the dark horses pop up, the teams are expecting to have a really good run don't, and then you start to build some crazy storylines. Hopefully we get that in China at the moment, but so far we've had pretty much all the teams that have been favored have been able to get those dubs.
Yeah, lots of expected matchups and outcomes so far, but this has the potential. I mean, IG.Vitality, a lot of people just looking at it, bottom of Div 2 versus like mid Div 1. This is going to be easy for Aster.Aries, but I'm not so sure anymore. You know, that Shangyu addition is really going to make a big difference. I think a lot of attention being taken away from Butterfly Effect is going to make a big difference to him, just freeing up his game if they're going to focus on the enemy offlaner a little bit. And I mean, a couple of teams have just let Ukyo have his Morphling. Even though it's still nerfed somewhat, he is still damn good on the hero. He might need to wash his face, though, because that is a long yawn that he's going with right now. And you know what? You and I, we've been big fans of Mercy, right? Back when he was on Piggy Killer. Thankfully, he is not part of the roster that was left behind in these TI qualifiers. I think he's still got a lot to prove. But I'm looking at Red Panda. I don't want to see these normie position 5 heroes, Red Panda. I want to see the unique stuff come through. It's not going to be a 5 Brewmaster, unfortunately, because IG.Vitality have already banned that out themselves. But give me something a little bit spicy, you know?
I know it's not overly spicy, but Phoenix is probably could be something they're considering, because I know he's more of like the position 5 team fighter. If you're not looking for spice, he really likes those kind of supports that are going to be able to have a lot of impact in regards to the 5v5. So Phoenix is something we could be looking at, but of course we need to look at some of the other like first pick material heroes. Venge was going to be one I was going to bring up before the bans. Gyro is still unpicked, well, unbanned so far, so this could be something else.
Batrider's still in the pool, man. Just pick it. It's so easy to be able to play it. I mean, Dark Willow as well, still in the pool. We saw Aster.Aries run Riki Dark Willow combination, offlane Riki, which I don't hate it, right? It's a nice, easy way to be able to get a lot of those Bedlam kills off the bat. Also, just Riki's attack speed is heavily buffed up from the laning phase, considering they nerfed the amount that you get from the Cloak and Dagger, the Agi bonus, but you also, the level 15 talent is better than what it used to be, and you just get more armor, more agility to be able to start the game off. So it kind of balances out. I think Riki's in a much better position than it was previously, but you know what? A Phoenix is pretty safe. You can flex it between lanes. You're not necessarily giving up too much of your draft.
I think if you're ever going to pick the gyro, it's going to have to be now. And there we go. So the only issue is you've got one band to protect it. We'll see what the band's going to be. Probably has to be the Morphling, right?
Yep.
So
please get rid of the Morphling. I mean, Ulu loves playing the Morph. A lot of China loves the Morph, honestly. Like, it's probably the hero that I think of when I think China, to be honest, for position 1. I guess Gyro maybe as well.
I think I would even just say overall as a carry, I feel like Morphling has like a very high ceiling to make plays and like outplay people, and we all know carries really like to do that. You know, mid laners as a whole, but
player, you're probably on a pro team, basically.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's just the concept of the hero. It's just as simple as that. I mean, and it really just comes down to like, some heroes have broken concepts, and that's always why they're in and around the meta. I mean, Broodmother, for example, has got a broken concept and very unique, and no one else is really like that. That's why, you know, whenever this hero slowly pops up, it's all of a sudden in the meta and looking very strong.
But she's been nerfed to the ground, so we're not seeing her all that much lately. Unfortunately, it's debatable. There it is. No Morphling. All right. iG.Vitality saw how effective it was. Okay, I mean, I don't hate it. You know, you just want to really buff up this gyro as much as possible. Obviously, a nice little extra attack speed to be able to deal with the Phoenix Egg as well. So do they go all in on the team fight now on Aster.Aries? Could they consider going something like a Grimstroke to be able to fight up into this? Again, not amazing against the Gyrocopter, but anything that's just able to be that great, like Soulbind target, it's going to feel quite nice. Not sure if it's a Wyvern game, but I mean, Gyro is one of those heroes that relies so heavily on his physical damage that something like a Cold Embrace is going to be quite effective, but I don't think you're picking it this early.
Dude, every single point you brought out was points I was wanting to highlight. Team fight and Grimstroke as well.
You think I don't know where your mind's at? Called it. They're going for it again. So Shogtse and Mercy combining together with this Riki Dark Willow combination feels... I think the big area that you can exploit it is the lane, but maybe they're thinking just because it's an IO gyro lane that it's not going to do too much in the lane, right? And now you can just look to basically be a roaming duo constantly, looking to scout out where this gyrocopter is farming once you've got your level 6 on both of those heroes.
Were you impressed with this duo yesterday, the Riki Dark Willow?
Yeah, I thought it went pretty well, honestly. Like, again, it was... As long as you can get out of the lane in a decent spot, I think you're really set up for a good, like, 10 to 25 minutes of the game. And, you know, that's what I'm really expecting to see. The big issue that we saw in that last series was that Big Brain, I feel like, just didn't identify how close they were to hitting some of these strong timings for themselves. And, I mean... They just want to go for full-on team fight here with iG.Vitality. Lots of stuff to be able to protect this IO Gyro, let him rein in the damage, and of course, anything else that's going to allow a Phoenix Egg to be killed a little bit easier is going to be really useful to be able to have.
Probably one of the other better heroes for Jungyu as well with the Mars. So,
yep.
I do have to say that I do think Riki into Mars is pretty nice for the Riki. Just you're never concerned about the arena, and Bulwark as well as a non-factor for you. So that is at least one nice thing for Chang Tse with what he's going to be able to... Say that again, sorry?
Solid lane, the Mars Snapfire.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it gives you kind of team fight, which is always, you know, the biggest issue with the IO, and that's why you kind of bring up with the Aster.Aries, like you double down on team fight now, because usually IO, just this hero lacks team fight, lacks pick off, and lacks stuns, and that's why you kind of draft other heroes to supplement that, that issue.
Yep. I'm thinking that they're probably going to go a hero like Puck for butterfly effect here to be able to finish off. Yeah, I know it's awkward playing into like a smoke screen on the Ricky, but I mean, you enable so much by having it, right? Like just if you're multi-man coil, then you can't run away because Gyro's just going to flat cannon you down. You can use the spear to be able to break the tether. You can Mortimer's Kisses inside of the tether. It just feels really, really nice to be able to have that tool. And now it would be potentially against a Storm Spirit as well. It's a godly Puck game right now.
Gives you setup as well for the IO relocate, which I think is very important. You're not just relying on the Mars, which is something that you need multiple heroes that is going to be able to be that initiating hero. So we are going to be looking for the Ulu hero next. I still need that carry for Aster.Aries. Do we think there's any potential for the Ricky to go 1, or we really think it's going to be Shangse's hero?
I think it's a 3. I think you're picking it to, well, I guess you've got the Storm Spirit now to be able to like be that other tool to be able to put the Bedlam onto. So I don't think you necessarily need to have just the Ricky into it, but I'm not sure if this lane is any easier for the Ricky, right? The Snapfire Mars. It's certainly not simple to be able to play around with. Ricky's got pretty high armor, he's got pretty high movement speed, but you don't really care with these two heroes. You're able to just dish out a lot of nukes with magic damage. There is that Puck ban, nice. God, I was going to mention one hero. It wasn't the Terrorblade good. I would have sounded stupid. The Leshrac, that's it. I think you've still got the potential of the Lesh coming through from iG.Vitality, right? It's an IO pairing. You know, you might be able to use the Gyro for the IO Gyro for the lane, but you don't want to be sapping too much of his experience after that point. And you've still got a lot of stuff to be able to enable something like a Leshrac to be able to just run on in.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, there's always
more for push, right? Could be Death Prophet, maybe. Yeah. DK. I just need something to open up the map for this Gyro to farm and prevent them from losing too much of their map off the back of, you know, a successful team fight where the TB is able to use the meta to be able to push down a tower.
I feel like I'm missing something. I'm trying to think what it is though.
What, their lineup?
Yeah, like I'm missing like a hero that looks very good right now. But regardless on like hero, I think the qualities that you said, I agree with. I still would like Initiate or someone to be able to open up the map. They're going to go Lena, so...
Okay. Makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, you're spamming out the Static Remnant in the lane by the Storm Spirit, so I really wouldn't hate seeing Butterfly Effect go both the bottle and just a simple magic stick. Don't necessarily need to convert it into the wand, and it's a lot of magic damage to be able to deal with the TB. It's a lot of, attack speed to be able to deal with the egg. So Red Panda, good luck, my man, of being able to land some solid Supernovas this game. It's going to be quite rough for him. But yeah, I could see it working. You've also got the potential for some tower taking. Even just 1 point in the little shredder as well does deal some decent minus armor onto towers, just making it a bit easier for Butterfly Effect. And I mean, I'm a big fan of the supercharged Fiery Soul off the back of the Laguna Blade. Brings it to 10 stacks when the normal maximum is 7. So you're really just gaining like an extra 100 attack speed off the back of that. It's kind of nuts.
I do wonder what the item build's going to be for Butterfly Effect, though, because I've always been a really big fan of the Yule Scepter against the Storm Spirit. It's just, I mean, it's a guaranteed way to set up. It's going to be kind of nice versus the Dark Willow to purge off some of the spells, but maybe a Force Staff is required versus the Ricky. I think you're definitely going to need a defensive item this game. You know, if he considers the 8th lens, because we've seen kind of that be the item progression as well recently with some of the Lena 2 magic builds. So as a whole, though, I've always been a big fan of Lena versus Storm Spirit, just with what you're able to do in the lane. It should be very Lena favored. You got a lot of kill potential, and then you've got a lot of magic damage versus the Terrorblade. So I think there's going to be a lot of value out of this Lena pick. They've got some heroes to put in front of it too. So I have a lot of question marks around the Ricky offlane as a whole. Do you have a bit more belief in the Aster.Aries draft?
It's something that they've really liked to do, so I'm just going to back them for it, basically. Like, you're clearly just picking the Ricky most in both competitive and pubs on Shangse, so I think you've just got to go with what you think is going to work for you. They've clearly been scrimming it. I'm going to believe in it until I see it go horribly wrong. And, you know, the game that they played it against Xtreme Gaming, they were in a winning position off the back of it, so I haven't really seen it be in that really bad situation just yet.
Okay. I have to see if he's going to be able to get off to a good start. I agree completely with the point that you brought up earlier, like the 10 to 25 minutes for them should feel pretty strong, especially with the... I think a combo that I've always liked in the past is like a Nyx Assassin Storm Spirit, just the Nyx being able to scout out for the Storm to zip and get these pickoffs. I feel like the Riki is going to be able to provide, have a very similar role to what the Nyx can. So there is a lot of kill potential. You're even going to have Mercy on the Dark Willow that can be pretty active here. We'll be very reliant on some of the experience, but we shall see. I do think we're probably going to get a lot of pickoffs through the early stage of this game once the lanes do start to dissolve.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need to really be on point with a lot of your sentry coverage. The different thing that you just mentioned, right, the Nyx Assassin being used as like a scouting tool for the Storm Spirit, this is a core Riki as well. So you can't be just roaming around the map hoping that you run into someone eventually, because he's going to punish you. Like, you're going to fall too far behind in net worth if that's going to be the case. So it's really just going to rely on like getting some good observer sentry coverage to make sure that that's not the case, that you are actually able to dodge out a lot of those Riki movements so that he is really suffering off the back of trying to find pickoffs for Storm.
Fish King's not really winning this trade. In fact, he's probably going to go down as a result of... I think he can go for that exchange. Zhang Yu's going to step in and actually... Yeah, so yeah, you get a little bit of a reward there with the ferry getting used.
Red Panda's not exactly the healthiest either, though.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Still 30 seconds left on the Fire Spirits to be used once again, so maybe this is the time for Fish King to be getting a little bit more active. Both camps going to be blocked up for now, so much more trading lane, at least for this first little bit. Oh, do you ever get Terrorblades that just don't skill Reflection? I'm like, bro, just 1 point, please. It's so good.
So value. Reflection is 35 mana? What?
1 point. That's all I asked.
Red Panda? Oh no, Red Panda.
Yeah, that's the thing with a Phoenix, right? It is that big roller coaster of strength. Incredibly strong when you've got the Fiery Spirits available, and incredibly weak when you don't.
And even just, I feel like level 3 is such a huge spike in your prowess inside the lane. So already off to a good start top, and I feel like definitely mid lane. I know it's 6-1 at the moment, but we're already seeing Butterfly Effect being able to play on XYW's side of the hill. So, you know, it should be Alina favored mid. What our bottom's going to go? I mean, I feel like this should be a free lane for Ukyo. I cannot imagine they're really going to be able to put any pressure onto the Gyrocopter.
No, but I think the important thing is just making sure that you get onto the level 6 on both the Riki and the Dark Willow. That's really what you're playing for here. And you got to say that Shang Tzu's been doing a pretty good job of just getting the farm. He's top of the net worth right now. I know it's only 2 minutes in, but he really isn't suffering at all in this lane either.
You've been burned.
Always will have the tricks if he wants to use it to be able to dodge the missile. Be a nice thing here for Shang Tzu. Do we feel like there needs to be an importance on supports rotating to try and secure some of the runes, whether the water rune and the power runes this game?
I mean, of course, it's always important, especially I would say for XWY, considering how poorly any sort of Lina matchup goes, right? Like, you're always going to be losing this matchup. Lina is just as strong as ever with all that. Is she wearing like a party hat? I guess it is the anniversary.
I guess so. Maybe.
It's a little weird.
I forgot how to inspect them. I worked it out before I went on holiday, and now I forgot.
Did you actually? Oh my god! Holding back stuff from me.
Oh no, I forgot now though. So I'm not like. I swear I'm not holding anything back. Actually, do I remember? Never mind. I don't remember. I want to see what that party hat is though.
It has to just be an anniversary cosmetic. Maybe one person every game gets it. Although Mars has it as well.
Really? He does too.
Have they played a pub since since the patch?
Maybe, I guess. Oh, thank you. Thank you, production. I appreciate it. Top lane.
I don't think.
Awesome. I'll cover you back. Oh, that's all right. I thought there was gonna have a kill. I had you back there, but no, not the case. Yeah, it doesn't show in the showcase.
It must just be if you've won a game today or something like that.
Yeah, potentially. Gotta get those treasures up, brother. That's some free chests right there. Free cosmetics. Can never say no. What's going on, Ponyo and Mercy? All right, nice to know. No bounty for you, my friend. Meanwhile, LSA connects mid and Butterfly Effect gets a solo kill. So, this is going to start to get kind of out of control, especially with the level 6 coming up shortly for the Lina. So, you will need to bring out a little bit more mana for you to have some kill potential.
Tipping Mercy as well. Just saying, you showed up a little bit late to the lane, brother. We'll be able to deny that water rune as well. So, using the Shadow Realm to its fullest potential. It's for the attack range bonus, but where does Storm go now? Does he go to lane at all? And are you just trying to soak up a little bit of this experience on the Dark Willow? Because again, Riki really isn't going to have that much difficulty in this lane, right? Like, he's full HP, he's farming underneath his tower, he's going to have his power treads soonish, and an IO doesn't provide a lot of kill threat. Even the gyro, right? You could rocket barrage, you could homing missile, and he's just going to be able to trick the trade every single time.
Yeah, no, I really feel like there's no reason for Mercy to be down bottom. Like, they've done a pretty good job with keeping the creep equilibrium towards Dai's half of this lane. So, yeah, Ricky's going to be chilling. And we all know Dark Wheel is kind of a support that really relies on having experience as well. So, I would much prefer her to play around mid than bottom at the moment.
Have they both blocked up this hard camp? What's going on here?
Yeah, they have.
They're like, all right, cool, keep it there.
So I do want to, again, we're going to see actually Ukyo, it's going to be a crit sick first. We saw...
I'm just looking at Fish King. He's scouting out XWY here, farming inside the jungle, just sapping a bit of his experience by standing nearby. He's yoking the farm.
Oh, he got it?
Well.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, they know that they've got farm. They're going to ward the high ground, and it's not going to be there as well. Oh, no. What a horrible start for the Storm Spirit to have. Even going to be yoinking away the bounty rune as well.
We're even going to be giving kills over to Butterfly Effect. No hesitation with the Laguna Blade. Somebody get a kill. Clarity and Arcane's coming up shortly, so he should be able to fill up his mana. Even got a bottle as well. Sorry, even got a bounty to work with. So that's enough about that, though. Top lane, I mean, Ulu's off to a great start, too. I mean, second in net worth has got about a 500 difference compared to the Mars. So, Ulu, what are we... Overall, do we think this is a game where the Terrorblade is going to be able to put the team on his back, considering kind of the rougher start that the Storms had?
Possibly, but I mean, the big thing that really changes this up for me is how good of a game Butterfly Effect is having, right? He is the one that's going to be stopping a lot of that threat coming through. Like you predicted, they are going to be going into the Yule Scepter on this Lina just for setup for Light Strike Array on any sort of target. Obviously, the easiest one to do it on is the Storm. It doesn't even need to be the Lina that follows up with the stun, right? You can use the Mars. I mean, we've seen iG.Op back in the day be the one that liked to run that combination from the Mars in the off lane. Well, you can just Yules and let the Mars do the follow-up for you.
That's an old name right there. iG.Op. There are some classic names in the China region. Ferrari, Burning. So the old guns back in the day. MMY, yep. Banana. There's
How?
Yes, there's a lot. Unfortunately, some of them are even
2 and 3 letter names in China, I gotta say.
Yeah.
They just seem to be everywhere.
Yeah, they do indeed. It's kind of makes it easy as a commentator, I'm not gonna lie. Long names. But I don't really like the couple of letters like XWY. I preferred his Yi. Ponyo inside the river. And die as soon as the power runes up. So pretty nice. Never mind. Ponyo really to get to the spirit. What?
HP.
Alright, Shang Tsung's here to be able to get the cleanup. Butterfly Effect's in a little bit of danger as well. They're going to be forced to tip him with the Mars, but the Supernova, it's 8 minutes in, dude. How is he 6 already? Red Panda getting...
Oh.
No, yeah, well, I don't know, dude. That's a crazy level 6 timing. He uses that straight away to their advantage. I mean, that is a huge kill.
That's a huge kill, not just for obviously being able to kill the Lina, but in enabling the Terrorblade as well, right? It forced a couple of rotations from the Snapfire. He just walked to that lane to try and save, but it means that the TB was freed up to be able to do some damage into the tower. And of course, if you're slowing down the Lina, the main source of magic damage on iG.Vitality, it's just going to make the TB's game so much easier. Gotta say though, playing a very nice game once again on Shang Tsung on his Riki 3rd place in the net worth, and he's building into the Diffusal as well. So he's primed to basically hit that at a similar sort of timing as Mercy hitting his level 6 right now, soaking up a lot of that farm in the mid lane, just making sure he's able to get that XP most importantly.
So I do want to speak a little bit more about the Gyro, because I feel like this is a hero that we're going to see a lot, and a hero that has a lot of potential to have some different builds. I think on day one, Monet on his Gyro didn't even level up the rocket barrage. He put a lot more emphasis on attributes. He also rushed the scepter, and we spoke about yesterday, of course, one of the old builds from Gyro was the potential just to rush the Daedalus. I think that's even more possible now with the rush the Crystallis. I think that's even more possible now with it being reduced cooldown, reduced gold. I do want to say though, some of the old builds versus the Terrorblade, you would consider something like a Mjolnir. It did get nerfed with your way to deal with the illusions. Do you even think this needs to be a consideration for Ukyo, considering you have the Lina to maybe deal with the Terrorblade?
Yeah, I'm thinking the Lina was going to be the case, and I was wondering even if it's going to be Butterfly Effect, kind of trying to have it like a little bit both ways, you know? Like he's going to go the Yules, he might go an Aether Lens as well, but I really wouldn't hate seeing him go a Maelstrom, because even though obviously the Lina isn't that busted form that it used to be, position 1 Lina with the Maelstrom, it still feels very good for this game. You just got to make sure that you're not dying to be able to start things off.
So when you bring up the Maelstrom, are you wanting more of a right-click build as a whole, or?
I think it just needs to be like a TB illusion dealer, basically, especially with the big buffs to the Maelstrom damage against these sorts of illusions.
Okay. Well, just to quickly sing the praises. Mostly there was a nice deny on the tier 1 tower mid, so gets a bit of a snipe there. All right, we'll see what they're going to be able to do with it as well, because this is pretty important timing where Radiant, they're going to look to try and force the issue here. You've got the Rina to work with, you've got the Kisses to work with, so honestly, both sides are wanting a fight. Really, the catalyst is the support levels. You have that now up. It's much easier for Radiant because of this mid lane getting shoved out, so they have the potential to make plays across the map. It's instantly going to be dealt with from XWY. He might even look to deal with the next wave, although it won't be needed because it's a... Yeah.
XWY. I mean, you don't need to play with the Riki. It's just having the potential to play with multiple different cores. And honestly, with Riki being down here on the bottom side, he's got the Diffusal Blade picked up as well. And they know where this Gyro and Io are looking to farm. So it's really just the case of scouting. They're going to be able to get away through the Twin Gate. They do have vision, though, on Aster.Aries. They know that they've come up here, Red Panda, with a great Observer Ward to be able to pick this one out. They know that a fight's coming. They're just waiting for them, I believe. Like, they're waiting for Ponyo to not be up on that high ground before they use the Twin Gate. So he doesn't actually know this is coming.
That's a huge kill to be able to start. They might not get anything more out of it, though, but it is still nonetheless 4 heroes from iG up top. So Butterfly Effect's going to TP mid. And you still have the Storm Spirit also getting a little bit of catch-up farm down bottom as well. A bit of an interesting build from, yeah, with a doubt, which he needs. Butterfly Effect's going to go into the Lincoln second item. What do we make of this?
Honestly, I don't know.
I have no idea why.
It really just feels like it's just to stop himself from being caught out by a Storm Jump with a Bedlam, I guess. I mean, it's all about his survivability, right? But I would have thought that something like a BKB would be just so much more versatile, being able to not have to deal with the reflection, not having to deal with the electric vortex again, no Bedlam damage, lots of things rather than just the initial pickoff, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm very intrigued on the decision behind the Lincolns. I mean, he might change it up in the end. They have another smoke though, iG.Vitality.
Maybe if it was the old Ricky Shard, I would understand, but not the case anymore.
Oh, the Bramble is even better. Simultaneously with the jump from Shang-Tzu is going to be able to get on top of the Lina, so they'll push Butterfly Effect away, and they're going to be able to get a double kill as a result. And this is the combo we saw yesterday. Mercy and Shang-Tzu with the Riki and the Dark Willow. With that change to the Bedlam, these two have a ridiculous amount of damage.
Should have had the Lincolns, would have saved him. I guess the Blink Strike is kind of nice as well, but I mean, you've got 2, right? So you can just do it back to back.
Trying to see what the build was yesterday from Somnus. He went Aether Lens, Scepter, E-Blade, Dagon. I don't know when the Shard was picked up. It's not telling me on Dota Buff, but I have to imagine it was around kind of the 2nd, 3rd item timing. And of course, Somnus went 18, 5, and 5.
I love Somnus. He fed a few times in that game, like just way out of position on this Lina. So I think they're going to be happy on Azure Ray to be able to get those cobwebs out and squeeze by, basically, in that first series of their upper bracket run. It's that second round that's really looking spicy, though. Taking on IG next.
Once again, another fight. Oh, no hesitation. Xiangyu trying to jump in the river and take away the room. They commit the kisses. This is just a Dark Willow that they... guys? Arena and kisses, you don't even kill it. He's gonna go for it. Yeah, all right, they'll get it in the end, but... like... don't you just run down mid or something now? You're gonna have Meta up. I'd love to see them try and force a fight around mid, Ulo to join, and with Meta maybe get a kill and then convert into the tower. Arena and no kisses. This is a big opening for you to get some map control.
It is, but the lanes aren't exactly in the best position, right? Other than bot, but no one's really all grouped around that bot side. It's only the Riki right now. They're looking to make a bit of a move towards top, maybe feeling like that's obviously a much closer connection through no tier 1 tower bottom to be able to claim. But I don't know, without Ulu there, I really feel like you're going to be lacking the damage. Playing with an Io who's got a mech, and yeah, I feel like a lot of these movements coming out from Aster.Aries is inconsequential.
Seems like it might be a little bit too...
well by Fish King, just to scout out any sort of backstabs coming through from the Riki.
They're coming.
Oh lord, they're coming.
Fast enough. Xiangyu off to the right side. Nice jump once again onto the Lina. Butterfly Effect tries to get the jump away, but it's not going to matter with XWA into the middle. They've got the Supernova as well, and Chaos will break out, but it's going to favor Aster.Aries. Snapfire puts his body on the line to at least deal with the egg. I mean, he was going to die nonetheless, but it is still a 4-for-1 in exchange. Aster.Aries, like we said, no arena, no kisses. A very favorable fight for them. Ulu gets involved, and they're going to be able to get themselves a reward of a tier 1 tower as well off the back of the meta.
I mean, then they timed that perfectly as well. I mean, the arena came up just as that team fight was like midway, and by that point it was done already. You know, you had a great amount of vision being provided by Mercy with that observer ward being dropped. I believe it's just under the sentry range, but it was as the initiation was happening. So, you know, XWY, great jump in to be able to start things off, as you know, someone needs to...
Is this not fixed yet? What
no,
is...
I feel like it should be like a 1 second buffer, you know?
I don't know how this is not fixed yet, but anyway. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I just... do we feel like this Lina pick is like catching them off guard with how much the Riki's able to do? I mean, this is... I feel like Shang Tsu's like decision making in these fights to only go for Butterfly Effect has been perfect. We've seen no involvement in the Lina in these past 2 skirmishes, and is this kind of... yeah, they're kicking themselves with this Lina pick now?
I guess so. I mean, I think, what's he going for next? He's going for the Boots of Travel. I'm not sure if that's going to cut it, you know? Like, he needs more defensive items, and it could just be a 4-staff, because the thing coming through for Shang Tsu, is it coming on the Korean now? Yeah, he's got the shard, so you won't be able to, like, 4-staff him out of that cloud as well, and you'll absolutely be able to burst him down. So he needs some sort of save potential for himself. Like, your Scepter will save you for 2.5 seconds, but the cloud lasts longer than that.
So, I mean, yeah. I mean, you brought up the 4-star, so I guess that even involves the cookie as well for the Snapfire. So,
yep.
Yeah, and kind of speaking of some of the supports as well, we brought up how important it is for the DICE supports to get levels. Dude, Red Panda is level 11. Higher than the Gyro and the Mars, same level as the Storm and the Lina. That is incredible. Not only that, but has a lot of gold as well. And we see this is a hero that can really use gold to incredible value. I mean, I think the person in particular, when you look at kind of the Phoenix support players, is Cowrie, and how he just kind of rushes the Hex on his support Phoenix. So he's got the Aghanim Shard queued up. Hopefully for him, he's going to get the Shard from the Tormentor, which can kind of free that up to then be a potential Hex if he wants it. Yeah, I mean, I think there's even some... could consider something
I think
like
there's value in him just picking it up, right? Because then it's more likely to go over to a Dark Willow or to a Storm Spirit. I mean, there's no bad shards on Aster.Aries this game.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense then. Yeah. So I mean, this is one thing. I mean, as we go later in this game, you got to really, you have to take the supports into consideration now, because even, you know, Dark Willow, imagine, you know, 2 points in the Bedlam at an early stage with a Storm Spirit in, or a Ricky in as well. Like, this is a stupid amount of burst potential, and currently we are not seeing this this IO lineup really come into play. Like, what we've known from IO lineups is that you can open up the map and then you can start to suffocate the enemy team with just your potential of the +2 and getting relocate kills, and we have not seen that come into play once this game.
Gotta say, though, we did say this was the strong point coming through from Aster.Aries, right? We said 10 to 25 minutes. If they're not just absolutely crushing the early mid game, it would look pretty rough for them. And Gyro, he's only 300 gold away from picking up his Axe, so that's going to pick up his farming speed. He's already got the Crystallis. He's going into a BKB next. Probably going to go Satanic after that. Maybe Butterfly, but we'll see. But, you know, there's a lot more survivability coming through from him. You're obviously going to have the Lina. Maybe it's going to take another fight to lead Butterfly Effect to not go into the Boots of Travel and into something like that BKB or 4-staff or whatever it might be for himself, because he really just needs to enable his survivability a whole lot more. And, well, they were actually pinging out a few things towards this top side as well on iG.Vitality. It feels to me like they're ready for a smoke, kind of similar to what we saw come through from Aster.Aries previously. They recognized that there was no kisses, no arena, but now basically there's no Supernova, there's no Metamorphosis. It's time for them to make a play. Of course, the relocate available, so Gyro and Io can continue farming up. Maybe they put a little bit of pressure on mid, but it seems like they're backing up. I mean, there's no tier 1 tower to be able to play around with, so a bit of an odd space to be able to move through to. Seems like
it does look like
he's going to Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. So what do we make of the Ghost Scepter decision now?
It's fine to me. It might need to like speed up what they're looking to go for with Shang Tsung. Like, as soon as he sees that picked up, he's going to switch up this like Manta build and just go straight Nullifier, because he knows that it's going to be a great way to be able to counter it out.
So, and I guess another thing with the Ghost Scepter is that you do eventually want to build into the E-Bleed. So at least there's, you know, maybe some extra value of that instead of going for another item. I mean, I feel like you're going to want BKB nonetheless, and I still don't really think this is too bad of a 4-staff game, but you might just not have too much damage. He does have the Eye of his ear, so that with the 8th lens could be nice. I mean, you kind of want Ponyo to potentially help out with some of your mana issues, but at the moment this game's starting to slow down a little bit.
We talk about the impacts of some of these shards. I mean, we got pretty good shards on iG.Vitality's side as well. So I'm wondering how quickly they're going to be looking to move towards their Tormentor as soon as that 20-minute mark is up. I mean, with the change to the Laguna Blade providing the supercharge, it just basically makes her abilities deal 200 more damage.
Speaking of the Lina, just look at the damage they're able to do between these two heroes. There's nothing the Snapfire is going to be able to do. Just watches off for the side lanes to even try and relocate into the middle, because it's going to be up to the Mars to try and counter-initiate or catch up the Storm, and with the artillery getting raid down, they're going to be able to return fire, but still it leaves the Snapfire vulnerable, as Shang Tsung is going to be able to get a return kill, and now Zhang Yu as well is caught out of position. It'll be so much that he will not be able to handle. Red Panda level 12, 2 points up the Supernova. He did in fact buy out for the shard, so even though you lost XWY, it did not matter in the end. Aster.Aries find a 3-for-1, and now a tier 1 tower mid as well.
With an Arcane Rune as well on Ulu, so even if he does choose to pop the meta, it's not going to be on cooldown for anywhere near as long as it normally would. Right now, he's just conjuring as many images as he can to be able to take it out without even needing to use that huge tool. And I wonder if they're even going to consider doing Roshan. Just setting up for Ukyo as well? We'll see. Will he use the meta right at the very end of it? He does. Just wanting to get maximum value out of it. They are on the hunt. They'll take Ponyo. Obviously, they would have loved the gyrocopter, but this is the sort of thing where you just want a quick pick off into that next objective. And without an IO, you feel a whole lot weaker on this gyrocopter, who, like you mentioned, has fallen a little bit behind in terms of the levels.
Oh, it's going to go down so fast with the Ricky backstab too. This is... You give it to the Storm Spirit?
I think
right.
so.
I mean,
just because, like, you're not ready to go high ground yet, so I don't think there's too much value in Ulu picking it up.
6,000 net worth lead.
I mean, Butterfly Effect went back for the bots. So clearly they're just trying to like rat this map out somehow, but you really don't have the heroes to be able to do it, right? Like Ponyo and Ukyo, maybe just because you could relocate yourselves out in a pinch, but Lina, squishy as hell. Snapfire, squishy as hell with terrible mobility. Mars, maybe, but not until he picks up that BKB. I mean, that's going to be the big thing, right? If you're able to, on Xiangyu, get into that BKB for yourself, you can look to play pretty deep, and if they look to rotate multiple people for you, just BKB TP out. Right now, you're playing for your Gyro and Lina, and you're playing to avoid this Aegis timing that Aster.Aries have.
I don't know if this, I'm sure is not something in the back of IGV's mind, but something, at least for me, is that again, Aster.Aries, they've had a lot of difficulties with being able to close out games, especially in the Division 1 tours that they've been involved in, and even in that second game versus Xtreme, and I mean, even the first game, right, with the Ricky, they had a bit of a lead, so...
Okay, I don't mind. I'm in agreement with you as well. I think they really need to start trying to put it together a little bit more as... Ooh. They will avoid the Mars somehow. I mean, he's playing where he needs to be, right? Behind enemy lines, just picking up a lot of this cheap farm, let's call it. And he's probably going to look to cut the 21.5-minute wave just to be able to, again, slow things down a little bit. They'll still get a tower, and they'll still be in a position to be even yoink away that Wisdom Rune if they go up and check it now, which they will.
Do you relocate for this? Yeah, Ponyo's going to do it. Okay. Ricky's going to TP in. Ooh, all right, well, Ponyo's dead.
Tormentor as well. Easy money.
It's going to be 2 Tormentors probably in the end of it all, and you spoke about how, oh, please don't die.
You'll be fine.
Very close. There we go. XWY is going to be able to get the Aghanim Shard now for him to work with. And now it's going to be either the Dark Willow or the Terrorblade. Very interesting. What do you make of this new kind of Terrorblade Shard?
I think it's nice just to not feel completely useless when you don't have meta. So Demon Zeal just being on that much longer cooldown, but much longer duration, basically provides you a little bit of that like interim tool. So yeah, I like it. Nothing's ever as bad as the Disruptor Shard, even still.
That is true. That is a pretty abysmal shard. They're actually going to try and take a fight on IGV. Okay, so the Ricky's still separated from the team. Aegis in the hands for another 2 minutes. Oh, that's not the arena they're hoping for. The XWY is going to be able to get on top of Butterfly Effect and look at the damage they can pump out. No Lina to work with, and soon everyone else is going to be sent to the grave. Ukyo, it's an all-out retreat off the back of the BKB. Then meanwhile over to the left side, up into the triangle. They're going to be able to catch out Xiangyu as well. Red Panda. An exceptional game out of the Phoenix. Another solo Supernova for some of the kills. And, I mean, yeah, everyone hunting, Shang Tse. Able to get Ukyo.
He's underneath wards right now, though, so, I mean, not like it really matters, though. Still got this Metamorphosis for a little bit. Going to be forced to pop that tier 2 glyph as well. Should still, probably not take out the tower, but be enough to be able to get it low-ish. XWY just pushing in multiple lanes at once as well, so it's not the easy answer, and I feel like you've just gone way too greedy on Butterfly Effect. Yeah, Yule Scepter, Aetherlands, Boots of Travel, that provides you nothing in terms of survivability and sustain. Like a Yule Scepter really, it's nothing in the grand scheme of things, right? You've still got 1300 HP at 24 minutes into the game. Nowhere near enough.
Yeah, it had to get you kills in the early game and kind of help out with your farming with that mana regen, but it wasn't able to do that at all for Butterfly Effect. So you're not really going to have this Lina 2 kind of needs a snowball from what we've seen in the past with the Magic build, and now you're going to be potentially down a couple of extra members as well off the back of the smoke from Aster.Aries. IGV will get back to maybe the safety of their T2 tower, but as soon as they poke out like Butterfly Effect is doing,
yeah, it's a risky place to be in for sure. I mean, Storm still got 30 seconds on that Aegis, so I feel like he feels very comfortable to go for a dive in with his double damage to be able to force out. If there's anyone that's going to carry this game for them, it's Ukyo, right? It's still a pretty decent gyro game. You've got ways to avoid it for sure, just being stuck in the tricks, stuck in the Supernova. TB, of course, extremely high armor. Storm can just zip away. Willa can get in the Shadow Realm. So maybe actually he can't. Maybe he's just going to do no damage inside of a lot of these flak cannons.
Have to pull off something crazy if that's going to be the case for Ukyo, but at least now with the camp, you have enough gold for the Daedalus. You do have a fresh Skadi though. Of course, it's quite a Skadi game, minimizing some of the sustain from Ponyo. You're up against double range cores in the Lina and Gyro. A lot of extra value.
And I mean,
Hey,
you can nerf illusion heroes all you want. Naga and TB are still going to do exactly what we're seeing on the bottom side. Just cut waves without having any risk to your actual hero. And it means that, you know, you're losing a lot of gold off the back of a creep wave being hit under the tower. It also means that the tower is taking damage. It potentially forces a rotation to open up another side of the map. Illusions are always going to be strong in some capacity. Fly Effect just begging for any sort of stats. 50 gold away from an ultimate orb would be a nice start. Snapfire going for an E-Blade herself, and well, that's optimistic for sure.
yeah.
Considering the position that the game is currently in.
It's just, I mean, you gave a pretty perfect timing. We're what, 10 to 25, 10 to 20. And if you're able to accumulate such a net worth lead, then that timing is going to be able to continue with the enemy team not really being able to play the map. And we're seeing that be the case. You're just huddled together as four. And you've always got issues with these illusions. So Ukyo's going to show himself down bottom. It does really seem like maybe this game's going to continue to slow down until this next Roche, which a potential for it to be up in a minute.
The thing is, though, they can still just go on Aster.Aries, right? Like, they've reached really big peaks in their timings. Maybe just Storm wants this next wave. He wants his level 18, but he's got a BKB to be able to play around with. You've got level 15 on Red Panda, so it just takes so much to come. I mean, just compare the survivability of this Phoenix versus what the Lina has, right? Like, nearly double her HP. You've also got movement spells. You've also got a Supernova that allows you to, you know, just protect yourself, and a Glimmer Cape. Like, that is more... And honestly, even the raindrops is more than what the Lina has right now in terms of survivability. Red Panda's playing a phenomenal game, though.
First week Phoenix, and I definitely would say that they've kind of addressed it too, right? Like Gyro, Lina, Snapfire, but this is kind of the power of the Phoenix that if you are able to prioritize your own game a little bit, once you get levels and some gold, that Sun Ray is kind of a better ability than your Supernova.
Yeah, especially now, right? Now that it has the mischance component as well. I mean, against a gyrocopter, you're not just reducing one hero from taking damage. The flak cannon is going to reduce a huge amount with all the mischance coming through.
And we'll see if it's like, is it really going to be enough of a mischance, like a high enough percentage for Ukyo to consider about an MKB? So
I mean, you're against a Terrorblade, possibly. You might just be considering that anyway. They'll be able to yoink away another Wisdom Rune, it seems. There's scanning just to make sure that no one's in there. I mean, I'm sure they would actually have been happy if someone was in that sort of area. They want to find a pick-off. They want to open up the map so they can potentially take this tower. And look at that. It's Red Panda that ends up getting it for himself again.
Damn. They're going to smoke, but they're going to be a little bit too late. So yes, the Gyrocopter's been able to find farm, but all the other supports along with the cores are continuing to trail further and further behind.
Go on the Flame Cloak, it seems, on Butterfly Effect. So I don't hate it, as long as he's just like playing in the tree line and just playing the waiting game, basically. He's even got a Psychic Headband to be able to play around with. He just needs to be so patient in a lot of these fights. He needs both the Storm and the Riki to reveal themselves before he shows up at all.
Red Panda would be a nice pick. Butterfly Effect's going to reveal their positioning, though. Won't be able to catch up with the wave. They will get themselves set up for Roche. It is going to spawn down bottom, though. So this Observe Ward's not really going to pay off if they want to wait, but Aster.Aries feels strong enough to take the fight. Ukyo's going to position himself on the front. It's an early use of the BKB, and they're just going to retreat. wait out the duration, and look to go back in pretty shortly. What's the call from iG.V? You're down a big item. A cooldown's going to be used defensive, but again, the arena is off the mark, and it's disaster. There's nothing they can do now with everything used ineffectively. It's just another poor fight from the boys on iG.Vitality. As the Mars, with a fourth member sent into the grave, Butterfly Effect will survive, and they're going to call it, and it's just been all Aster.Aries from start to finish. An incredible game from them.
It has, and it's showing the difference between Div 1 and Div 2, right? Like, sure, iG.Vitality, they've looked a little bit more promising in recent times. They've had the addition of one of the main IG roster players coming down to help them a little bit in Changyu, but it really felt like this was the sort of thing that Aster.Aries were able to do in Game 2 against Xtreme Gaming, but they were able to convert on it. They were able to, have one extra hero to be able to play around with that Bedlam, and I think the lanes probably went a little bit better than they expected as well.
Yep, without a doubt. So it's going to be a lot of confidence for these boys as well, that they're able to close out a game where you have the lead. So very, very impressive performance from them as a whole. I wonder if we're going to actually even get some respect out of the Riki, and if it's potentially banned out in the next game.
I think you ban the Willow, not the Riki, just because, yeah, Riki is able to play alongside it, but I feel like the Willow enables the Riki so much more, and it was also able to play around the Storm Spirit too. So, I mean, we saw that top fight that ended up going so well for Aster.Aries. It was really off the back of a Bedlam on top of a Storm Spirit zipping into 4 people.
So, yeah, I agree. Would be interesting to see what it looks like then with Mercy getting banned out. I definitely think the supports as a whole were a pretty big reason why they're able to have a lot of success in this game. We brought it up multiple times, but just the fact that Red Panda kind of prioritized himself a lot, and really that was because you had a Terrorblade that was able to fall back and farm up in the jungle. So Red Panda could take the safe lane. Mercy got a lot of experience as well off the back of those kills. So was very impressed with what they're able to do. And I even want to sing praises for XWY, considering it's got to be said that Butterfly Effect, he had a very good lane. He even got a solo kill onto the Storm Spirit, but we still felt a lot of impact. Yeah, it is expected, but still nonetheless we still felt like a lot of impact out of the Storm this game. I mean, he finished at the end second highest in net worth.
We did indeed, and I mean, is Red Panda the MVP? I think he is.
I'm down to give it to him. I think he had a very good performance.
Yeah,
I feel cheesy giving it to a Riki.
I wouldn't feel cheesy just because we don't really see too much off-lane Riki these days, and he didn't die a single time, but I really feel like the amount of farm that Red Panda was able to get this early on, and even just like, let's say hypothetically, okay, here we go. The core favoritism comes through again. Even if the Lina did go for a bit more of like a right-click build, the Maelstrom style, the Phoenix would have countered that, right? As long as you're able to use that Sun Ray from afar, just catch it with the very tip, then obviously the right-click damage from both the Gyro and the Lina wouldn't have been anywhere near as effective.
Yeah, without a doubt. So game one's going to go the way of Aster.Aries. A good showing from them. We kind of brought up that maybe we'll see the Dark Willow potentially addressed in the next game. Is there any other suggestions? You even need to get rid of the Phoenix as well, potentially?
I don't think so. I think Phoenix is a hero that they're very capable of picking up themselves on iG.Vitality, and if you don't have these pocket strats to be able to play around the Dark Willow, just ban it. It just feels so easy, and with how many bans you've got in the first phase now, I feel like it's certainly a comfortable way to play.
Okay, so we'll see how they're going to look to try and shake things up for iG.Vitality. Even hopefully the Brewmaster gets through as well for Zhang Yu, so he's able to potentially play it. But I don't think we're going to see that, especially if you're wanting a game where they want to put him out of his comfort. I mean, he had his Mars, which is definitely very, very comfortable on, but as a whole, it just was not the game that they were hoping for from iG.Vitality. So at least so far, pretty good showing from Aster.Aries. They're able to showcase that yesterday they could fix some of the issues and come in with a different approach in this series as a whole.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we'll see if they're able to do it in game number 2. Time will tell. I'm keen to see some new pocket strats come through as well, but that'll need to come after the break, and we'll be back shortly.
Incredible showing from the boys on Aster.Aries gives them a game advantage. Denog, this is, I don't know what's going on. All the games we've got so far have been very, very one-sided. And I'm hoping that we can go to a game 3 because all our series so far that we've covered have been clean, quick 2-0s. I'm sure Aster.Aries and their fans are hoping for a quick 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, again, we were saying it before. It's like the Div difference, basically. Division 1 mid-table versus bottom of Div 2. But they've made changes is the thing. And I think they just got... Can you put everything onto Butterfly Effect that game? Just because I feel like he did the lane very well, as he always does, but that itemization was just not it. And I mean, part of it as well was just some of the really good decision-making by Aster.Aries as well, recognizing a big hole, a big weakness that they had, and just punishing it every single time. Riki, Storm, with the Willow Bedlam, they just made a dive and made sure that Lina was a non-factor in all these fights. We saw she was the last one that survived the last fight overall, but didn't even get a chance to pop her BKB just because of how quickly the fight went over and how big of an advantage Aster.Aries were able to take in that 10 to 25 minute mark that we were talking about. So I think Aster.Aries just played their draft. They did it quite effectively as well. And this time around, let's see what gets let through.
Radiant team ban.
I think the things that we were asking about was the supports ban in particular. Yeah, the Willow, I haven't brought up, does the Phoenix need to get banned out as well? So we will see. iG.Vitality going to be playing with first pick. So, of course, we're looking at Bat Riders, we're looking at Vengers. They want to go back for the Gyro. I don't know if Gyro is first overall pick material, maybe to close out the first phase, but...
Radiant team.
I wonder how much. You remember when I was going on that thing about like how does Gyro actually do damage with Flak Cannon? I wonder how much that was actually like in their thinking process, as opposed to just something that happened. Well, like if Gyro pops Flak Cannon against that previous draft, right? You all have ways to be able to either dodge it or heavily mitigate the damage. TB, tons of armor. Storm moves away, Riki goes in Tricks of the Trade, Willow goes in Shadow Realm, Phoenix can go either dive away or go into Supernova, and it does nothing, basically. So it feels pretty effective to be able to nullify all of that damage that basically you've pumped into one hero off the back of an IO, right? I doubt that was their thinking behind it, but I mean, if it was, they had plenty of chances to be able to come up with that sort of stuff because it was a first pick Gyro, right?
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, plenty of time to work it out. There's the Riki ban. Finding the Grimstroke, which is at least, while I was reading through patch notes, was a hero that I thought was going to be very strong. I threw a little bit of talk on Twitter as well while I was away. People were mentioning this Grimstroke hero, so I've been a bit surprised that we haven't seen it as much so far.
It's just more reliable, basically. That's the big thing with like Witch Doctor when it was being picked a whole lot more as well in recent times, is that the cask, so much more reliable with where the bounces are going, and you scale into the late game. Scaling late game has never been Grimstroke's problem. Soulbind, always going to give you a good amount of bonus. I think they fixed one of the bugs that happened with spell immunity with it, and the Dark Portrait against the right sort of hero can really punish. So what it does do is it means that Aster.Aries can now know, all right, well, we don't want to give them a hero that's just going to really benefit off the back of that Dark Portrait. So either an illusion hero like a Naga Siren is going to be very nice, or even something like, honestly, the Gyro or a Sven or something like that could be something that they're considering just because they rely on the Flak Cannon or the God Strength to really do the majority of the damage.
What do you feel like the big weaknesses are with the Grimstroke as a whole with this hero?
No escape potential. So if you get caught, you're done, basically. Previously, it was that you did have a quite weak... your stun was predictable with the Inkswell, but now you can actually just stop it whenever you want. And it means that you're able to... The comboing is easier. Same sort of thing with like when they introduced the stun bar over people's heads. Previously you could do it and, nothing's really changed, but it's just so much easier to do it. And in high stress situations like this, ease of execution is almost always going to win out.
Yep. Because I think I've always mentioned that I feel like Grimstroke does far too much with his toolkit. You've got wave clear and a nuke. You've got a silence, which is also a different silence compared to a lot of other things where you actually have to hit it. Where you, like address heroes like Timber and Tide, where we've even seen like a Ma has gone like a Manta on Timber to deal with it. You have a stun and does it still strong dispel the Inkswell with the Ag
I believe so.
I don't.
Yeah.
So and then you've got an ultimate that combines really well with single target and also is a mobility factor, minimizing that, and especially with heroes with BKB. But yeah, like you said, I mean, I guess
that's it.
Yes, that's a big thing. You're squish, you're very position based, and you don't particularly like to go into like 4 staffs because like kind of Shard and Eighth Lens and even Scepter is something you're considering. So, but I've always been like, I feel like this hero provides a whole lot.
And they do end up going with one of those Grimstroke counters, right? Like, you really don't care if Grims goes Aghanim Scepter this game, just because Gyro is going to pretty much avoid a lot of it. And it is still a very strong carry. The thing is now, do iG.Vitality say, you know what, Ukyo, you're a good Morphling player. We want to give you the goods to be able to take this one over.
5 seconds.
Not gonna count. You're not gonna block pick it. You got no bans now, so I feel like, yeah, you just wait till the 18th, and maybe they will pick some heroes to make it a little bit more annoying to play into a Morphling, but that's still very difficult to do because they don't actually have to pick the hero. So we'll see. Nonetheless, I think iG.Vitality will be considering about some heroes to get great usage out of the Inkswell though.
Give me a Beastmaster for this. I feel like against the Gyrocopter, the Hawks feel quite nice. Yeah, the Flak Cannon's able to deal with them somewhat, actually, so it makes it a little bit more challenging. But again, you just want that nice attack speed aura against a Phoenix. You're not going to get Terrabladed to be able to get that Inner Beast aura yourselves. And as always, you know, late-ish game, BKB, pop the Flak Cannon, just roar him, and then you end up being able to disengage somewhat. I think Beastmaster is obviously not as strong as it used to be, but I think it's one of those offlaners that you can fit into basically any draft.
Yep. I think maybe his lane is just a little bit stronger now with the change in the Hawk. That's it. I'm very intrigued on...
Against the Gyro, less so, right?
Yes,
like the big strengths of the Hawks is that they have pretty good magic resistance. It's like 30 going up to 60, but they've got pretty weak health. So if you're going up against a Gyro with Flak Cannon, then it becomes a whole lot more challenging because they're just going to die basically every single Flak.
Do you like the change to tag team? Passively granting the attack
It
slow
should
aura?
not passively do it. It should be when it's active. I think that's insane that it just always happens.
5 seconds remaining.
Still don't see much text, though, so maybe it's what they need. Yeah, was that strong enough for you? My attitude
sounded like why the hell is this a thing?
Yeah.
So
I was leaning against it. I'm like, why is this still up? Why is this doing it? I'm like, oh my god, it's permanent. I mean, we talk about the strength of trading, right? Add Tusk, I suppose, to that pool of Undying Rubik Venge.
oh.
I suppose they know that there's no supports coming through. No more supports, rather. And Darkseer, honestly, we've been seeing people first pick Darkseer without any cares in the world. This is also a bit of flex coming through, right? Of course, Fish King plays a very nice Earth Spirit, but Butterfly Effect could be the one to play it too.
Interesting that, yeah, like you said, Darkseer's kind of still getting first picked as well.
Yeah.
Considering I thought the hero was... it was nerfed a little bit. I didn't know if it was going to be enough for it still not to be first pick. I know people are still like banning it out there. We haven't personally seen it, but I've seen a lot of first phase bans and the like.
Picked a lot more in
other
Europe.
regions. Yeah, that's the thing. So, okay, iG.Vitality, they're going to go down the Faceless Void route. So, of course, one of the better ways to deal with the Darkseer with the time dilation, which is always going to be nice. I mean, Chrono as well against the Gyro can be very, very frustrating. Very similar to like a way to Enigma Black Hole to address the Gyrocopter, who often likes to stand as a blockade in the middle, and when you're unable to right click, it can be a bit frustrating. Now you can address that with like a Scepter Satanic build, and especially if you're able to pop Satanic before the Chrono comes out. Sometimes you're able to stay alive, but it is a pretty decent matchup for the Faceless Void as the game goes on.
I feel like they still want to run this Razor mid though. I know you're going up against the potential for it being like a mid Earth Spirit, which of course has a lot of mobility. You can look to get away from static link, yada yada yada, but it really just is something the Butterfly Effect plays a fair amount. And I'm kind of wanting to see something like oh no, they've banned out the Doom. I was about to say it would have been a good Doom game for iG.Vitality to be able to play around with.
Can you, I know you mentioned like potential Razor mid, can you even see still like Razor going off lane and pairing it up with the Tusk? Sounds like that could have a decent amount of kill threat.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's totally fine as well. But
5 seconds
just in terms of
remaining.
like player to hero comfort, I would say Butterfly
Sure.
Effect is a little bit more comfortable.
Yep. Overall, what do we feel like they're lacking then on iG.Vitality that they need to kind of solve with this last pick?
They got okay team fight. Maybe the stun aspect is a little bit lacking right now. So something that provides a bit more team fight control to enable the Razor outside of the Tusk. I mean, it puts a lot of pressure right now onto Fish King to land like the perfect shards, the perfect snowball, the perfect punch. And as well, just something that's able to use the Inkswell a little bit more effectively than a Razor. Like Razor doesn't want to be right on top of a unit. You want to be like that teasing distance, I guess.
Yeah, I completely agree. So I think you're looking at some heroes like Ember Spirit, for example.
If you are working,
yeah. If you look, I mean,
10
I know
seconds remaining.
you're kind of like the Marcy mid, but I don't think China really run it. I believe it is also.
we've seen offlane
hero, I think.
We've seen offlane Marcy, yeah.
Yeah. So I was, exactly right. I was just trying to remember if it was one of his heroes that he was felt pretty comfortable on. And I think it was. Where do they go? Lash. Oh, it is a butterfly effect hero. Kind of intrigued. It doesn't particularly take the role of. I mean, maybe go like yours, Blink, like we saw. I think it was Dark Margot, maybe the major, or I think it was a major that he kind of liked that build a little bit more. Instant response with the Ember too from Aster.Aries.
Okay. I mean, the thing is, I was looking at, all right, well, they don't have amazing catch right now outside of the Faceless Void, right? So what are you going to be able to do to be able to counter that? Ember Spirit, the lane isn't going to be amazing against Butterfly Effect, but I think it's going to be fine enough, and they just want more things to be able to play around with the Ion Shell. So XWY is going to be benefiting off the back of that. His main role is going to be finding that cheeky little Ponyo and looking to try and take him out of the equation.
Do we get another 2-0 Danog?
I don't know. I don't hate iG.Vitality's draft. It gave them more control. It gave them more front line. You've got another pick. Don't raise your eyebrows at me. You've got another target for the Inkswell outside of the Tusk and the Razor, and now you've got the Leshrac as well. I think the lane should go fine enough. I think it's going to come down to the itemization again. I don't want to see the full-on greed that they had last time. What do you think? I know you.
So it's going to be 2-0. I prefer that series. Game, it just looks clean. You have some nice Iron Shell carriers. You've got some nice playmaking potential that doesn't need ultimates. Then you've got really good team fight with Egg, with Wall, with the Earth Spirit, which looks very devastating. The thing is, I feel like
Mercy can get countered, right? Like if he needs to land his rolls, because early on, if it's not level 4 and he rolls in, you're just going to get demolished by tag team. You're going to get demolished by Leshrac AoE. You're going to get demolished by a static link onto you. And there's nothing that you can do about it. So I think the potential is there for Aries to absolutely stomp this game. Not you, the team. But I think there's also potential for a couple of misplays to happen and potentially that to lead a slightly greedier iG.Vitality draft to a win, which would bring us to a game 3, which I know you would be happy about.
I would like a game 3. Yes, I would. Look
at this full wraparound as well.
Even besides a game 3, I would like a close game.
True.
So we get one.
Not a 25-minute GG. Is that what you're saying?
No. I feel like we've gotten a lot of those currently so far in the.
We've had 3 today. Let's be real.
Yeah. And we kind of had 3 yesterday too.
Mm-hmm. And then I had the one that I cast with Peacock.
Yeah, I saw that game. Yeah.
Ooh, I'm liking that trail that the Faceless Void Mace is leaving as he does we're past a 360 now. 1080. Keep going. Oh, he's going back the other way to stop himself being dizzy.
The battle begins.
All right, let us see what we have in store for us for our second game. No crazy shenanigans to start. It's just going to be a trade with the bounties, 2 for 2. We did see that previously mid lane was much more favored for Butterfly Effect. Definitely do not think it's going to be the case this game as a whole. Both should be able to find their farm. See what they're going to be able to do as a result of that. think the supports were a really pivotal reason why Aster.Aries were able to have a lot of success in that last game. So again, they're both going to be relying on a lot of levels. We'll have to kind of keep tabs on if they're able to get a lane to be able to farm for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Also just keeping track of, I mean, like every single flat cannon, they're always just going to be pressured out by Ulu here. Missed one last hit, but won't miss more than that. And the thing is, like, you're going this tag team early on to be able to obviously just get that passive aura slow. I wonder if it's just going to be level 1 that he puts it into, because it really is important that you're enabling this Razor off the back of the Snowball and the Ice Shards. I'm really expecting to see a 1-1-1 come out from Fish King. Even just the damage output is going to be amped up eventually as well once you get into the level 6 on the Razor.
Yeah.
Some armor reduction, going to buff up the tag team.
The Fire Spirits does feel kind of annoying in this bottom lane, right? For Fish King.
Oh yeah,
just because
Again, it's that roller coaster, right? It's going to go back and forth the other way. Tusk has slightly lower cooldowns to be able to play around with, so he can look to be getting up in his face. You can see he's down for a brawl, got the Ring of Protection, got a Blood Grenade, got a Fairy Fire, and I think he's just constantly going to be looking at Fairy Tangos through to himself and Razor as well. Mid lane, there's a lot of action going on as well. XWY and Butterfly Effect both playing on the edge. Not too much mana to be able to play around with here on Butterfly, but he's got the bottle.
It was looking like a pretty good start, even though, I mean, the CS is favoring the Ember at the moment. Butterfly Effect was putting a lot of pressure on, but should be offset now with the water runes for them to work with. So, and of course, meanwhile, our last lane up top, like we were saying, I mean, the Faceless Void is a really nice pick to be able to play into the Darkseid with the time dilation, but might be able to get aggressive pretty surely. I think maybe next level potentially for Ponyo and Ukyo. There might be some kill threat, but really impressed with what Aster.Aries are doing. They're just dragging the wave and making sure they kind of play off the usual mark in this off lane.
Slightly off the mark there as well, though. But I mean, it goes either way, right? Even just Grimstroke against the Darkseid can feel all right. You know, you want to make sure you're getting that big stroke of fate onto whichever creep is Ion Shelled, means you're able to clear it out easier, means that the Darkseid's farm is going to suffer as a result. Of course, double melee into a Faceless Void with double Ion Shells always feels good, especially if he's going to try and go a bit greedier. Time Warp still quite a long cooldown at level 1.
Overall, I've got to say, probably everyone's pretty happy with the start that they've gotten so far inside this game. I mean, maybe, I was going to say maybe Darkseid would like a little bit. Yeah. But you think Razor should have a little bit more CS than what
Tiny
currently
bit
does?
more, I think.
Okay.
You know, just because you are being enabled by a hero like the Tusk, that does allow you to potentially get a bit more active, right? The Ice Shard's just a 23-second cooldown versus the Icarus Dive, which has a 36. So, you know, there is that 13-second window where you can look to potentially make a play happen. Hasn't happened just yet. We've got boots coming out, though, for the Razor soon, I believe. So maybe they are looking to make a sort of play once he's picked that up.
No, it's going to be a first blood, whether it was on the Lesh or the Tusk. No way someone else. So no way none of them were not going to end up going down, especially with the build from XWY going for 2-3 build. No points up in the Flame Guard. Was able to get that Water Rune as well off the back of the kill. So he's off to a good start. He's going to be going down that Orbit Corrosion. What do you kind of make of the 2 points in the chains? I know we see sometimes with like a Mirana in your team, you'll even put like 1 point, maybe a second point in the chains, but no points Flame Guard this game. What do we think is the reasoning behind it?
He's helping his brother out, you know. His name is Inai, the Ember Spirit. I might be wrong, though. But Earth Spirit, Cowlin, I mentioned how important it is for Mercy to make sure he's landing a lot of those rolling boulders. And, you know, a couple of extra points in the Searing Chains helps him out with that.
Are we then looking of a rotation pretty shortly from Mercy to play mid?
I would imagine so. I mean, they've got a lane in a pretty decent spot right now for Darkseid to be able to pick up farm fairly safely. He's already got the Ring of Health, so he's not in too much danger. And you've also got the 6-minute mark coming up in 50 seconds. So really wouldn't surprise me to see Mercy make that sort of move happen, especially with how low Butterfly Effect is right now. One thing holding them back, though, is XWY not having a lot of mana, though.
gonna say, how close is he to 6 to maybe make a trip back to base and freshen up? He's gonna be in a lot of danger. Nice attempt with the snipe, but it's gonna be off the mark thanks to the reuse of that split earth butterfly effect. Kill goes to the creeps, unfortunately. Still, the gold's gonna be split nonetheless. A much needed kill as well.
I mean, the important thing is, as well, is I feel like the Grimstroke can just look to hang around here. Might be able to get a stack off if he really wanted to on that hard camp, but going to be on dewarding duty instead. And then, yeah, just look to secure one of those power runes. Mercy's doing it for the top side, but it's just going to be a little bit too late of a movement to be able to help out his brother.
He might even get the kill into Red Panda. Both supports looking to act as a blockade for the Phoenix to potentially move on over down to secure with the power rune. It will spawn up top. Of course, they're going to get the kill and the bounty along with that. Nonetheless, XWY has a haste rune now to work with.
I mean, that's the sort of thing where it's just a little bit of luck coming into the equation, right? You get a Phoenix kill, but at what cost? It means that the Leshrac needs to go all the way back to base. It means that I wouldn't be surprised if they started to fortify just before this creep wave even gets under the tower. But it looks like Lesh will be able to get back in time to be able to avoid too much damage. It's a deep dive,
Very good roll. Let's see if they're going to be able to punish this. Even Tusky's looking to try and TP in. And they will do so. Ponyo might go down off the back of the haste. Simultaneously, there's a snowball trying to catch Red Panda, but he's able to get the dive away. So, haste used and unable to get the kill into the Grimstroke.
And with that, Pulse Nova picked up. Going to be able to deal with the siege creep as well. So, not a lot of damage done into the tower. Will be able to just get away. Mr. Maroon being scanned right now, and Ponyo, he is making a beeline for it, making sure that he's able to yoink that one away. Gonna walk into the creep wave, but he's got the TP available. He doesn't care. This is just playing the long game.
Oh no. Alright, he's probably gonna get the kill. Okay, I thought XWY was gonna TP in and not even get the kill into Ponyo, but
he's got to make sure that he's holding onto that chains, though.
I see a Chronosphere up to the north. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Shang, sir. So, alright, beautifully done. It's recognizing the Darkseer was left alone, and simultaneously Ponyo was still able to TP out. Nothing the Ember was able to do. Bottom lane now, Ulu's getting dived as well. John Yu, with the help of Fishkin's, able to secure the kill. So, couple of good sequence of events. Tusk will still go down. Phoenix going to TP in just the nick of time to be able to take some of the experience. Is he going to have the damage to the Razor, though? 3 points Fire Spirit along with the Blood Grenade. Red Panda is going to be forced to dive away under the threat of the Eye of the Storm to secure the kill.
I was thinking maybe he might still consider it. Got to be careful with that Gyro Courier as well. Just gets sniped by the Creep Wave. But yeah, I mean, that's really the sort of play that I was expecting to happen a little bit sooner in the lane, right? That's why I thought the Razor might be a bit dissatisfied with how the start of the game had gone. Still sitting about 900 gold behind Ulu right now, but I'm really expecting to see him and Fish King make a lot of rotations through to be able to land kills like that back to back to back.
Okay, Red Panda. Okay. Never mind, I'm just going to farm up a little bit of the jungle. So even game currently, even though the kills are kind of favoring iG.Vitality at the moment, what are we expecting to... Do you feel like lanes are going to continue to dissolve, or do we need to wait to this next power rune and then there might be some plays on the side lane? As soon as I say that, though, Aries looks to go for a double smoke.
I mean, they know there's no Chronosphere, right? That's the big thing. You always want to be worried about that turnaround potential to come through. They are still lacking in that ability that's going to keep them locked in place to get benefit out of the Leshrac damage, out of the static link, and nice little dodge there by Ukyo being able to move down towards the bottom side. I'll take the tower with the rest of the boys so that now you actually have people right there to be able to help. They don't need to wait for any sort of TP timings to come through from the team.
If they're going to be able to defend this, Mercy will TP down. Still don't have the level 6 on the Phoenix. He's going to come through the portal. Tower is falling pretty fast. Someone's going to need to react. Mercy wants to start into Ponyo. Gonna try and take the Grimstroke out. It's a decent chunk of damage onto Zhang Yu as well. We'll take the Razor out of the equation now, with the wall getting used too. This is going to be all favoring Aster.Aries. They bring every single member, all the resources used to be able to defend the tower. It still does go down nonetheless. Even XWY's got a triple commit with the Remnant. Doesn't have enough mana for the chains. Will be back up thanks to the one usage. Even as Ulu looking for the backstab as well, with the core down placed. Butterfly effect tries to turn and get the kill, but the Supernova is going to stop him short. So in the end, 4 kills will go the way of Aster.Aries. Relentless pressure for them to deal with the Disco Pony.
I have to wonder if, like, this is iG.Vitality's time to be able to make something happen. Probably around that mid lane, right? Because it's unfortunate that you lose 3 heroes down bottom. You end up getting 1, I believe. But you get the tower. That's the important thing. And you really just need to make sure that you're preventing Ulu from having this space to just sit back and farm on the bottom side. Now he's forced to take some of these camps. And you got to try and punish this as much as possible. Like, you don't have the Supernova, you don't have the wall, you don't have the call down, and Earth Spirit is nowhere close to his Magnetize as well. So now's the time for you to be playing aggressively.
And they're going to do just that. What a great read for them. Over to Ulu's triangle. Should be able to get the kill before the reinforcements show up. And they're not even going to try and make the attempt as well. So we'll slow down that Gyrocopter's farming progression.
It will, but Ulu did the right thing in immediately taking that sort of stuff. He realized that they weren't strong enough to be able to fight right then, and if they were able to make that rotation even just 10 seconds earlier, they couldn't because they were respawning. But if they were, they would have not only got that gyro kill, but they also would have gotten a tower. I think they need to back off for now, but every second that just ticks by, I mean, Wall of Replicas back up, cooldown's up in 5 seconds, Supernova's up in 30, and Red Panda, he's level 7, so he's got that Fire Spirit's maxed out now. Lots of damage for them to have to contend with. Even just giving Mercy a little bit of that farm, wanting to make sure he's got his level 6 available.
Do you feel like there's much of an item build change when you're playing an offlane Razor compared to like a mid or a 1 Razor?
Not particularly. I mean, maybe you just want to stay in lanes a little bit further and like force attention towards you.
Are they going to get this kill? XWY should be able to be okay, I believe. Leash will now be out. They're still going to actually try and turn. Mercy's going to be on the mark with the kick onto Ponyo. And XWY is still sticking around to try and output some of the spellers. They're going to be cautious though of the bubble. And they'll pay accordingly.
It went over from the Grim onto the Faceless Void at the end of it all. So he ends up getting stunned up by old mate Buster. Our favorite cosmetic.
Yes, yes. I only asked that because I think it does look like Zhang Yu on the Razor's going for kind of the stock standard 1 Razor that we've seen. Mask of Madness, BKB. See what's going to be the other decision for him afterwards.
I think you've just got a lot to be able to enable you, right? So I think this is the sort of game where, kind of similar to what we see from, let's just say Amar, right? Like they play pretty heavily around him in whatever team he's on. You've got a Tusk to enable you, both with the tag team to be able to buff up your right clicks, as well as Snowball and Ice Shards to enable that static link to always be effective. Same sort of thing with a Chronosphere, right? You've got a scaling Faceless Void, sure, but look at this. This will be a huge Chrono.
Roll in, but they're going to be setting up for the Chronosphere as Ukyo connects onto 3. Darkseid ran in, but he got the pipe. As long as they get the health mitigation, they're going to be able to turn it back around. As with the Wall of Replicas going to tear them apart with all the illusions as well. I mean, they tried to commit on Zhang Yu, running to the opposite side of the river, but now he has buried himself his own grave, and they're going to fight the 5-man wipe in the end. Red Panda, I mean, we're saying his praises a lot in game 1. He's 4-1-4, gets the triple kill as well on the Phoenix, so he's off to another incredible start.
Nearly able to land that Chronosphere onto the 3rd. The Darkseer ends up walking into it, but like you said, they just survived for long enough with that extra pipe usage, even just the passive AoE coming through, as you see a bit of a replay come through here. Good positioning coming through, but they were just able to land absolutely everything that they wanted, and then the follow-up damage coming through. Great vacuum back into the wall, allowing Red Panda's Sunray to just absolutely tear a hole through them.
This is scary if you're already seeing the teamfight prowess that Aster.Aries has. It's only going to get more difficult as this game goes on, and especially with some of the auras that are continuing to be worked on from Shang-Chi as well. So we just mentioned the pipe is even going to be going to a Crimson Guard too. So, like, what are you considering next here for the Darkseer? We're looking, I don't know if like a late game Greaves, like 3rd item Greaves has too much value. Are you looking at like a Shivas, a Hex? Like, what is kind of the progression that we can expect out of him this game?
I wouldn't hate the Greaves just to be able to get rid of the time dilation on himself. Obviously, the heal component is nice, but that's the main thing for mine, is they're looking to get a bit of a freebie, but who's going to get what?
Now with the Supernova, it's going to prove to be a bit of a messy fight as they'll deal with the egg, but the cost is just far too dear.
I mean, it's once again a nice roll coming through from Mercy, right? Enabling a lot of these kills as Butterfly Effect. Have you hung around a little bit too long? I think you might have,
That
my
he
man.
has. Oh no, I mean, he's got Ponyo nearby to maybe dissuade the Bloodstone. Is still not complete. He needed one more component. Now Ponyo reveals himself, and there's nothing that's going to stop them from chasing Kim down.
We gotta say, I was saying he needed to be on point with a lot of these rolls, and he has been. You know, just landing roll after roll after roll, and you can afford to like throw them out occasionally if you're playing alongside these heroes like the Phoenix, who's a big damage mitigator, not just with the Fire Spirits, but also with the mischance from the Sun Ray, and then of course the Darkseer as well. You know, if you're in the middle of things with an Ion Shell on you, you're still dealing damage, even if you didn't land your stun or everything like that, and you've got now the auras to be able to play around with as well, and he's got a Vessel coming out through. We saw Red Panda have the Spirit Vessel last game. Doesn't need to, so he's just going straight into a Scythe of Vice this time around, and I could honestly see it going into like a Shiva's Guard if it gets late enough for that. Pretty good Shiva's game.
I really thought this was going to be a bit more of a slower Roche, but I'm actually quite surprised at how fast they're doing it.
Wonder how much of it is just the fear factor of taking it before the Tusk has the ability to do it. Of course, Tag Team, one of those great abilities that enables you to take Roche a little bit faster than usual.
And I mean, you maybe even wanting to force a fight. I guess the ultimates are on cooldown, so maybe not right now, but you know, we have seen, though, a lot of the 5v5s are continuing to favor Aster.Aries, and I mean, can you see if that's going to change anytime shortly? Because it's not really like iG.V have an offlaner that's able to build this utility like the Darkseer.
No, I mean, the big timing for them is going to be this double BKB coming through from the Razor and the Faceless Void. They're about a recipe or so away on both of them. You've also almost got a Blink Dagger on the Tusk, Grimstroke going into the Aghanim Shot. So you've got a lot of power spikes coming for iG.Vitality in, like, let's say 3 minutes time, back when it's during the daytime, maybe where they're able to make a little bit more of those jumps a bit more effectively with that extra vision that it provides, because that's probably the big strength that they have, just the ability to, like, guaranteed stun someone. You know, the Rolling Boulder is still not a guarantee. Mercy's been on point so far, but Tusk, Blink, Walrus Punch into Snowball, that is guaranteed.
Yes. Well, we're going to have to see that along with some of the potential out of the Faceless Void. A big difference now as well with Butterfly Effect. I mean, level 12, so extra damage with the Pulse Nova. You got that Bloodstone now. See how much extra the Sustain is going to prove to be.
Still has to worry about the Spirit Vessel, of course, but again, you're going to have the Aghanim Shard on Grimstroke, so Ponyo's got to make sure that he's placing that onto Butterfly Effect every time for the strong Dispel component, plus the additional heal that it provides him.
Oh, Mercy. An aggressive roll onto the Faceless Void without the BKB yet completed, but the save from Tusk was just there fast enough to disrupt them. So gets the Void out, Ukyo will live, but unfortunately Fish King to put his body on the line for that.
You're very happy with giving up your life for the Faceless Void though, right? You can't just delay this BKB timing too much longer.
Ulu? They're pretty active here, but he knows the boys are starting to swing down to bottom as Butterfly Effect's going to try and turn. A decent chunk of damage, but now with the Bloodstone active already used, he's very vulnerable. As Ulu's going to be amped up, surged on forward. Another death onto Butterfly Effect's last track. 4 deaths this game.
I love how they're making the most out of this this Aegis timing, right? They know that they're strong. They know that iG.Vitality are going to hit their timing very shortly. And this is even without a BKB on Ulu. He's got it coming out on the Courier right now. And they're looking to take away this area for the Tier 2 bottom tower. Maybe yoink away a Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune for themselves as well. Gotta be very careful about popping the Glyph too early on because, I mean, again, they're just going to absolutely run through you with the remaining 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. So hit up onto the level 15 as well, so an extra 3 flak cannon attacks too for Ulu.
Just continuing to sweep across the map. Off to the left they go. iG.Vitality grouped up around the ward. See how they're going to be able to take the team fight though. Butterfly Effect's going to lead the charge. We get a glimpse of anyone just yet. They'll surely scout out Mercy and they're probably going to have to leave him.
mean, they need to back off for a little bit. Just wait for this. They know they've got the vision advantage, and now it's back in daytime. So again, you've got the Blink Dagger on the Tusk. He's looking to try and make that opening. Still 5 seconds on the Walrus Punch, though.
Olu, do you really want to force a fight without the Earth Spirit? Make it back into the river. Early BKB out of Zhang Yu. It's a pretty decent Cronus feed, but the simultaneous Supernova. Is it going to be enough to be able to keep them alive throughout the duration? Mercy's going to be back in with a roll as well. It's chaos, and it's not going to favor Dire as they can look to clean up. They've stayed alive long enough, but the Magnetize is slowly ripping them apart, and Mercy once again rolls onto the backline, and Ulu can chase down Ponyo. It was a decent start. You drained all the damage out of the Gyro. It was a great chrono, but Mercy's buyback was huge.
It was an alright chrono, but he caught like 3-4 members of his team inside of it as well. So they were just sitting ducks once it expired. You had Red Panda once again off to the sidelines with his Sun Ray, just absolutely tearing them a new one. Look at the damage overall from the fight.
Yeah.
He did the most damage for his team on that Phoenix by far.
Damn, I thought it was the Earth Spirit was doing all the damage, and no, like you said, yeah, Phoenix. I mean, and this is kind of one of the nice things with your counter to the Chronosphere. If you do not get caught, we're gonna see it inside the fight. Like you said, you clip almost every single one of your teammates. They just got burnt to a crisp.
Yep. I'm a big Dragon Ball Z fan. This was Piccolo with a special beam cannon just ripping through 4 different heroes, absolutely ruining them, and it basically turned out as well for IG.Vitality as it did for Piccolo's opponents. I'll shoehorn a Weeb reference in any chance I can get. You know me.
I'll nod my head and say, yes, I agree.
Bro, DBZ is entry-level Weeb, all right? I don't want to hear it.
Yes, sir. Go Weebs, go Piccolo!
Shut up.
See? Woo, Piccolo! Is that Naruto?
Oh my god. I told you what it was. It's Dragon Ball Z, bro. You'd like it. There's a lot of big buff men in it. You'd like it.
Big buff? Wow, what are you trying to say?
I'm saying you like the shit. A lot of people use Goku as like lifting inspiration.
Yeah. My dude's kind of jacked.
Yeah, you gotta eat big, lift big, and sleep big.
Okay, the three things, the three traits I need.
Yeah.
3 tenants, all right. I'll write them down after this. I'll make sure I don't forget. iG.V. Looking for a smoke of the defense of the T2 tower, though. A little bit too late, though. Liddy's a backup. They're separated too. XYW has a remnant to rejoin the team.
You have to catch Red Panda. You have to.
And they're going to try.
They might have done it. Ooh.
Gets the dive away. It's an early use of the Supernova, so not one that's going to have as much value as we saw last fight. This could be the opening now if Ukyo can get a multi-man Chrono. He's going to try and jump in. They do get the BKB out of the Gyrocopter. They want to turn to deal with the Phoenix, but the Darkseer is mitigating all of the damage. It's going to be up to the Leshrac now to enter the fight as Ulu's in danger. They won't have the Gyro. Maybe XWY can turn the tides, but that's not going to be enough. As finally, IG.Vitality, they did get the Phoenix, but they forced out an early Supernova that didn't really turn the tides and give them a whole lot to take that team fight in the end.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have to use a buyback on the Tusk, but I think you're generally okay with that, right? You take out the highest net worth hero in the game, in the Gyrocopter, and you just see how important it is for Red Panda to be in the right position. He's been on point for the majority of this game. Still does a lot of damage, for sure, in these team fights just by existing, basically. And he's nearly even got the Scythe of Vice finished up for himself as well. But he is target #1 for IG.Vitality every single time. And, well, Fish King was able to scout him out, and it enabled that Chronosphere plus the static link onto the Gyrocopter to just really take away any hope of Aster.Aries from taking a continuous fight.
Which is going to continue to be the recipe of success for them. I mean, Razor vs. Gyro has always been a very annoying matchup for the Gyrocopter, so Zhang Yu's able to continue to get that link. If you're able to continue to minimize some of the effectiveness out of Red Panda, which now having the Hex, do you think he needs to consider something like an Aeon Disc just to help with his survivability?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no, like he just doesn't want to be caught, period. Like, as long as you can avoid that, his positioning has been good enough to be able to just have a huge impact in these team fights. He is the most important hero in this game, and he has been for the past 10 minutes.
They've got a greater healing Lotus as well. All right.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can
We'll
feed
see
it
another
over
smoke.
to someone else as well. I mean, he's been playing so well. I wouldn't be surprised if he like Icarus dived, healed someone else with the healing Lotus, and then still got out to be able to Sunray him. That's how well he's playing.
Butterfly effect. Here's the Hex reveal. Does have Fish King behind him.
Nice.
Good timing out of the snowball, stops the roll. They're going to be able to play accordingly. Chrono's still down for another 15 seconds. What is the damage? They go straight to the egg. The snowball sets it up perfectly. Meanwhile, Mercy, long distance
mercy.
roll, clips him on the edge as Ulu rewarded with the double kill. And they can maybe put some pressure onto the tier 3 tower. They got a catapult wave mid.
It's getting a bit tiring, Red Panda. You're just too good. And now he's even tankier, right? Like, he knows that he's the main priority at level 15, gets the plus 500 HP talent. He's got a dragon scale to be able to play around with. He's not right-clicking that much. He's just making sure that he's not dying to this Faceless Void inside of the Chronosphere.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All you need is that, like, split second to be able to get off a bunch of abilities, and then you're good.
Do you like this mantle on the Void?
What's he got it for? Get out of the chains, get out of the fire spirits, get out of the silence from the Earth Spirit, I guess?
Has fallen.
I don't know. I mean, he's got the BKB already to be able to dodge out a lot of that. I feel like they just don't want to run out of juice, basically, at the end of a lot of these engagements, right?
Yeah.
Love the use of the new smoke, by the way. Smoke on 4. You were revealing in the lane, of course, on the Razor. Then he just backs off and joins the rest of the boys. Got a Yule
Mercy's
Scepter
up.
coming through for Mercy as well. Nice way to be able to remove that Inkswell.
This is pretty important that IGV are actually going to control the area first. They need to drop wards so before the smoke pops. They're going to be a little bit too late to do that. They will see Ulu inside the lane, but an early jump onto the Grimstroke for they get a pick off and get the numbers advantage, but still Ulu's in some danger with a Chrono from Ukyo, clipping onto 2, but once again with the BKB, is it going to be enough to keep Ulu alive?
Satanic.
It doesn't look like it is, but it'll turn. Satanic alive still after fallen. Where did they all just go? 5 here. What?
They got out of
They
these
called
qualifiers.
it.
That's where they went. Oh, just the healing coming through. He had everything on him, right? He had the Pipe of Insight, he had the Lotus Orb, he had the Crimson Guard, and he had a Sunray. Once again, healing him through. You also have to remember, there's that mischance coming through as well from the Phoenix, from the Sunray and Red Panda. This man, I said he should have got MVP last game. He's getting MVP this game. No questions asked for me.
What's going on, man? What is this game over? Like, this game really over? I don't know.
You just didn't want another 25, 27-minute game.
Well, I
you're a
didn't,
little
but
bit
like, is
biased.
this game like this is your elimination game, man. You
Yeah.
lose this, you're out of TI qualifiers.
Yep.
Like, is this game truly over? We've seen people play like 40k down 0%. Like, I'm very surprised they tapped out of this game, but
I'm surprised they tapped out as well, but we know that making it to TI isn't all about, and doing well at TI isn't all about your individual mechanical skill. It isn't all about the drafts. It's about the mentality as well. And honestly, if you're GGing out at this point, maybe you don't have the mental to be at TI or to go further in these qualifiers, right?
yeah, I mean, I'm showcasing the gameplay, at least. If it's not going to be the mental, then it's going to be the gameplay as a
special
whole.
beam cannon, let's go.
Bean cannon, woo, Piccolo, woo, bean cannons, woo, weebs. Very good performance. Aster.Aries definitely making amends of their previous performance versus Xtreme Gaming yesterday. A quick and easy 2-0 from them.
Not too many surprises in these qualifiers, we gotta say. You know, a lot of, I guess the biggest one was Bright, right? Scaring Azure Ray was the biggest one for mine. And, you know, there was a little bit of fear in this, but just look at the Satanic healing coming through. Once again, Red Panda is just on a tear, man. What can you do? Honestly, you were asking, like, do you get rid of the Phoenix? I was like, Dark Will is a bigger deal. No, get rid of the Phoenix. You've got so many bans to do it in the first phase. You've got to do it. Like, it might not be the broken hero of the patch, but the way that Red Panda plays it, it's worth a respect ban for sure.
And this was a hero we were bringing up right earlier on when we were speaking about Red Panda. Like you were saying, like you wanted to see the Brewmaster. This is something that he was his staple a couple of years ago when he was playing it as a 5 and not a lot of other people were. And we also brought up, like, as a whole, he really likes position 5s that have team fight. We brought up the Phoenix as an example. Even before the series started, we saw in both games they were first picked, and Red Panda just had so much value overall through this series. So I think that their next opponent is going to very much need to look at that. I mean, their next opponent, it's going to be Team Zero, right? In low bracket round 3. So that is definitely going to be a more difficult opponent. I keep
close.
Yeah, I don't know.
The copium.
I don't know if I'm coping. Yeah, I really don't know if I'm coping right now. I thought iG.V were going to be a more difficult opponent, but not to be for them. This new team, they got obliterated 2-0. No messing around from Aster.Aries today.
And that'll be tomorrow, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, it's the third series tomorrow is when that one's going to be played. And I mean, we saw Ice. He played a great Phoenix as well. So I'm keen to see how the draft is going to go for that matchup in particular. Is it going to be whoever has, is this the sort of game where you actually want first pick just to see who can get the Phoenix potentially? See, if the enemy team is actually going to ban it out or if it's going to be let through. Time will tell. But we're going to say goodbye to another member of these Chinese qualifiers, just the third, I believe, so far.
Yep. That it does. They're getting rid of the weaker teams so we can have some more exciting games as we go on. I'm praying for some 2-1s. I'm praying for some long distance games. Tomorrow we got some very exciting ones. And today we have some more very exciting series. Like you said, 3 teams have been eliminated. We've got 2 more teams to say goodbye to, though. Next up, go to the boys on Holy Grail versus Team Disillusion. We saw Holy Grail versus IG yesterday. Weren't able to get any wins under their belt. They were kind of quicker games, and Team Disillusion had a bye in the first overall round as well. So we'll see how they're going to be able to shape up. Predictions, I think Holy Grail will take it 2-1.
2-0 for me.
2-0? Well, yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I should say 2-0 considering we've got no, we've only had 1-2-1 so far. So regardless, I think Holy Grail will probably come out on top, which is going to be our next series once we come back from a break. So stick around. We still have more China regional qualifiers action for TI-12. Like we said, we got Holy Grail taking on Team Disillusion. We'll see you guys shortly.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back to the Chinese TI regional qualifiers. We are midway through the day, as we have just seen 2 2-0s, which, Lacoste, that seems to be the name of the game. 2-0s. There's only been one non-2-0 so far.
Pretty much, it's relatively similar to like Chinese DPC, the third one. We had a lot of 2-0s compared to like previous DPC seasons where everything was 2-1 pretty much. But yeah, I like kind of expected results so far, I would say. There has not been a single, I would say, big surprise coming into this TI qualifiers in Chinese region because, these are just like better teams, like Team Zero against the Big Brain that they just won, Aster.Aries against iG.Vitality. The big ones are up there in the upper bracket. Round 2, Team Aster against Xtreme Gaming, IG against Azure Ray. This is going to be, the interesting one. What's ahead of us is Holy Grail against Team Disillusion. These two teams, they don't have too much history between them, but last time they met in the DPC, it was Holy Grail who managed to get the dub, so they're looking good. They also played in one of the other tournaments, some Miso Cup, and it was actually the Team Disillusion getting the dub there.
Yeah, so, we're getting into this nitty-gritty of the lower bracket. You now have 1 life left if you're down here. So it's pretty much give it your all, and it's been interesting throughout the regional qualifier so far. We've had a couple of very quick games. It feels like game time average is about 38-ish minutes, but a lot of these games have kind of gone under 30 minutes, some of which have been under 20 minutes, which is kind of insane. Like there just have been some massive outdrafts.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of those games, like we go back to Riyadh Masters because it was a top tier Dota that happened there. We had also like the average game time, I think there was around 40 minutes, but we also had like some quick games because especially in the group stages, because that's what's going to happen. Some of these teams are not on the same level as the others. They are going to lose. I mean, it's Team Aster against Team Zero, so you can expect Team Aster rolling over their opponents. I think now when we progress as the tournament goes on, things are going to get slightly more difficult to be able to close out the game in 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, especially in this lower bracket. These are teams that I think we talked about it kind of a bit, where it's teams that know what they're doing in the laning phase, and the reason they tend to struggle against these stronger teams is that that late mid-game, late game kind of draw, like how do I finish a game if I've got a lead, how do I take advantage of the lanes? They feel sometimes a little bit lost, and these are two teams that, they were both in Div 2, Holy Grail actually being that first place from Div 2, so you could definitely see the split between both these teams in like skill, I'd say, earlier on.
Yeah, I think something similar might happen in this one because Holy Grail, as you said, they got the first place in the 3rd DPC tour and they're looking really hot. These are like really good players coming out from China. I think if I had to choose one, it's kind of hard, but I think from what I've seen, Summer is their best player. Like some of his performances on heroes like Terrorblade, Ursa, Lifestealer, and these are all like meta heroes right now, so I feel like the patch definitely does benefit him.
Yeah, I had the conversation. I was talking to Lizard yesterday, and I'm sure you remember what I'm about to say. The Summer Lycan that we saw a couple years back, where it felt like he never really knew, especially, I think that game was a very prime example of this. He never really knew where to interject in fights, but I think he's looked a lot better at times, but he's still kind of missing like that confidence that we see from like a Monet or an Ame.
It's hard to get it. Like I think, when you start winning, you're going to get the confidence. And as they already won the DPC tour, this is not an easy task for them, but I could see them getting up like really far from the lower bracket because Team Bright against Supernova, if they win this one, I think Team Bright's going to be a team to beat. And then you're going to start to play against some of these tier 1 teams. And this is going to be the true test for them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Supernova, I don't think is, with the addition of Kama, I don't know if you remember him by Freeze back in the
Yeah.
day, but he's playing the offlane, which I thought when they acquired him, he was going to play mid. So seeing him in the offlane position is going to be very interesting. He's played in multiple positions before, but definitely when you think of him as a player, it's definitely that mid lineup for him. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does. And like, I would say Holy Grail, in my eyes, is better than both teams in that other BO3. So it should go their way if they do win this series.
Yeah, I could see that happening. I mean, Holy Grail, a team, when it comes down to execution, they're really good. Like, it's hard to say because Chinese DPC Tour 3, like, we didn't have these teams that drop down from, like, Division 1 that are, like, you know, you didn't play against, I don't know, Aster.Aries, a team that is somewhere in between. They always feel like, you know, they're neither top or bottom. They're in between, somehow managing to sneak in because of what happened in the Chinese DPC after the purge, and also just inconsistency. I think that's the big key. That's the biggest problem you can have when you're a Dota player. You know, just sometimes you feel like you're so good, like I can beat anyone on a good day, but you can also lose to some of the teams that you never heard of. So trying to find that consistency, definitely the key. But in TI qualifiers, you don't have many chances, especially if you're in the lower bracket, so you can't really afford to lose some of these matchups that you're supposed to win.
Yeah, so you're kind of on thin ice, and you've got to be perfect from here on out. Holy Grail, I would say, was pretty much perfect in that Division 2 run that they had. They lost one BO3 during that entire run that they had in that Division 2, and that ended up being to Big Brain overall. So, you know, that lineup is, or well, when it was in Division 2, was pretty interesting with God King at the helm of that roster, which is always a fun watch.
Love to see some God King.
Disassemble me now, please, because I love God King. And he's, you know, that's a squad that, well, Big Brain, it looked good, and well, they're already out. They lost to Team Zero, but to be fair to them, they lost to Team Zero, to me, that it does have some stars on that squad as well.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, some of these Div 2 teams, they have like very good individuals when it comes down to skill, but when it comes down to team play, it's certainly lacking. One of the reasons why these teams are in Div 2. Holy Grail, like starting next DPC tour, they're going to be in Division 1, a team that looked the best overall when it comes down to drafting. If I look Team Disillusion, the way they like played, the way they draft, it's a lot of cookie cutter. You know, you don't have that, like, when you see the draft, you're like, oh man, this is a strong draft. It always has to be, you know, something thrown in there to mix it up a bit, a little bit of their own spice, because it's harder when you're playing against a team that is like more skilled than you. So you try to cheese it a bit.
Yeah, and we see that sometimes, like, within the draft, like a cheese pick here or there, maybe something that you're going to have, like, you know, pocket sand, as Dale Gribble used to say. I don't know if you watched any King of the Hill back when it was on, or if you even know the show. There's still some Americans up for me, Lacoste. I can make some American references to some cartoons or some great shows like King of the Hill, but, you know, you want that cheese, that pocket sand. With the draft changing, Meepo's kind of not a cheese pick anymore, right? Like, it's more of like a settled pick. Who's the cheese now?
Like, I wouldn't consider the, like, it's not like, maybe Huskar is still like relatively cheesy as a hero, because you don't like first pick this hero. Mostly it's gonna be like last pick, maybe 23rd pick overall. But Meepo, like, we've seen Meepo, especially in the last patch, being like relatively contested in the second picking phase. The pick phase did change in the 7.33, 7.34, but yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see too much of a Meepo, especially since the nerfs to him with the stats and everything. Stats nerf to his main item, which is Rod of Atos, so which kind of made him like, you needed some kind of a setup for your net, and it worked really amazing. And I don't know. Let me just double check that real quick. If Meepo has been played in the qualifier so far, I don't see him being played yet.
Yeah.
0% win rate, huh?
Very high. Well, actually, if he's not been played yet, isn't that technically the
100%?
infinite? Like, you haven't lost, you haven't won. It's like that undefined. So not zero. I feel like just not zero at all is better than saying, yeah, 0% win rate.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just joking, but I'm not sure if we're gonna see too much of a Meepo. Looking at some of the heroes that have been like highly contested, Morphling is up there. Definitely, we see a lot of Gyro as well. Gyro, I don't know if we overtuned this hero because he feels super strong. Like every single time I see Gyro, he pops off. Like has a couple of bad matchups, you know, these heroes that get on top of him, plus Morphling, which you're kind of giving him a better version because Morphling has more attack speed, more agi than those flat cannons shoot out immediately. But yeah, feels really good. I'm glad that Gyro is back. I like what we've been doing with Dota. You know, some of the certain heroes are super strong, then we nerf them, we buff the other heroes. So there's always like this cycle, so we don't get bored of playing the same heroes all over again.
Yeah, Gyro's already been picked twice today in the 4 games that we've seen so far. That was both of those in the Aster.Aries IG.V series. And what was interesting is the Team Zero Big Brain series. Well, Team Zero kind of went similar drafts back-to-back, Disruptor being a very popular pick, and Batrider is still finding itself into a very popular pick. But that's no surprise. Batrider is one of those heroes that I don't think has ever left the meta. It just changes the way it's in the meta.
Yeah, we shifted it from off lane to mid lane, then to position
support.
4, position 5, and now he's again being played as a core. Maybe some teams are still going to play it as position 4, like Blood Grenades did get nerfed. Like also you want to max out different spells since the recent changes, so still very good as a core. Like even his nerf to Lasso, which takes like 0.1 second to cast, it feels much more clunkier, I would say. When I first tested it, I'm like, yeah, 0.1 second, it's not that big of a deal.
Radiant team ban.
And kind of feels different. You know, Dota is all about that feeling.
Yeah, and well, the feeling right now is get rid of Invoker. That's been
10 seconds
picked up
remaining.
twice today by Big Brain, both in losses though.
5
And
seconds
Invoker,
remaining.
with all the changes, I'm wondering if Invoker players are still kind of trying to figure out the feelings with him still.
It's super strong. Like this hero is, you know, very
10
strong.
seconds remaining.
Universal.
Radiant
Just being
team
universal, it feels good. Like it's just superior at the moment. Like superior stats overall, because you
10
can
seconds
build into
remaining.
whatever. You have like Spirit Vessel has been changed as well,
5
an item that
seconds
Invoker
remaining.
likes to buy. Like, you can go different route. There's been a lot of like Hurricane Pikes Invoker where you keep the distance, you right click people with it plus Alacrity. So a bit of a different style of Invoker you're playing nowadays compared to the previous patches. And this is not a surprise. Like Vengeful Spirit hero, the most picked hero in the qualifiers, like both qualifiers combined. The hero feels really strong. Strong laner, you have
10
save,
seconds
damage reduction. The biggest change is, because this hero needed some kind of a
5
ability to
seconds
trade in the lane. So buffing up his W made a lot of sense, but it's very difficult to trade because again, she's universal hero, and then you buy some stats, you steal not just their base damage, you steal their total damage. So this is ability that scales really well into the late game. And also if you manage to get some kind of a farm, eventually you'll get to that Ag Scepter, and then the hero becomes like, I live, I die, I live again, I can die. And there it is. You wanted to see it. I was about to mention when you said, because we talk a lot of different things. Like it's also Universal Hero. When you mentioned that he played Carry Lycan like 2-3 years ago in the DPC, it didn't feel good. He seemed pretty lost. I feel like now with this itemization, like with the different items, it makes it much more easy for him to play it.
IO, it's been picked a couple times. It was picked with a gyro in that IG.V
10
Aster.Aries
seconds
series,
remaining.
and that didn't win. It hasn't been the most
5 seconds
popular
remaining.
pick thus far. That's the
Radiant
only
team
pick within
back.
China, is that one pick overall. And I think a lot of people thought with gyro resurging that we were going to see a lot more IO gyro, but a lot of these gyrocopter picks have been without it.
Yeah.
Radiant
There was always a
team
problem with Gyro where he was not self-sustainable, so he needed someone to amp him
But
up,
here-
give him
okay.
give him something. And now this IO makes a lot of sense because this has been bread and butter for gaming gladiators pretty much. Whenever they felt like they need to win the game, they picked it. I feel like a lot of teams definitely
10 seconds
are like
remaining.
watching other teams and are like, you know what, this seems super strong. Let's just copy it, but give it a little bit of our own kick, change things up so it doesn't look like it's gaming gladiators playing, so you don't get punished by a teacher for it, for copying the homework.
Yeah, well, I used to. I'll tell you that much. We used to get into school at like 6:45 in the morning. Class would start at 8, and we were all in the hallway just copying each other's homework.
Well, no wonder they kicked you out and now you became a Dota caster.
that was college. It was different reasons, but yeah. Silencer getting picked up here by Holy Grail. How do you feel about the 1 picks into 3 more bans? We talked I think slightly about it yesterday,
5
where it's just
seconds
like, okay, we showed you one thing, now ban around that. It's kind of weird.
It really is. It's going to take a lot of time to get used to new picks, to figure out what's actually strong. I feel like teams are going to theory craft a lot when it comes down to... Because this changes everything. Like, we've been on the same pick bans for a really long time, and now with... like, because this is completely different. This is just, like, a new thing. Not sure if I like this silencer too much. I can understand what they're trying to do. Maybe stop this IO from getting, like, the relocate, but IO's not...
Radiant team
like played around the relocate as he was 5-6 years ago. It's not that big of a deal. Leshrac, also a hero that doesn't care too much about the silence. If he gets silence, he has Edict, Pulse Nova running already. He's still gonna get the damage out. You're not gonna stop him from using it.
10
So
seconds remaining.
a bit of a wild one, I would say.
5 seconds
They have very
remaining.
good heroes to run at people. Both of these teams not relying on cooldown. Sure, you have Global Silence, Lasso's on relatively low cooldown. So it seems like both teams want to keep fighting early on.
Yeah, and this Batrider pick doesn't give away too much because you could still have it be in the 4 position. Whether or not they want it mid will be the question. Do you want to throw a Batrider mid against Leshrac if it's the matchup? And now it could just be the Primal Beast that's over mid too. We've seen that a bunch, and Primal Beast also shows up in the off lane. It's a very strong hero, but is it still the same build where it's just first item BKB for the most part, so you're able to throw in that pulverize and feel safe in these fights?
You could get a Blade Mail since you're playing against Batrider. There's a decent amount of uncontrollable damage. And Team Disillusion, they picked up Primal Beast and wanted to protect Primal Beast with the Clockwork. Because Primal Beast doesn't get to play Dota into Clockwork. Into Battery, into Cogs, he just stops. He's just like Primal. He's not Beast at all. And Holy Grail, I like the response. Life Stealer, so you'll have like Infest Bomb with the Batrider, something to follow.
Team ban.
Up with the Global Silence, Kidnap Someone, Global Silence, Life Stealer. Great matchup against the Primal Beast. So I want to see how Team Disillusion is going to set up their lanes. Also, looking at like the player names, so we were joking before.
Go for it.
Okay,
Now's your chance.
I cannot. Like, this is something that I would do if I played competitive Dota again. I would make a name like L'Enfant Sellout Trey or whatever you, however you pronounce it. I probably butchered
We're
it.
sorry to the French. Oh, the French. Oh, no. We're sorry. Oh, gosh. Ember to finish off the draft here for Holy Grail. The Lycan was, in my eyes, I wanted it to be the safe laner, but it's looking like Lifestealer safe lane, Ember mid, Lycan off lane, right? Like, Lifestealer is not going to be that off pick. Or swap with, like, a Batrider and be a 4.
No. This is pretty straightforward. Like
Right.
Life Stealer, it's a lot of right clicks. It's a lot of heroes that can get on top of both Io and Leshrac. So Team Disillusion, they need to figure it out. And it's the old school classic to Life Stealer. Good in the lane against Lycan as well, so... Yeah, it's going to be Dolme playing Lycan, Summer on the Life Stealer, Gun on Ember Spirit. So pretty straightforward coming out from Holy Grail. It's a good Razor game. It really is. It's also going to be like Razor Clockwork. It's a lot of kill threat, especially on a hero like Lycan. I don't think this lane's gonna be easy for Holy Grail, but looking at the bottom lane, Lifestealer plus Silencer, they should win this lane. Batrider, he's gonna because they don't have the hero to protect this Razor pick. This is overall 24 pick Razor, so feels really good. Plus the Clockwork. I think Team Disillusion, if you removed the names, I would definitely prefer their lineup. It's just that Holy Grail, their execution in the team fights has been much better than Team Disillusion, but we're in for a good game, I would say, because we have a better team with worse draft. So I would say that this is now after doing all the math, I think this is maybe even 55-45 for Team Disillusion because they really like their draft.
Well, the games that they did play in the DPC were long ones. They were, 58 minutes and 48 minutes when they did end up getting 2-0'd by Holy Grail, but they were close games overall. So maybe having the draft advantage is what they need to kind of push themselves across the finish line and get themselves a victory in this first game. And it's going to be interesting to see because, it's always interesting when you think the underdog, I would say, is got the better draft. And it's always interesting at the beginning of a patch, right? Where maybe a team doesn't know a few things here or there based on what the other teams got, right?
For sure. I mean, the patch, it was a big one. This patch is pretty massive. Yeah. Also mid lane, I feel like they should win at least 2 lanes, and top lane for Team Disillusion shouldn't go as well, but 2 lanes, they already have them secured just by looking at the matchups.
And the Razor, L'Enfer c'est leur toi. I don't know. I butchered that. That's not even close. I listened to it 30 times on the Google Translate speaker before this, and I botched that horribly.
Yeah, let me listen to it one more time.
Yeah, go for it. We're listening. And then repeat that.
Zutra. Okay, that's
this is oh gosh. Looks like we got a fight on our hands, so they are going to try and go forward with that onslaught, but the Flame Break taking level 1, and that'll push them back, so no first blood to be had.
The battle begins.
Life is always nice when you don't have to give up that first blood, and it ends up being 3 runes to 1. The Holy Grail, not getting everything they would have wanted out of that. By the way, DQQ, I don't know if you remember him by the name Drink back a little while ago.
Yeah, he played Brewmaster back in the days. That's why he renamed himself to Drink. Oh, SJ.
Ooh. Is he going to be okay? Let's see. Chase down
Blood
here.
Grenade also available. He's donezo.
Oh, can he get around him? Fairy Fire. Is he done with the onslaught he is? Okay. All right. I wanted to give him some hope. But that just isn't happening when 3 heroes are running your way, even under the tier 1 tower. That's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, this Holy Grail team is a weird mixture of, I would say, Div 2 players that never found a home.
This seems to be the story of a lot of players from China, especially in Div 2, where they've Magma, LBZS members, where some of them looked really good, but as a team, it never really worked out. I'm talking about, making it, going to the majors, competing with the best, not just being in Division 1, then getting dropped down to Division 2, then again, keep repeating that because pretty similar to some of these teams, you're somewhere in between. You're not good enough to compete with tier 1 teams, but you're also better than all of the tier 2 teams.
Which, to me, is crazy because you think about the landscape of Chinese division or the Chinese region now, and I would say if you had teams like Magma now, they'd have a way better chance of making the major.
Oh, for sure, because competition in China in the last year, yeah, it's definitely watered down. So looking at the lanes, 13, 14 and 3 on this, and bottom lane, they're making a move.
Yeah, they want to go in. They've got the cogs around on Dolme. And the battery assault, the right clicks. Will they have enough? Not looking likely. Now a little bit of a turnaround from DQQ. But he's going to use that Firefly just to burn some creeps and retreat back to Dolme. Dolme, he's always had the same letters. It used to be Dolem.
Yeah, when I was doing some research, I'm like, did they mess it up on Wikipedia? And then I checked his alter nicknames, and it's Dolem. My man, he's very creative.
I'm going from B-Cop to K-Bop. That's the next change. Painted.
I mean, people already troll with my name being lactose, so can't really blame Dolem, aka Dolme, aka another nickname.
Guevara was, I think, his other nickname. Yeah, it's always interesting to see the little bit of changes. Like, why go from drink to DQQ? I always wonder what makes you want to switch it up just a little bit. Or what makes you want to go to l'enfer, c'est le trait. I'm so bad. I took 8 years of French, mind you, in high school. Was never listening, apparently.
Yeah. This has been said by Jean-Paul Sartre, the French philosopher, by the way. It means hell is other people.
This guy went to college.
This guy is really smart. No, this guy knows how to Google. And yeah, looking at the lanes so far, things are going well. Like the one that we expected to do well. The one that surprises me the most is Lycan having 18 and 10. And Razor's only sitting at 12. I think they tried to battle it out a couple of times, but didn't manage to get any of the kills.
Yeah, which is weird because you also saw Lycan kind of standing still in the lane and wasn't playing aggressive. So where did all that CS go that you just kind of didn't get?
I also think the first blood that they made gave Lycan first free farm lane, because he can, even if he gets damage drained, he can still last hit with 2 wolves.
And deny with them, apparently. He's got 11 denies.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting at 69 plus 6 damage with 2 points in Feral Impulse.
Always nice. But still leaning just a touch to Team Disillusion. Every time I say the name Team Disillusion, I feel like, you know that YouTuber, the like Professor Disillusioned or whatever? I think it's him. He's the guy who like proves videos to be fake and tells you why. It's really cool. He's a very cool YouTuber, if I'm getting the name right. That's who I always think of. On to better things. Dota on our screen. All right. SJ. He's got a blood grenade. He's looking to get himself a pair of boots as Aaron is in the vicinity and crossing over towards mid for a second. But bottom lane's still duking it out. 28 and 13 now for this Lycan.
It's a lot of XP denied. Razor's only level 3. Lycan level 4.5. Blood grenade mid lane.
Ooh. Does SJ have him? No, not with Aaron there.
Okay, he knew that Wisp was coming.
Not going to be able to grab the kill, unfortunately. But they're even looking to maybe play aggressive here. Slight comes in, Arcane Curse.
Another blood grenade.
And last word with this Clockwork coming in, as well as the Bat Riders. So it's just a party in the mid lane, which is something we used to see at the 6-minute mark a lot, especially in like SEA when we were covering it.
Yeah, unfortunately for Holy Grail, Gun did not have level 6. He was 1 CS short of it. And looking at Primal Beast stop, creep skipping, because he's off to a good start. He got that first blood, sitting on top of CS at the moment. Going into drums next, phase boots, drums, double bracer. So he might pick up, you know, after finishing off drums.
Bottom.
Okay, Dolme will die this time around. That was the first rotation coming out from Leshrac. Exactly what they need to do. Like, they feel like they needed to fix this because Dolme, he has a lot of net worth. Like, I mean, in terms of net worth, he doesn't have much because I just switched to it, but he had a lot of CS, especially after this death. He's the lowest net worth core.
Which is crazy to think with how Razor's his CS has been going, but he picks himself, makes a stack here as he's going to be trying to farm as efficiently as possible and Has that early Falcon Blade with the boots of speed. And they're going to go over to try and find this Life Stealer, and they've got the Pulverize ready to go. The damage is there. The rage is not enough. So Summer ends up dead, and hey, they could put pressure on this tier 1 tower, potentially even just take it for free afterwards, but they're going to have to wait for this glyph to make that decision.
Yeah, Pulverize. I mean, this...
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's got that party hat on, a new feature for the 10th anniversary.
Oh man, those sets are so amazing. I'm not big on sets. When I open it up, I'm like, let's see what it's gonna be. And then I'm like, okay, wow, down the memory lane, because some of this stuff has been like in the game for a really long time. Like Alpine Ursa set, now finally you can get it. Different version.
It now.
Yeah, you can actually get it without having to invest. All you have to do is win games.
Oh.
Lol. Yeah, so that's gonna be the difficult part.
10 of them, especially. There are months where I don't win 10 games. It's a rough life sometimes. You just hit that streak of losses. But hopefully that doesn't happen again. Where I don't know if you remember the 28 loss streak I had in ranked. That was not fun.
Then we started coaching you and it got better.
A little bit. I've been getting better. I think things are going okay. What's going okay now for Holy Grail is this push and pressure onto the bottom tier 1.
They grouped up. They feel like they need to bring numbers, but seems like Team Disillusion will just get the farm on the other side of the map right now. They're finding the triangle. They already killed the top tower.
That's a good tower take here. You know, they're not complacent with the pressure that Team Disillusion's putting through onto them, right?
Yeah. And also Aaron, he does have
Gun.
Relocate available, plus mech, which is on cooldown, but still they feel super strong right
Runs
now.
around, and Dome coming in. Look at the damage onto this Leshrac. Onslaught, no, doesn't go to the low ground, just pulverizes onto the Batrider. The Slight gets the kill on Aaron. They'll look over at Aenid and try to chase him through the tower, at least for a second, but...
When I said they feel strong, I thought Primal Beast is going to be there in the middle of the fight with the trample, 4 points in trample, onslaught, to provide a little bit more sustain for Leshrac. Maybe mech comes off cooldown, then they pop it. So that would be the sustain that they needed. But yeah, this is something we talked about, like the execution. Ionid, he's going in and gets it.
Yeah.
SJ
goes down. Dolme looking like he's going to be next. No way for him to get out if they're going to continue to chase, and they will. There's not much stopping them at the moment. Now the Searing Chains after the Slight. They land the stun with the Pulverize, and you get 3 kills. Well, we'll do it right on back to you.
This is how I expected previous fight to go. It's just that they showed now with mech available on IO and also Primal Beast landing his abilities. He did not get stuck on the high ground. This is also a fight without the Razor getting involved. Clockwork was not there. He's trying to farm his level 6. Level 5 only at the moment, but he's having a great time. Like the most farm hero in the game by far. Super tanky. Him going in, like, I'm a little worried for their damage output on this Primal Beast until Lifestealer gets to his like 2-3 item timing. I don't even consider Hand of Midas a 1 item because it's just a farming tool for now.
Ooh. I love having it. Should be, you know what, now that it has 2 charges,
is this one of your ideas that how to...
I'll hold that thought for a second as they get the kill on the DQQ. Dolme will have to run.
Nah, talk about what's important. Give me the ideas.
I was just gonna say, if it's 2 charges now, it shouldn't be called Hand of Midas.
Hands.
It should be Hands of Midas.
Okay.
Because you've got 2 hands.
Yeah, it's I believe Greek lore where like King Midas, whatever he touched turned into gold. Like
With both hands.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was both hands or just one hand.
Sometimes you go silent, and let me tell you, the anxiety that rolls through my brain. Like, is this the last time Lacoste is speaking to me? Like, he just left. Like, he's gone.
I muted you. See,
I panic.
gotta build that confidence.
Slowly
And
but
I'm
surely.
not talking about rank confidence.
Yeah, and I don't have a Midas to really catch back up. This is a nice, hefty stack here. Ooh-wee. Look at that.
Not like I'm not sure who's gonna farm it. That's the problem.
Batrider?
Maybe Batrider has 3 points in Firefly, so that's gonna take a while. But yeah, gotta give him his Blink Dagger time. I don't think he can even farm it, especially if he farms it like this. He wanted to farm the big camp as well, so some damage has been dealt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Iolash farming the triangle. And
He could take
I'll
it.
tell you that, they can do it.
He can come on over and take it himself if they see it, which means they really need to protect that stack. That would be really disappointing if that whole stack goes to a Shrek on the other team.
5k gold lead for Team Disillusion. They're still gonna keep farming. Razor going into Manta style. There are different builds on Razor. Like I've seen people doing 2-3 different builds. One with Mask of Madness into like BKB. The one that you love to farm more with the Maelstrom and Manta style. Because this hero, he farms really fast because camps are like in the outer rings. You can farm 2 camps at the same time pretty much with the plasma field.
Yeah, and he was doing that early. He was stacking for himself and farming those camps. It was pretty efficient. It was quite nice to watch. I'm always a big fan of efficient farming. And stacking. Overeyes, SJ, he's caught. And he's going to be killed off with ease. As he just kind of gets caught. Maybe looking to place down some vision there, but unfortunately the ward stays in his inventory and he's unable to place it down. So 8-2 and a 5,000 net worth lead. And one of the things we talk about with these Division 2 teams is whether or not they know what to do with a lead like this, because I think that this is a pretty significant advantage with this lineup. And it should be easier to execute after, right?
Yeah, I'd say in this game, they don't look lost at all. I want to see them go to the mid tower and take it, bring like 3 heroes, 4 points in Diabolic Edict. Should be enough. But they're farming, like they're getting the gold advantage. And they're not in a rush, like they have a really good scaling lineup on their side.
Razor. They've got the flame break, they'll hit the lasso. A blood grenade as well as a last word, so the silence is on him, the kill is there, and that's good gold going the way of Holy Grail. Well done to get that pick off, and maybe a little bit surprising that this Razor's kind of so far off on his own.
I assume they're gonna wait for Manta style on Razor so that he joins, have something to dispel Searing Chains, Global Silence, some sticky napalm charges. And then they can even go into Roche Pit. There's the big pickup.
Yeah.
They managed to get gone. And as I said, bring numbers, 3 heroes mid, take the tower with Edict, force out the Glyph for now, but should be able to take it.
EQQ is here, but I really don't think they're gonna. Yeah, there's no way they can defend that. He does have that Blink Dagger though now, so maybe they can look for a smoke and a pickoff because they are holding one on this Batrider. Would definitely be nice to see, that's for sure.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But it's pretty much what we expected. Now the Leshrack's just kind of tethered up to this IO permanently, right?
Yeah, we also didn't mention that this combo has been, I would say, nerfed overall when you do the math, like how you want to play these two together. His shard now gives you slow resistance compared to the previous like spell amplification, which is what Leshrac wants to get from it. But you know, slow resistance, not too bad, since you're playing into Silencer, into Batrider, Lifestealer as well with his insane ability.
They're relocating in. Or, well, Aaron's relocating in, and now with him just being there by himself, he's in a lot of danger. They're gonna go chase and get that second kill.
Oof.
He was top when we last looked, tethered right up to the Leshrac, but I guess Lesh didn't want to come. Or there was a mistake made.
Holy Grail doing a very good job just figuring out where the heroes are or where they can strike, because this type of a move gives you like another good 30 seconds up to a minute of farm. They need to respawn and then start to play more aggressive, because Ionid, he was showing on the mid lane with 0 mana, so they knew that they can take this fight. He was farming his BKB, and let's see, I want to see Team Disillusion take a fight right now, because they're super strong.
They haven't taken that big fight since mid when they got 3. After losing 3 though. So I want to see some of that confidence come out from them. I love the party hats. They seem to be constantly activating them. I'm not sure how long they last.
Ooh, this is a big one. Ionid can find him. Yes, he can. There's Observer Ward.
He's got the blink, but the global is used to stop the pulverize.
Ooh,
the hook shot still
downtown.
lands on SJ. I guess that's one they're willing to lose, but Dome thinking about going back in because he's going to have some help here from Gon. So with the double damage, the Sleight of Fist, the Searing Chains, the BKB comes out afterwards, and Aonid, well, he's got a TP, but it looks like he's just baiting for the relocate and the Razor to come in. So now Slight, Searing Chains on the 2, and with this relocate, they don't get anything. The disengage right now from Holy Grail is pretty well played.
2 big abilities used, Global Silence plus Shapeshift. So that's gonna be 50 seconds for Shapeshift, 80 seconds for Silencers, Global to come online. I wanna see them make a move right now because they don't rely on any cooldown. Like your longest cooldown is pretty much hook shot, and I don't think you care too much about it. Like Clockwork needs to be the one going in, getting the hook shot, locking onto a target, most likely gonna die afterwards, but they need Primal Beast to get like pulverize, maybe another round of spells, because without it, they don't have enough control. And then Holy Grail can disengage. Lasso has been finished, another lasso.
Lasso, and that's gonna be the ult popped immediately by the Razor. Do they have the damage? I can't say his name. I wish I could. I just don't have the French for it, but, well, nobody expects the turnaround from the French, and unfortunately, it's just not enough. Infest to survive on Summer. They get the kill onto the Razor. The onslaught to the backline looking over at SJ. The trample right on top of him to get this kill. Yes. One more right click lands it. Gon falls down to the Leshrac, who comes into the fight with the help of this IO. And a good 2-for-1 from Team Disillusion.
As long as they're playing together, if you have Primal Beast plus Leshrac moving together, I feel like they have guaranteed 2 kills, because both of these heroes are super tanky. Kaya Sanj on Leshrac, tethered to Io, who does have Max sitting on 1400 gold for now, so I see Holy Locket in the quick buy, so there's going to be some extra healing coming out. Healing amplification as well.
Very situational item. Don't really see that item too much.
Yeah, I feel like it's the same problem with the item. It's the build-up diadem, because you want to buy it on support. Like, when are you gonna get 1,000 gold as a support? Like, that's the biggest one. Maybe if it was something cheaper, maybe like double crown, I think the build-up would be so much nicer.
Yeah, I could definitely see and agree with that. By the way, Dolme taking the Tormentor. That gives a shard over to this Silencer. By the way, no glaives and no stolen int. They catch themselves Clockwork, and the damage will be there from the neutral creep. So, well, Mud Golems have a kill on the board.
Yet gone. Mud Golems.
Dire are scanning.
It's like they want to take the Tormentor. With these 3 heroes, they have the Sustain. They do have enough. Let's see who's gonna get the shard. It's gonna be Io, so new shard, Slow resistance, 30%. Not a bad one. The other one who could get it is Jetpack on Clockwork, which is also fine, which could give Clockwork some extra survivability. He goes in with the hook shot, traps him inside the cogs, and then flies out.
Yeah, but these supports are both buying Force Staff. They're about to have one on DQQ, and then Silencer's also close to his.
Also, very interesting build from Gon. Mage Slayer. Yeah, this has been how Tundra won TI. Mage Slayer plus Raid Pact, Pipe as well. Whenever they played against Leshrac, they tend to buy this item, mostly from the safe lane role, sometimes from the off lane, but trying to itemize. I mean, it's good against Primal Beast, it's good against Razor's magic damage output as well, so it's a good pickup. It's just that you're not gonna scale as much because it doesn't give you as much damage as maybe some other items.
Gon's really playing with fire again. He does have a Remnant back a little bit, but Clockwork's kind of in the vicinity. You get caught a little bit too much, and you might just be found out. Especially if they catch eyes on that Remnant, but he's able to roll on back to it, so he's A-okay. This net worth lead is pretty much staying the same here, and Lifestealer forced to use that Infest. They find themselves the Clockwork, and he uses the hook shot. He eventually dies. Gon kills him. And they start to back away, and a pickoff like that, again, if you're able to get in and out reliably without losing anything, you are going to start to chip away at this lead, but it's still pretty significant from Team Disillusion.
Holy Grail, they're killing Clockwork. It's their way to initiate a fight. Primal Beast can be the other guy, but I think they're fine with this. Like, killing Clockwork, getting some extra farm as well. Lifestealer also building into Scotty. So that's going to be a way of slowing down. Because you're playing into two range heroes, also reducing the healing from Io, from Bloodstone. There's no Spirit Vessel available. Eventually, someone's going to pick up Shiva's Guard as well to deal with that insane healing that Io provides.
Right. Do you think that this net worth lead right now for Team Disillusion is misleading?
Not necessarily. I feel like they just need to group up and find an opening. So far, Holy Grail's been doing a good job, dodging the fights, getting a pick off, and slowing them down. Razor's massive, however. La France, sell Trey. He's he is massive. Like, look at the amount of farm. This is like old Razor. Back in Dota 1 days, Razor had like all of the chain abilities, like everything hit you with the chain, and it's back. Storm Surge now, like the shard is implemented into his Storm Surge, and also building the Mjolnir, so it's going to be a lot of zaps.
Infest used and a smoke. So they're gonna try and make something happen. They've got themselves the Pulverize, but the Global Silence comes in with a lasso. They get a kill immediately onto the Razor. The damage is just too much for him to handle. Aaron's gonna fall second, and even with this net worth lead, well, it's looking like Team Disillusion were delusional in taking this fight. And they get found out as they lose 4, and it should be a full team wipe. They've got that whip, they've got the kill, they have the wipe, and they should have an Aegis to follow that up. A full team wipe, and now the game is even.
If I'm Razor in this one, this is where I click on my Dota Plus to see how much damage I received, from which, like, was it magical? Who killed me the most? Stay away from it. But Lifestealer going ham in the previous fight. They are able to connect onto a target with the lasso, Global Silence, to immediately stop the Pulverize from going off. And then the fight felt completely over. Like, the overwhelming amount of physical damage, because all 3 cores are physical. One of the reasons why Razor is building into AC, and we're gonna see that again. Like, Pulverize, instant Global Silence, and look at Razor. Completely dismantled, dragged in front of the 3 heroes, and then Io just disappears as well. The fight is already been lost here, because I feel like they need to get a pick-off with, they need to be the one initiating, putting Silencer in a difficult spot to initiate with the hook shot, get on top of him, maybe find him with the Pulverize, because I don't think you can allow yourself to go for a different target, because this Silencer has been causing a lot of issues with the Global.
Yeah, and he's waiting for Pulverize. Because it takes away a significant amount of control that the side of Team Disillusion have once that Pulverize is put on cooldown and they're not holding on to anybody with it.
And a bit of a Monka moment incoming. Dolme building into Aghanim Scepter, just 800 gold away. Then you're gonna have Lifestealer that is bitten by a wolf.
Radiant's middle
What?
tower is under attack.
What animal is he? I don't know.
Yeah, that was my question. What is Lifestealer? Like, is he a... Like, what is he? Because that's
Gotta
not
read the
role.
role.
It's not a human,
Lord.
right?
No. I don't know.
It's Baraka.
Yeah, it's Barack Obama. That's
No, Baraka.
Tower is under attack.
I don't know. It's Lifestealer is a ghoul from old Warcraft 3
So half ghoul,
back in the days.
half
Yeah,
wolf,
half ghoul, half wolf,
half man, half bear.
Radiant's bottom tower
Pig.
is under attack.
Yeah. I mean, if you could be half of 4 things, that's pretty strong in my eyes.
Tower is under attack.
They're going to try and make a jump here with the Infest again. They've got the Force Staff into the Blink and the Infest. And Aaron stands no chance to the summer days ahead of him.
Yeah, this is a hot initiation coming out with the Infest Bomb, Summer, and Batrider paired up together. This Scotty pickup is gonna do some insane things. Like you get on top of Razor. I feel like while you're holding the Aegis, you don't necessarily need to care about static link. You have Force Staffs to break it, get out of the cogs. Force Staff's the best item in this game, pretty much to counter everything.
Flash is in trouble.
Can they catch him?
They're trying to surround him, but now the reinforcements are starting to come through. Dome's not got a lot left on that shapeshift, but it doesn't matter. Look at this golem with the wolves rip apart the clockwork. The armor doesn't do anything to these heroes, or to these neutral creeps, really, as Aeonid's gonna fall after the Leshrac, and these 3 heroes don't have buyback. And Holy Grail, well, they found the right goblet, and they will sip from it as they continue to extend this net worth, and they've got themselves controlling another one. Razor gonna pop that Manta, but it doesn't look like the rest of the team's gonna be showing up just yet, because Summer is spending his time as well, no longer a wolf, but he was for a moment.
Yeah, this game feels like very difficult right now for Team Disillusion because they got the items that they wanted. AC on Lycan, all 3 cores benefit from it. Some extra right-click damage coming out from Lifestealer, from Ember Spirit, Sleight of Chains. It feels like Holy Grail. They're like, oh, you have a lineup? We're going to counter it. You have healing? This is where Scotty's going to come through. You have overwhelming amount of magic damage. We'll get Mage Slayer. You want to initiate? We'll counter-initiate with the Global Silence.
Yeah, it does feel like the boxes are checked here for Holy Grail.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Kobold Foreman taken by Lycan's Helm of the Overlord creep instead of whatever he has, because he's holding that Grail, right? Kobold Foreman, the best looking creep in the game.
Oh my god. Instead of the ancient granite golem.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Our observer really on point. I don't know, something about this creep. I mean, I know why, because there's this old video, I think I've mentioned that from time to time, where people picked up Helm of the Dominator and you can stack those creeps. So there was a meme game where people had like 50 units and it was Kobold Foreman leading the charge. They had like, I don't know, 15 catapults and they just ran down the mid lane, killed the tier 3 tower, and then killed the throne immediately after.
Yeah, somebody's gonna need to give us that video again, because I kind of want to take a look at that. Smoke's gonna break, and there's the hook shot, as well as the pulverize. This time it's on SJ, who pops the global after the pulverize, and it looks like he's gonna survive. He's got the Ogre Seal Totem to jump away. They get the kill on a 2. They'll look for more as Aeonid finally gets his hands on SJ, but they end up losing L'Enfer C'est le Trois. And it is just not looking good when 2 wolves are running around you, as Aaron's gonna end up dying again. The buyback symbol doesn't even disappear from his icon. A good 3-man stun with the onslaught and the pulverize to follow it up. And trying to salvage what's left of this fight, but they just cannot kill this life stealer who's half ghoul, half man, half wolf. And the Ogre Seal Totem chase on a DQQ, looking to get this and will. So they get that kill, and now he's out of mana. Can the chase continue? Dilem gonna try and help this Summer life stealer.
Bash?
Oh, one bash? No.
Okay. I want to see fight recap how much damage Lifestealer that one, because he was locking onto target. Casual 12,000 damage dealt by Lifestealer in the previous fight, because it seems like he can do whatever he wants. There's a big item picked up on Leshrac, Nihilism. So that's going to deal well with Lycan, with the Lifestealer as well. Let's see that fight again. So Lifestealer, I mean, it was exactly what I said that they need to do. They need to jump the Silencer before he can get the global off. But there was also, again, another counter initiation with the lasso. In the end, SJ is going to die, but the rest of the team is going to be able to clean up. And I like that Holy Grail's understanding is we kill Razor. Razor deals a ton of damage, so we need to take him out first. Also, team needs to play around Razor. They need to give him, you know, something, some kind of a buff, some Force Staffs. There's one available in Clockwork. He also might need to be paired up with Io. Might need to have Relocate, Mech, Holy Locket used on him.
Yeah, the pairing might need to be there. They're gonna go for this Tormentor. By the way, I've noticed no spirits.
Yeah, this has been, I would say, the build on Io. You don't want to deal damage. You want to be as tanky as possible. Oof.
No hook shot clamping on anything. Do you just ignore spirits altogether, or do you eventually take it?
They didn't ignore.
Far, but...
They didn't ignore Ember Spirit, but other spirits have been ignored.
And in the new treasure, there's a Void Spirit set.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Summer on the high ground with this ancient granite golem.
Radiant's top tower.
Big man smash.
Radiant's top tower.
Dolme just looking to take a chunk out of Summer, make him into a wolf. Blink, lasso, global silence comes in. They're going to have the remnant forward. They get the kill on Aaron, who's going to be dead for 50 seconds. Now they focus their attention on Aenid, who's got the damage to take out DQQ. But now with the Nihilism, can this Leshrac go off? SJ looking like he's going to die second. And Summer, even as a wolf, can he survive? He's got the Infest. He'll go and try to get out. As he's gone into gone. And they are gone.
This is something that I would say. That's what made me laugh so much. But it was overall a nice save and not a bad fight coming out from Team Disillusion. Like, you see the power of this Leshrac. Big item also coming out from him. Not just Aghanim Scepter, but Hex in 700 gold. So that's going to be their ways of controlling the Ember Spirit. Sure, you need to go through his Lincolns first, Lifestealer as well. But they're still in this game. Like, they definitely didn't lose. Razor just needs to be able to, like, have a slower entry to a fight. Like, he needs to survive the initial burst of damage that they throw at him every single time.
So, Summer about to hit that level 25. Roche about to respawn. Where's,
Dire's top tower is
Alright,
under
Dolme's at 22. And Gon's at 23.
Dire are scanning.
Team Disillusion, they're going to be the first ones in a Roche.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No global for the moment. Oh, well, never mind. It's back off cooldown. Global is available.
Do you even need me? So you can solo do this one.
No, I can't. They're going to go and jump in. They've got the Polarize. They get the kill on the DQQ, but the Global Silence comes out a little bit late. They get the kill on the Aeonid. He'll buy back. And let's see how quickly he can get back into the fight. The Remnant off to the other side, near towards SJ. Hookshot missing. Heroes don't exactly have a lot of health remaining on the side of Team Disillusion. But not re-engaging just yet is Holy Grail.
Batrider does have buyback available, no TP for 15 seconds, so let's see if he's gonna wait until TP's available. Maybe Fish
Jumping
will
in,
come in.
pulverize. Flash, can he survive? He's got a lot of heal coming in, but Summer's standing his ground for the moment. Now he's been broken. Look at the damage. They get the kill on Summer. They'll take him out for 99 seconds. He does have buyback. SJ's next. Last word, SJ trying to turn, trying to do something, and, well, he's actually going to use that Ogre Seal Totem to jump away. That Rider is the one who buys back, while on the other side, Dome is going to die here. They've got the lockdown, and there's the Plasma Field getting the last hit, and they also take out SJ with some help. Down goes DQQ, who just bought back for nothing. And holy grail, will they flip their cup upside down because they just spilled the lead everywhere.
Yeah, this is a great fight for Team Disillusion. Leshrac really going ham in the previous fight, and also they split up the fight nicely. They did fight at like 2 fronts. And Leshrac, he also hits level 25, so Diabolic Explosions talent now available, and this should also be Roche. So she's Aegis available. This time, 1-4 sellout Trey. He's gonna pick up the Aegis. So that's gonna be...
What was that name?
Like, you need to go 2 times through Razor with the Butterfly available now. Butterfly is a big pickup because Lycan is relying on physical damage, so is Lifestealer, and now you don't have anything to go through that evasion. Also, big part is you break Lifestealer, his 2 abilities are gone. Like, he doesn't do much.
Dire's top tower has
Yeah, Summer tried to stand his ground and surrounded by everybody, and he just died. He didn't really have much help there, though. Now you like Bat bought back, but I don't know if he really needed to. Now the net worth lead is back to even. This graph is kind of crazy.
Yeah, this game is anyone to take. It's just how you're gonna execute. We're getting closer to some level 25s. The Lifestealer got level 25 from the previous fight. So Feast, Lifesteal, and Damage. Usually you would take the other one, but ever since we changed the Magic immunity to debuff immunity, Rage duration is not as good. DQQ. We'll get the Shard from Tormentor. And also, speaking of level 25s, we mentioned Leshrac. Razor's getting close to his. Primal Beast relatively far away from it.
So they'll try to go in onto the Razor, but again, you got to remember that he's got the Aegis. Now they've got the Lotus Orb. It's onto this Razor. They go to the Global Silence. They have the damage to get these kills. They've gone sold out for a moment, but Dome is going to come back in with DQQ, and the Infest popping. Summer, he's a wolf. He's got the BKB. They get the kill into Dome. They don't have Aaron to get the heal back up, and they're going to take the first life out of the hands of the Razor. The Remnant back over to the other side, but look at this Leshrac keeping everybody back. They go to the buyback. Aaron's going to be back into the fight. They get the kill into SJ, and they're going to have to TP out of this one. DQQ doesn't actually have a TP, but he does have a blink, and he's going to try and run the other direction. That's the boots of Bearing, and
radiant are scanning.
Bearing any lag out, he should be fine.
DQQ, he wants to creep skip, try to delay as much as possible, but seems like Team Disillusion, they're winning these fights. Like Razor standing his ground with Mjolnir on. They don't have a nullifier available, so they can't remove that either. Okay, there's one available in like, never mind, I lied.
Radiant are scanning.
But he was there the full duration, that's why I said it.
Okay.
Because it procced so many times.
Man. What item do you're going Gleipnir on Gon, but he's so far from it. MKB is the right idea for a Lifestealer, but I don't know if he'll ever get there.
He sold his Hand of Midas, so that's gonna take a while. He
Glove
needs
draw.
like one, two good fights. I mean, he can sell his armlet or wait until he finds a better tier 4 neutral item. Maybe something with the move speed, some ninja gear, and then you can sell your phase boots. But I feel like you need phase boots. I think this armlet needs to be swapped out.
Edge sword is picked up for the Ember. Ooh, what's he gonna pick? Lifestealer got his tier 4, and it will be Mindbreaker. You like that? Obviously, we can't tell the other choices he had, but
Obviously, the best choice he had from his point of view. Yeah. No, Mindbreaker is definitely super strong because it's a
Blink Pulverize on the SJ, and with no silencer and no buyback, that means no global. That's a big point of contention now. Could be kind of rough. They're gonna go. They want to get Aaron. They know he bought back. So with no IO, if they're able to get this kill, it kind of evens the playing field a little bit. Meaning that Team Disillusion can't really be the ones who pressure anymore. But first Seletora is over mid, and they're gonna try and chase this. BKB, they have Lasso available. They don't at the moment, but they're gonna jump on him anyway. They go to the hook shot. That's gonna land on the Batrider. Even without the IO, they're gonna try and make this fight happen. The Nihilism, they're looking for the onslaught. The turn is not gonna be there as he gets the blink away. So he's able to get the Force Staff to go into the high ground. Then he's able to get the blink. So he gets the escape for now. But there is this small thing called Firefly that's leading them right to him. They won't be able to get there in time.
Yeah, I wish you could turn off the Firefly so they don't see where you're going.
Ooh.
Stopped it. I mean, we have a lot of these abilities that you can stop now. Like this is something that has been added in the previous patch, like Grimstroke, yeah, Darkseer, you know, his shard as well. So stuff like that. Maybe that's a thing, but also that would make him super strong.
What if you could just turn off the Firefly
Yeah, it's
early?
like, yeah, you don't know where you're going.
Yeah, but how many times are you going to accidentally activate and deactivate Firefly and it's on a 34-second cooldown?
I think it needs to be like when you want to leave the game. When we added, are you sure you want to leave the game? Wait for 5 seconds.
Ain't it? Onslaught. Oh, on the Infest pop. And he's got Trickster Cloak, so he's invis. They've got Aaron back up in 12. It's time for Holy Grail to retreat. I don't know if they're going to have that opportunity to. When you go to the global silence, there's the Force Staff once again. The Batrider's able to survive, but Razor coming the other way. Maybe looking to chase these heroes because they've got Onslaught to cut the distance down. And Aenid, he's also got that axe, so he activates that Uproar, but they can't catch any of these heroes. And so Holy Grail are able to leap. Very close. Everybody's on the edge of losing.
Pretty much we're, again, up to 6k gold lead for Team Disillusion. This has been the story of the game so far. They had 6k gold lead for the first, like, 20 minutes of the game. Then it favored the Holy Grail, almost said Holy Chalice. And now it's back on their side for the third time. 6k gold lead, 7k gold lead. Roshan potentially respawning in a minute.
And Holy Chalice, that would have been a great name.
Yeah, I want Chalice to join Holy Grail.
Ooh. Now you're speaking my language. Ideas that make sense to you and maybe one other person. Summers. He doesn't have this MKB yet.
Saving for buyback for now.
Yeah. Yep. Uh-oh. Razor. Sleight of Fist. They've got the lasso. The hook shot comes in, but it's not going to be in time. They got to the global silence. They pop the BKB, but they end up losing 3. Godlike here for Gon. And, well, Leshrac going to try and salvage it all. He's got some help coming through from the Primal Beast. The chase down is onto SJ. They hit the Pulverize. It's going to be on a Dolme. And now Summer trying to right-click down the Leshrac, who's got the Lotus Orb on him, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill there, and now they're going to look over at Aeon to get the full team wipe. And they will get all 5 heroes. Holy Grail. Looking pretty good in that one. Looking like Pokemon number 103 because they know how to Executor.
How many times can they come back into this game? This is the second time, but they're using the buybacks immediately.
Yeah,
Razor,
you need to, but they don't have buyback on Primal or Leshrac.
Leshrac, he needs 350. There's 1 Bounty Rune available on the map, so that means he's going to be dead for a full minute. They don't know that. They probably think he does have it because it's a big mistake not to have it. So they're going to be playing against Megas. Like, they might even be able to close out the game. 50 seconds. These towers, they melt. Deso, AC, all the physical damage, right-click.
Satanic for the Razor. There's the buyback from Aeonid. To get that one buyback out, so now they'll start to retreat a little bit, maybe thinking that Leshrac has buyback. And unbeknownst to them, he didn't.
Roshan long respawned. It spawned during that fight, so now 1 minute and 30 seconds. They're gonna go and check if it's available, but yeah, now you're playing against Mega Creeps. Sure, you have Leshrac, you have Razor. These two heroes deal well with the Megas, but all it takes is one fight. You lose one fight, the game is over, because you just committed with the 3 buybacks.
You have to fight Roche, right? Like, or do you just try to fight high ground?
No, you gotta fight Roche. This is third Roche we're talking about, so refresher available for Batrider, most likely.
Or maybe even Silencer. Double global action. Always feels pretty good. Got the Tormentor. They'll get the Shard on that Leshrac.
Leshrac is maxed out. Like, he can't buy anything else. Needs 250 gold for his buyback. Overwhelming Blink, Ags, Ethan, Shard as well. Bots too. Like, this hero deals insane amount of damage in a fight. Plus also having Stormcrafter, which is mana regen, move speed, exactly what the hero needs. And also more lightning, because why not? If he wanted to go all in on lightning, could have taken the new 25 talent, where Pool Snow triggers Lightning Storm.
Yeah. I mean, he's 28 now. He might even just get it before this game ends. We'll see how quickly he can get that kind of experience, though. By the way, I don't want to alarm you, but 49 minutes into the game, and we finally have some spirits.
Oh, I thought you were going to say 6k gold lead for the other team.
No, that's happened 4 or 5 times for both teams. Okay, twice. The math isn't quite there. Earlier I said I took 8 years of French in high school. I meant 8 years of French through high school. But I've been thinking about that the entire time.
And now it was the perfect time to say it. Like, when
The
they
math
got,
mistakes.
I'll wait until they get megas.
I'll wait until they get megas. Math mistakes have been made, and the anxiety makes me sweat. 8k net worth lead, and ooh, looking for a jump. But blinks him out of the high ground into a pulverize. Gonna pop that infest, and now they've got the global silence to land the lasso. It's on the primal beast, but he's able to survive. Now the turnaround is coming. The uproar has been popped. The hook shot blocked by Aaron. The onslaught goes in, but doesn't land on anybody. DQQ is able to blink away, and the disengage from Holy Grail has been pretty much perfect, except for SJ. The creeps are pushing into the base. They go into the global silence once again. They've gotten this hex onto SJ, but they don't have the damage to get the kill. These creeps are overwhelming as Dolme, he's in on the base. So they fight and they fight and they fight, but these creeps are coming in. They look over as this Leshrac trying to do the damage onto the wolf. That is this Lifestealer. They get the kill on SJ finally. Now they're going to look to get another one in DQQ, but he's into the crystals and into his grave. 2 kills there for the Leshrac. They're holding onto the base, but only barely, as one of the tier 4s has dropped. They look over at Gon, and they're going to get you, Gon, if you're not too careful. So he'll remnant away, but the chase is on for the Leshrac, who doesn't have a lot of mana remaining. The Sleight of Fist Searing Chains to lock him down, but here comes the Razor as well as the Io. They land the stun, they've got the kill, they'll take it a third. They all have buyback, and they have held onto the base, thanks to Aeonid TPing back over.
I feel like this is going to be the name of the game. Holy Grail will try to go for the backdoor play, go for some rat play, because they already used the glyph, so they're not going to have that for a really long time now. On cooldown for 4 minutes. So I think they have enough to just go in and right-click the Ancient down and kill it. Global silence, lasso someone, and focus the throne with the rest.
And we'll see if it comes to fruition, as they're not going to be able to force any of the buybacks out of these heroes. So SJ's just going to buy out on that Lotus Orb. He doesn't care to have his own buyback.
Yeah, what can you do with Lesh? He's level 30, fully jacked.
Has that Pulse Nova triggers Lightning Storm now. And has the Diabolic Edict explosion. See, the damage he's going to do is insane. Arcane Rune. This...
They're running down the
all
mid
right.
lane.
Here we go. Summer. Oh, the Lotus reflecting. And the hook shot misses a stationary target, though. They really needed that to land to go into the backlines now. Well, they're going to bite Summer, but Summer's only got half his HP pool left. Going into this is going to be a little bit dangerous, but they go to the lasso. It's going to be on Aaron. They're going to try and get the kill here out of the IO, but the sun's going to come through. It's going to land on SJ, but it won't be a hit on Summer, who's got that BKB. The stun through again, landing on SJ with that shard. Summer's in trouble, and they will get the Aegis out of his hands, and they're pushing this Lycan out of their base. So he's not committing just yet as they look over at the Razor, who pops the Manta but ends up losing his life. He's dead for 2 minutes, so the hold is actually happening here for Holy Grail as they'll take out the Clockwork, look over at Aeonid, and this is going to be a Primal Beast, most likely dead as well. Pops the Uproar, Lotus Orb or not, they're still going to kill ya. And the only one alive now is still that Leshrac.
Yeah, this is... You know what it's coming because you don't have Glyph available. You're playing against Lycan, who does have AC, has Summon Wolves, so eventually lanes are going to get pushed in. He has something to TP2 with Boots of Travel. And forcing out Leshrac, I'm not sure if Leshrac needs to be the one who TPs back, but they already kidnapped one guy, killed Io, and yeah, this game is donezo. They have nothing left. Is it
Can he hold?
Army? They can focus.
All right, maybe they could just focus the throne. That's what they're gonna do. Leshrac's gonna try and do all the damage he can, but there's nothing there for him. And the stuns will land, but it doesn't matter. And GG is called as it will be Holy Grail who take game number 1, 54 minutes in.
Yeah, it took them a while because, I mean, we did mention like how Team Disillusion played throughout the DPC. Something that they struggle with is closing out some of the games when they had the advantage early on. Same thing happened here. I feel like because a lot of these deaths on Clockwork, they need him to initiate. Like, they need him to be the one guy jumping. And I think the name of this game is whoever got the better jump won the fight. So many times we saw Long4 solo Trey, who got picked off with the lasso. I feel like DQQ, he played an amazing Batrider game.
Yeah, there were opportunities that he was just making happen, especially when he was infested and was able to jump in and help this Lifestealer kind of jump off the starting line because he had a little bit of a slow start. And, you know, early on, it was Team Disillusion that had about a 8,000 net worth lead. And this is the fight that brings it all back for Holy Grail, 26 minutes in. And this is where the first real fight comes from them. So patience was definitely there for Holy Grail to make sure that, yeah, they don't lose even more when they were behind so much.
You saw the power of their lineup when they grouped up together. This Global Silence with Lasso combo and the rest of the team just munching on them, especially Lifestealer. I like the itemization, picking up this Scotty to slow them down. Deso, of course, and then getting a BKB of his own so he can stand his ground. And this was the fight where he dealt, what, 12 or 14,000 damage on the Lifestealer.
Taking a look at these fights still, as this is a 12k lead that wouldn't hold. But it did look as though, at this point, that Holy Grail should be the victors. How many times, though, did they go back and forth with this net worth? Like, this is just Leshrac not feeling like he had enough, but all of a sudden Aeonid comes in, he's got himself the onslaught, the damage is starting to rack up. Didn't he do like 12,000 damage in this fight or something crazy like that?
He did, yeah. It's pretty insane what Lifestealer can do once he gets to his item timings. Leshrac also, I think we gotta give credit to Small KK because he played out of his mind on this Leshrac, and especially with Io, like look at all these healing. Pops the Bloodstone back to full HP immediately. This game was anyone to take. Like, whoever gets the better initiation, they delete 1 or 2 heroes and then they take the fight. Like, especially here, because they killed like 4 heroes. They were the ones controlling Roshan afterwards. It just didn't happen. Holy Grail, I mean, the way they started these TI qualifiers,
Right.
they already lost 2-0, and this game was not convincing by any means. So if they want to go through the lower bracket, make some miraculous run, they need to step it up.
Yeah, before this first game, we were talking about how it felt like they could run through the lower bracket up to the lower bracket quarterfinals, where they would have to take on the loser of Aster Extreme. But this definitely makes me question that. Like, the execution for both these teams just wasn't there, and when the expectation is that Holy Grail is going to be the better team, and they're just not executing well at all, it's tough to have any more confidence going to the next game. But I guess they are still the favorites. They still, though, need to really clean it up coming into game number 2.
That's for sure. I also liked the draft way more from Team Disillusion. I feel like this bottom lane was just not played properly, especially at the early levels, because Lycan got way too much out of that lane.
Yeah. So you take a look at the scoreboard here. You see that Holy Grail, of course, getting that one on their side. And who's your MVP? Because I gotta say, I think it's DQQ.
How does Lifestealer become MVP? What did you do? Like, you farmed, you right-click people. That's it. It's like, he had some of the infest saves as well. You know, I'm just joking. But yeah, definitely DQQ. What he did, like, one of the reasons why this bottom lane went so well for them, where they didn't manage to kill Lycan, is he saved his W flame break every single time that they tried to go with static length. He immediately bounced him away from Lycan and managed to secure his farm. And also initiations in the mid and late game were really on point.
Yeah, so MVP is DQQ, the artist formerly known as Drink. And, well, it works out for him. And, you know, game 1 going to Holy Grail looked pretty nice at the end when they were able to finally finish it off. But again, you gotta get the execution down. You gotta make sure that you've got it all together going into game number 2, and really hope that you can clean it up, because I don't think a team like Team Disillusion, at least from what we saw in game 1, are gonna let you get away with sloppy play again like that, right?
Yeah, Team Disillusion, like, they played it out until the end. Like, they tried. You got Megad, they ran down the mid lane, try to make something happen, Arcane Rune on Leshrac, but a team that also have some moments of brilliance when it comes down to the gameplay, and we expected this series to be a very entertaining one, and so far they delivered.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens in game number 2. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll see you for game number 2 shortly, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. welcome back here to the TI qualifiers for the Chinese region, as we're just here in the workshop. You see, we've got ourselves that gyrocopter car that we're working on, and well, these two teams that we've got right now are working on their game because they really need to figure it out coming into this game too. Both teams. I know one team had a win there, but there's still a lot to be figured out coming into the second game, right, Lacoste?
For sure. I mean, eventually, if you play a game of Dota, one team is going to win. Doesn't matter how long it takes, but yeah, I would say like sloppy gameplay from both sides in this first game. Let's see how Holy Grail is going to approach it, because I would say that they lost the draft. Team Disillusion had overall a better draft, but yeah, I feel that some changes can be made in this one. But they made it work in the end. Like, they didn't play it for the early game, and it showed in the late game that their lineup is really strong. Like the itemization overall, especially the one coming out from Lifestealer, and this Mage Slayer to reduce damage from Leshrac was pretty significant.
Yeah, considering the fact that Leshrac was still doing so much damage in those fights, if he had had just a little bit more, it might have been what put them over the top to win it for Team Disillusion. And now we come into this ban phase. This is it's a full phase of ban these days. It's not just 2 bans or 1 ban. It's a lot of banning going on right now. Games can be pretty much fleshed out and figured out at a moment like this.
Yeah, if we're gonna talk about numbers, in the previous patches we were like, you know, on 8 pick, this was the last pick of the first phase. Now 8 pick is first pick in the first phase.
I think, you know what, you just got to start the series with random bans, and then everybody just picks 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Just start the game, 25 heroes are banned, pick your heroes now.
Randomly heroes are banned, and then you're like, oh no, we had this strat. It's
well, too bad. Strats go out the window, and then we see more heroes in different Dota. Boom. Dota
you know what,
revitalized.
Benjamin? This is
Stop.
this is not. No. I wanted to say something positive. This is not the worst idea you had.
So it's you're not gonna call it a good idea. You're just not gonna call it the worst.
It would be
idea.
way too random. That's why.
Yeah, but that's what I like. I love
competitive
chaos
play.
and randomness.
There are modes in Dota like that. So
Yeah.
if you want to play it, queue it up after the series finishes, and let me know how it went. So going through the bans, Io, Razor, Nature's Prophet, Venge, I believe 3 out of 4 were the same ones, or no, it was Nature's Prophet, Vengeful Spirit. They banned the Gyro. Gyro's still available in the pool.
Yeah. Well, not anymore.
They don't want to first pick it, but they don't want to play against it.
Yeah, let's see
Radiant team pick.
where this goes. Clockwork again, but this time for Holy Grail. Every time I say Holy Grail, it makes me think of the song Holy Diver.
Yeah, me too. It's you influence me way too much. That's why we're thinking about the same things.
Are you actually thinking about the same thing, or are you just like working with me here? All right. Silencer picked up. So seeing trends being made in this series.
Where's Witch Doctor at?
Which one?
That doctor?
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, what if Witch Doctor builds Witchblade?
5
Which blade, though?
seconds remaining.
Falcon Blade?
Dire team ban.
This hero feels super strong. I think we might overtune him also slightly. Try to balance it out in the B patch, but still speed on the cask remained the same. Some of the changes needed to be made. I like that some of the heroes that felt very clunky to play feel good to play nowadays.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
the speed of the cask is insane. Like, it's so much better. Like, you can win a whole team fight with
Radiant
one cask.
team
That's how good it is.
Hey, it feels really strong. I have a 100% win rate with him in the last 3 months.
And speaking of heroes that are super strong, Night Stalker. This hero is bonk. It's just ridiculous what the hero can do, because you can now farm. You don't need to build into Aghanim Scepter to clear the creep waves. All you have to do is have some kind of mana sustain item. Your Crippling Fear deals damage. You can't blink out of it. I've seen Night Stalkers going for like 3-2-0 build and just running at you during the nighttime without having that Hunter in the night, having that extra damage.
Do you just get Harpoon on Night Stalker?
Hero scales so well into mid and late game. We've seen some of the carry Night Stalkers as well through the previous majors, Riyadh Masters. The first one that comes to my mind is Ramses. He plays the hero exceptionally well. I feel like the role for the hero right now is more on the off lane, because you can still get a lot of farm, but the hero can be flexed, that's for sure.
It'd be interesting to see what this... I always feel like Night Stalker is one of those heroes that I want to try, and then I just botch horribly. But you could insert hero name here and I could say the same sentence. Yeah, Pug is always a hero I want to try, but I feel like I botch it horribly. See, it works for every hero. Beastmaster also making his way back into the scene, because there was that, like, obviously there was the chunk of time with the Drums of Slom. It felt like he got ignored a little bit, and then now he's like very back.
Yeah, especially with the Hawk. Hawk changes, makes the hero insanely good. Somehow Beastmaster, he's always good. Like, Beastmaster has been a top tier pick for the last 5 years or so. So Hawk changes.
Ooh, okay, I like this.
They want to have things that spin around. Maybe they're going to pick Juggernaut as well, because you have Bedlam that you can use on heroes nowadays. You have Hawks that circle around the Beastmasters. Maybe go for Wisp again. Never mind, it's banned with the Spirits this time.
Technically, Enigma.
Clockwork, it also spins around. It's a clock, after all.
Yeah. Okay. What else spins? Earth Spirit. He spins when he's rolling.
Does he?
Yeah, rolling is just a spin on a different plane.
Yeah, you're right.
Spinning is a 2D plane, while rolling is a 3D spin.
Rolling is a 3D spin.
Oh, just blew your mind right there, didn't I? I don't think you've ever thought of that. Where does my brain go this early in the morning? Oh my god. What else is a spin?
Yeah,
sorry, you handle the draft while I think about spinning. I'm trying to think what else.
I was talking about the Beastmaster. The interesting thing is they picked Beastmaster into Night Stalker. Usually when you try to counter Beastmaster, it was Devourer, level 15 Doom, so you can take away his Ancient Creep. Night Stalker can do it with his Shard. So Beastmaster might need to reconsider his item build in this one. I don't think you go for Helm of the Overlord. It's just free gold, free HP, free mana for Night Stalker in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, that never feels great for Beastmaster, right? But then Beastmaster changes the idea of what he wants to do, right? Goes in, becomes this aura builder instead.
Dire team banned.
Yeah, that's the thing with Beastmaster. He can pretty much buy whatever. And again, I feel like Holy Grail is slightly counter-picking themselves, because they have just picked Medusa into Lion. Mana Drain, very good ability. Has been changed as well in 7.34, where you can drain your allies, like you can replenish mana on your allies without having that 15 talent.
So now we have to think about what's going to be their mid, right? For Holy Grail.
10 seconds remaining.
They need something explosive. I feel like this hero needs to do a lot. It needs to be the one that buys time, because you already have Medusa, so you don't need to have any kind of like late game security. What's going on? They're just like, I thought it was a replay on 3 speed because how fast they pick their heroes.
So Pango does roll. That's spinning on the 3D plane.
How does Medusa
30
spin?
seconds remaining.
The mana shield, the snake on the mana shield, it's spinning around her.
5 seconds remaining.
No, you know how? Because you need to spin your head around, otherwise you're gonna get stone gazed.
Okay.
That's the spinning. So, yeah, they took the Pango as well, which could have been a good pickup. And
my
the
God.
old school counter. So, mid-Templar Assassin, 2 supports, Lion, Silencer. It's a lot of... I mean, I've seen games where Medusa can hit an earlier timing, especially if they can put pressure onto Anti-Mage, and then you just end the game. But I feel like in this one, Team Disillusion can outscale them coming into the like mid-late game with Anti-Mage, Templar Assassin. Templar Assassin needs to be like active, and it's gonna be AM from the off lane and safe lane Night Stalker.
Okay. So, when Faye say that Tway is going to be on the Night Stalker, and I'm really worried about this Holy Grail lineup. It's like you picked and you played yourself, it feels like. You countered yourself, now play against the counters. You know?
It's like winnable, but it's also not an easy Pango game. Like you blink in, you use your shield crash. It's also a different Pango, a Pango that has been changed, so it's not as good. You don't have disarm anymore. You're slowing attack speed, which is pretty nuts to take. Like this is very significant nerf. Imagine this game. Attack speed slow or disarm against 3 cores that rely heavily on dealing physical damage.
Yeah, I definitely want the disarm. Maybe they didn't read the patch notes and they were thinking, hey, we're still going to have this disarm to do whatever we can with it. And well, now you're in a situation where that's just not going to happen.
It's not this arm, it's that arm now, so it's not as good. Also, the way they're gonna set up the lanes is gonna be Anti-Mage plus Lion against Medusa plus Clockwork. Okay, Clockwork's gonna be the shield. He needs to soak up some of the damage, but also he's gonna struggle with mana. Anti-Mage burns your mana. If they catch Medusa, she's straight up dead. Like mana drain plus 1 stun, extra slow from mana break. She's not going to be able to move. And this is their win condition we're talking about, because Beastmaster, as a hero from the offlane, he can't scale compared to like offlane Anti-Mage. This is a really scary lineup that Team Disillusional picked for themselves.
Yeah, they're not delusional. They're disillusioned. Oh, Aaron. Ooh. Oh boy. Bramble Maze. Good stun on 2, but I don't think it's going to matter. And First Blood is there for SJ. Now, it is an unfortunate position to be in. Already getting that First Blood. A little blood grenade thrown out for not much of a reason. And 3 bounty runes picked up for Holy Grail. I mean, that's exactly what you want to start the game. First Blood and 3 bounties? A bit of the opposite of what happened to them in the last game, right?
Yeah, they definitely needed it because of the lineup that they drafted for themselves. I want to see how the lanes are going to go. I also see Dolme having Helm of the Dominator as his first item. I feel like you need to make the change. Or at least, if you want to go for it, get the Helm of the Dominator and don't upgrade it to Helm of the Overlord.
Right.
There's also, like, tanking, maybe, where you're like, oh, this is carry Night Stalker. He's not going to invest 1,400 gold to counter me because he wants to buy different items. And we might have window of like 3-4 minutes where our Medusa is going to be strong, Anti-Mage is not going to have much, and then we want to push it, but I feel like this is very risky if he's going to try to do that.
We'll see what the progression ends up being, because I'm a little bit worried if Dolme just sticks to the standards. We'll see. Interested to see Summer in this lineup against Aaron and Aeonid. Just taking his mana, or at least at some point going to be taking his mana. Right now it's just Blink and Earth Spike, so Summer's pretty safe until level 2. Is this a lane in which Aaron just goes 1-2 or 1-0-2 and just take a second level in the mana drain?
Yeah, for sure. You want to be annoying. You want to show that if she gets close, she's gonna get her mana drained.
Willow, DQQ. He'll be fine, even with the Arcane Curse on him. You don't want to focus that too long. That's something that the Lanfei did in the first game, was on that Razor. I'm not going to say it again. I'm botching it every time. But, you know, as that Razor, he chased a little bit too much. And it ended up being where he wasn't CSing as much as maybe he could have. I'll have to listen to the way you say that name again for like the 80th time.
It's difficult.
My brain just doesn't have the capacity.
I know.
Okay.
No, I heard you speaking French before.
When? Earlier in this series?
No, throughout the many years that I know you.
Oh, okay.
You always bragged about how, you know, you learned French in the school, but you still don't know how to pronounce like 3 words.
You're just repeating what I said earlier today. I don't know how much truth there is to this anymore. But I'll believe you. I'm always in the way of believing. And Summer, no more mana. That is a problem. And without the mana, you don't have any more life. Because mana is the life force of Final Fantasy VII. And, well, he's dead. Very easily, too.
Oh, I'm already worried for them because Medusa, like, she's sitting at 230 HP, has 500 mana pool, Lion with 1 mana drain, Anti-Mage. Yeah, she definitely has to. She needs to die 2-3 more times, get some XP, and then go to jungle.
Could just, I mean, I guess you can. They're just going to follow you, right? Like, you can't swap or anything.
Swap the hero, yeah, repick.
No. Well, sure. Ooh, good Mystic Snake there. And the Cogs, Aaron, he's going to die to Summer. A little bit of revenge. SJ, he doesn't have any mana left, so ain't not going to be able to kill him. But, well, while that's happening bottom lane, they look at the Silencer, and DQQ's got himself a kill. So salvaging what they can, despite the fact they are so heavily countered in the 1-on-1 matchups. Summer might be in a bit far.
Gotta be careful.
This is only level 1 mana drain, so.
As a Silencer, but Summer, SJ, he doesn't have any mana left, so now they can play aggressive. So this death of Lion isn't as impactful, I would say. He comes back to lane, full HP, full mana, brings some extra items, and unit, he does have Vanguard. This is like 4.5, 5 minutes Vanguard we're talking about, on top of 7 extra stats from the circlets and branches.
I felt the math.
You felt me doing it? Like,
yeah.
Maybe like the way I did it actually came out.
I sensed the 2, 1, 1, 1. Yeah. The 7.
It was slow. It was very slow 7. It was not lucky 7, but eventually I got to it, and that's what matters.
Yes, that's what my teachers always said. As mid lane, we haven't really talked about this matchup too much. Pretty even in terms of CS, but a little bit of a lead for Small KK.
Yeah, side blades against Pango. Very effective, and Summer's gonna die one more time.
Yeah,
this is also with rotation. Oh, you know what? Now you're also, like, one thing we didn't mention is you're playing against Silencers, so
you didn't have Glaive,
you might steal her. Yeah, you might steal her intelligence. I think this is one of the games where you get it, level 4, and try to steal it as much as you can, because it cripples Medusa so much.
So just these Hawks diving in, and we'll try to get a kill here onto the Beastmaster, but he TPs away. You like just the constant diving from the Hawks?
Yeah, it's a change that definitely didn't expect that it's gonna happen in this patch, but it's a cool one. It looks super strong. And then if you have Aghanim Shard, reduces cooldown of the Hawk and summons an additional one. So you deal a ton of damage. Also, Hawk scales.
Dome, he came back into the lane and then they just ran at him. But the Hawk's doing enough to keep him alive. He is on a sliver of health. Also, that Helmet of Iron Will, 6 armor, 5 health regen is what allows him to kind of stay up in just a sliver before death. Ooh, they're sending the Silencer back over. Does he have glaives this time? He does.
Yeah, my man. He knows what's up. I like it. Summer, level 5 on Medusa, 300 mana pool, 250 HP. That's gone in a matter of seconds.
Potentially second. Aaron's in. Sees him. Earth Spike. Mana Drain. Gets the snake off. That might be what keeps him alive. But Aenid's under the tower. They're going to need some help. He's out of mana. And SJ's in. Blood Grenade. Aenid doesn't have a blink for another second. Bramble Maze on it too. They're going to use the gate to leave. They do keep Summer alive. The name of the game is Keep Summer Safe. And they're just able to run at Summer, but a good turnaround there to at least stay alive. But Summer, you're playing with fire. Just half health all of a sudden. Mystic Snake comes in. Playing with fire? Maybe it's the other way around. Aaron's dead to Summer. That is...
These are some okay kills that they're getting. Like, they're keeping Summer alive. He's second on the network chart, which is not too bad. Pango's farming nicely. I think Gon, as soon as he gets Diffusal Blade, like even pre-Diffusal, he needs to be at the right spot. Like, he needs to be the one making a rotation, getting a kill. And looking at his move, he might be getting the kill in this bottom lane. Not the easiest kill to get. 2 points in the Hunter in the Night, saving a point for Dark Ascension on the Night Stalker.
Roar. And, ooh, even thinks about going into the Rolling Thunder, but doesn't even need it. They'll just get the kill onto the Night Stalker. Holding roll, I want to say if Gon wants to, they take this tier 1 tower and then they go through the gate and go to top.
Radiant's bottom tower has
But
fallen.
that is... We're not on the same wavelength. I'm not on his, apparently. Top lane again, though. And it's SJ. Ooh, he does come top. They're going to get a kill on Aen, and they turn it around with that. They bounce off and go towards Aaron one more time. He'll have some help from Summer, and they do end up making the trade. It's via the TP and not via the Twin Gate, but the thought is still the same, and they do end up getting a couple of kills. They are really kind of making it look easier than it should up against so many counters.
Night Stalker, he's going hand of Midas, which is pretty traditional, I would say, for a Night Stalker carry, because you want to get those levels. His talents are insanely good, like Dark Ascension, duration, damage, strength, and then cooldown. So it's all about the Dark Ascension pretty much. But so far, so good from Holy Grail, considering what they were playing into. There's also XP rune available, which is being scouted by DQQ because they didn't pick it up. Both of the supports are either level 5 or about to crack level 5 on side of Holy Grail, and on the other side, yeah, both supports level 5, but they already picked up their Wisdom rune.
Dome going for the Vlads, and he doesn't have the full Helm of the Overlord queued up.
I might just keep it. Might just keep it like that. And that's something that we did mention. Go for just Helm of the Dominator and play with it.
Top lane again, Aenid, he's level 7. Used that Mana Void in the last fight, but only was able to get SJ. And Medusa's into the jungle and just farming up. Has that Dragon Lance and doing everything he can. He's going to try and get that farm, get that Manta online, and they're going to look to go bottom again, potentially, with Primal Roar.
They can kill him one more time. They have enough. Even with Dark Willow being level 5, they still have enough damage.
So there's the jump with the Primal Roar. The Hawk diving in. Curse Crown's going to get off, and they'll get the kill. Dome's got credit for that. He's got some help, while they also take out the Silencer. Gone. Getting him.
And this also allows Summer to put some pressure onto mid tower. He's building into Manta style. This is pretty straightforward build when you're playing into anti-mage lineup. Dragonlance, Manta style, straight into Butterfly. Sometimes you even skip a Dragonlance and go Manta straight into Butterfly to hit an earlier timing. Oh, Lion, he looks very dead. Hawk doing the job.
They are... You're going to want this shard as quickly as you can get it, because these Hawks feel like they're doing so much damage. Or, well, right now, this Hawk.
Yeah, we didn't talk too much about him. The most farm hero in the game. Straight Deso. Like, no shenanigans, no Blink Daggers, Dragonlance, nothing, nada. Just Deso. But now he needs to find some openings. Like, you want to be active. I think he understands that he's not... doesn't need to be, like, the real carry of this game, because they have two other ones that scale well. Anti-Mage going into the Fusel Blade next. Pretty standard when you play offlane AM. And can he get the tower in the top lane? Yes, he can. Aeonid will pick it up.
Oh, wow. Great movement from Gon.
He disappeared. Spark of Courage. Didn't even pop the double damage. The Fusel Blade, Orb of Corrosion. Pango, still doing Pango things. Even after all these nerfs in the last couple of months. Still feels really nice to play. I thought that hero, after reading the changes, I'm like, you know, Shield Crash now gives you a fixed amount barrier rather than like damage reduction percentage, which is a nerf, but still, it's all barrier. It's magical and physical. So it's not as bad. I thought it might just be, you know, one of those, but after testing it out, it does work on all damage.
Gon, by the way, he is ready to swipe this Wisdom Rune. He's got 20 seconds to not be found out here if nobody comes over. He's also popped a double damage, so if anybody does show up, they might just die.
Radiant are scanning.
Which means Wisdom Rune should be theirs. While that's happening, Hookshot used bottom. Cogs into the Bramble Maze. Global Sound's going to stop the Terrorize from being thrown over. Aaron goes into the Ear Spike that's onto the Dark Willow. They follow that up with a Hex, but they have the Primal Roar as well as the Axes. The Dive Bomb Hawk hits and kills.
Ooh, C'est la vie. He'll die again. Let's see if they can get more. Aaron? Yeah, looks very dead here.
Yeah, Curse Crown. He still has damage with the Boars. The Hawk's doing it all. Dolme, man, he is looking like the MVP. 4-0-1. Terrorize lands. He survives. Now they've got a Swashbuckle, the Rolling Thunder. Small KK is in trouble, and they will have yet another kill. That is a triple kill for Dolme. He might even get an ultra kill if the Boar is able to swipe this last hit, or maybe he is with the Axes himself. Oh, Boar, is it going to be it? No, Gon's going to get the mega kill streak instead, but still a fight well won for Holy Grail.
They're playing pretty much as for. They understand that Summer needs to farm, and that's exactly what he's doing while they're moving together, using this timing, Helm of the Dominator, and Dolme picked up Helm of the Overlord. So let's see how that's going to work out, because I see Shard in the Night Stalker's Quick Buy. He had that even before, and he's going to pick it up immediately, because that's something that gives you HP, gives you ability to kill the Ancient Creeps during the nighttime. So that's going to be a big chunk of golden experience if he can get it off. It also refreshes. If you use Dark Ascension, it does refresh it, so you can kill 2 Ancient Creeps.
Damn.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that could be a quick little dinner and then dessert for Night Stalker with the Shard.
I like how you said dinner, because it's nighttime.
Has fallen.
Yep. You know my mind so well.
Diffuse the Blade about to be finished on AM, 4 points in mana break. Let's see if they can get a kill here. Medusa, mana, gone.
Oh gosh, all these TPs coming in. Is he gone? Terrorize, turn around with the Swashbuckle and a kill, and Summer's still standing.
I'm not sure if that was a great Healing Lotus or just a normal one plus a magic one, but gave him enough mana to survive that mana void and also a little bit of a HP. All eyes on Night Stalker. Let's see. Yeah, eats it. 250 for the Night Stalker. Big chunk
Easy
of XP.
gold.
Hand of Midas. Extra XP coming out from that one.
He might start to make a move towards the top of the net worth. They're not too careful with these ancient creeps.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Really need to watch out.
Radiant's top tower is under
At a
attack.
certain point, we'll see if they're going to be able to stop Summer. He has been surviving so far. Has 2 butterflies queued up.
I don't know if he wants to commit to it. There was a game,
Radiant's top
I think Western European DPC, maybe we covered it together, when someone bought 2 butterflies on Medusa and it didn't end up well. I think 1 butterfly is more than enough. Also,
This guy's unqueued up.
Small KK, he had 12-minute deso, but still no extra damage on it. And this is what I talked about. If they feel like they could go high ground with this earlier timing, with the Ancient Creep, Medusa, with the 2 items, they're going to start to pressure it. Let's see how they're going to approach it.
Go for the top tier 3, and they are going to look to get this tower. So it will only be 1 butterfly. Unfortunately, we won't see 2 butterflies on Summer. I don't even know if we'll see the butterfly on Summer at all. I was hoping for 2, because then I could say it's a kaleidoscope of butterflies, but they jump in, they look for the global silence, they get the kill in the dome. Now they're going to try and push them back. Summer's in some trouble, but the hookshot comes in with the rolling thunder. 3 heroes hit. 3 heroes might be gone. They get the kill in the air, and they look over, and now they found themselves this silencer. Radovato's follow-up. Aeonid's coming back in to try and get a kill here on the Summer. Can he get the mana void off? No, he can't. So Aeonid drops. Aaron buys back. There's the stun. Looking for the terrorize. That's going to be a whiff for the blink out from Small KK.
Gon is burning more mana than Anti-Mage and Lion
That's
combined.
insane.
Yeah, he also has Shield Rune plus the Shield Crash, so that's like extra 1500 HP that he has in a fight. This should be Barracks because they already used Dark Ascension, they used Global Silence, and they can take it. Templar Assassin, she does have a Shard upgrade, so she wants to play a bit of a different game, maybe lock a Silence onto Dark Willow, get the kill. DQQ, he's super tanky, having Magic Wand, Casual Bracer, Road of Atos, which does give 300 HP,
Gone?
and the neutral item with 5 stats.
Round of Atos allows him to leave Aeonid and Small KK. They really want to go because they want to make sure that they're able to kill off Summer. But there's the Manta. And now the Bramble Maze is down. The hook shot lands. They're going to maybe come back into this one. Shield crash down. Aeonid dies. That's all right for SJ. That trade is well worth it, but the Eagle Song that's on that courier dies while they're fighting. They go to the Earth Spike. Aaron just trying to drain the mana, but it's not going to be enough with DQQ right on him. Fear's going to be thrown over on the Gom, but he'll get you. They'll take out Small KK. They get the kill on Aaron. They'll look over now for the Night Stalker, who's forced to blink away. And they now have their eyes set and focused onto this Silencer, who they've left behind.
It's just a disaster at the moment. Holy Grail, they're getting everything. Oh, they almost got the Roar. It would have been a full team wipe. What they can do is kill Roshan on the Radiant side. For now, they can take this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They can also keep pushing. They know that the Global Silence is going to be back online relatively soon. It's also daytime, so Night Stalker doesn't do much. Like, with level 10 talent, it's less than 40-second duration of the nighttime.
Tier 2 tower. There it goes. And I think
They're
for a second
debating.
They thought,
They thought, like, do we go for another tier 2 tower, or are we going to take Roche and just siege from there? Wait for Butterfly on Medusa.
Bedouin on a Dolme. For some reason.
Steal his creeps. They're going to smoke. They feel like the game is slipping away from them, so they feel like they need to do something. Can't really blame them. Global Silence available. Dark Ascension. Lion doesn't have a finger, but if they wait longer, like the way this game progressed, I feel like they just lose. This is a big pickup if they can take him out.
They have the damage to do so. Now he's over by the rest of his team, so it's not so easy of a kill.
Lion doesn't have a
Raptor
blink
plays
dagger, so
down.
he can't initiate.
Going into the Shadow Realm, immediately running, but there's the blink right on top of the Dark Will. He's got the Rod of Atos, so now the turnaround's going to come with the Global Science being loose, but
That's
the
your
Primal
carry.
Roar comes in, and Small KK is just in too far. He jumped into that pretty much just to die, and they're going to call GG. That's it. 22 minutes in, Holy Grail took the 2-0 and knocked Team Disillusion out of this qualifier.
Whew, that was a quick GG. I mean, they understand that this game is really one team fight away from being over, like one team fight close to their base.
Yeah, that was very impressive there, especially with the fact that it felt like in the draft where they had basically picked into all the counters and said, okay, on paper it's a counter, but in practice it wasn't. They really showed them up pretty heavily in this game, showing a massive difference in ability, I would say.
They played it pretty much to perfection. Medusa had 2 deaths in the laning stage, but they did a very good job rotating. Gon has been on point with this Pangolier, Rolling Thunders, and so many times they killed Aeonid because he was off to a great start. We were talking about 4.5 minutes Vanguard into Power Treads later on. Still managed to kill him so many times, like you blink in, rest of the team is there to back him up, and Dolme as well. Like we were discussing what the item build is going to be. In the end, he goes for that Helm of the Overlord, buys a bit of a auras for his team, gives, I think, 2 creeps to Night Stalker, but that's about it. It's all about amplifying damage on Medusa, giving that extra damage, lifesteal, and the attack speed from the Inner Beast. And I feel like Beastmaster is also going to be super popular because you can't TP out. You have this root mechanic from the Hawk. You have like debuff piercing immunity with the Roar, so that's always going to be a thing. And I feel like, again, Team Disillusion, they crumbled after what happened in the first game because they probably checked the graphs and they're like, you know what, we should have won this game or at least played it better, try to find some initiation, get stuff going. But in the end, Holy Grail, they take it with the convincing fashion in the second game.
Yeah, so I would have to say Gon is going to be the MVP on this one because he pretty much played perfectly, and from that they were able to just destroy in this game, and just 7-0-10 in such a short time did so much just to make it happen here for Holy Grail, and it's well done. It puts them on to the next round of the lower bracket where they face the winner of the next series, which is Team Bright against Supernova. So that matchup too can be very close, but what are you thinking in terms of winner or loser in that one?
In that one, I feel like Bright will take that one, and then we'll have Holy Grail probably taking that team because I do consider Holy Grail to be better than both of these teams. And then you'll have to play probably against Aster or Xtreme Gaming. This is going to be the real test for Holy Grail potentially if they manage to get the win against Bright or Supernova.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see Kama back in the professional scene, albeit at the end in a TI qualifier. You know, there were times where he was looking pretty good, but we'll have to see what he brings to the table in that next series, which will be coming up after a short break. So we'll see you guys soon, and stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome one and all here for some TI Dota. As the road to TI begins and continues here in the Chinese region, we're about to witness some more Dota, some more eliminations, and of course more teams still vying for the only Chinese team to make it to the international through the qualifiers. I'm Snare, I'm joined by my brother Lizard. Very fast day today, admitted. Just 2-0s, 2-0s, 2-0s. What the hell is happening, man? We've only had 1-1 the entire time. Is the region that lopsided right now?
It might be, but then again, it's the two of us casting, so this one is gonna go 3 games. By the way, like your shirt, you got the memo, what we're supposed to wear. Very nice.
Exactly. I was like, I know what's up, you know. Lizard's on the mic, I need to get the whitest tee I have. This is like one of 3 only white shirts that I have, so you know, I bought it just for you, fam.
Nice, nice. My friends usually joke around that I only have white and black, and that's it. Like, wear nothing else. So
They're not wrong.
it wasn't hard for you to guess which one, but I think it's not hard to guess which team is gonna be kind of the favorites today. Like, overall, one of them has Phoenix and Irving, you know, like these guys yesterday, they looked quite all right, and I expect them to do pretty well today. But then again, you make plans, you make expectations, and, you know, God laughs at you. So let's see what's gonna happen.
I am excited to see how Supernova, Dong, and the boys are actually going to do here. You know, we actually haven't really seen them play thus far. They're making their debut into the qualifiers, and that can be one of 2 things. Either they've been sitting in the hyperbolic time chamber, getting swole, getting jacked, getting super buff, ready for the matchup, or they're going to come in cold with Team Bright already having that little bit of momentum that they gained up against Azure Ray. We're about to find out though, homie, as we have the draft live for Game 1. Supernova with the first pick on the Dire side, and we have the side here of Team Bright, Dire side, second pick. Any surprises from yesterday? So what did we have? It was Nature's Prophet bans, Invoker bans. Gyro got let through once or twice, but I think Team Bright got a little bit of shell shock from that matchup against Azure Ray, because now they're first phasing the Enchantress. They're like, this is not being played again.
Yeah, like the Ench, I really don't think it's that big of an issue to ban her out immediately. Like, if I'm looking at position 5s and 4s, maybe Silencer is even a bigger deal at the moment. Strong in the lane, the global later on messes everything up. But okay, like you said, shell shocked. Sometimes you just get traumatized, right? And then afterwards, you know, you kind of try to just ban that hero. Better to not lose against it and make your whole team angry at you.
Yep. And at the same time, whoever's drafting right now, Karma for Supernova, making the right decision. We saw yesterday how well Team Bright can look with Pango on 2 different roles, and especially, man, Undying Silencer. Oh, by the way, I'm glad both of us are on this game, because it means we're back to the Undying fan club. Don't let us down, buddy. Show us what you got.
Dire team ban.
Let's see, Darkseer. Okay, like, so far one hero that has gone through is Vengeful Spirit as well, and Lycan. Like, what happened to teams not banning Lycan? That's something that's really interesting to me. Usually everyone opens up with Beast and Venge, right? On one side you see Beastmaster, on other Vengeful, something like that, but I honestly think that Lycan is just as strong. This dude, however, like, he also needed to be banned out. So let's see, Venge on one side, I'm expecting Lycan, or the Beastmaster on the other.
Yeah. Like, you know, Beastmaster makes sense. We saw Team Bright yesterday opening up with the Phoenix one of the games, so it's possible that they go back in that direction. But I think Beastmaster makes the most sense, right? We've already seen how good it can be up against the Vengeful Spirit overall, and just the hero looks very, very good. But, you know, this is also Irving. He might want to hold out hope for playing Mars, so just keep it in the pool as long as possible.
Oh, damn, the Emperor. They just snatched that up, like you were talking about it, mentioning it, like, it's Ember, right? What else does he have? Like Ember and perhaps a Puck, right? Those Ember Puck. Those 2 heroes are top notch for him. Everything else is still good, but not on the same level. So they snatched that Ember up. They played it. Did they play a Kotl Ember yesterday? They did, right? Like, it was them that did it.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so that's also an option for them. I just want to see maybe if they do go for Kotl, maybe a different position 5, something that can actually get in there, you know, just do stuff, not not be the same. Like when Elder Titan and Kotl were picked up, it's like the same shit. One is channeling Illuminate, the other is channeling Echo Stomp. No one is going in, no one is giving any info. I want my 5 to be stupid. I want it to be dumb. I want it to go in and just die, you know? But while it's dying, it's giving good info. It's showing enemy side. It's baiting some spells. I like that better.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm in full agreement. Unless, of course, Undyne plays Lich. Then it's fine. Then it's acceptable.
Remaining.
If he wants to play like Lich, maybe some Oracle, he can go right ahead and do that. Supernova still haven't banned out Beastmaster. They're more afraid of Brewmaster. And I think on the first day, we did see a couple of games with Vengeful Spirit versus Brewmaster. And honestly, it didn't look as promising as Beastmaster, so I'm kind of surprised that they've let it through. But it's up to Team Bright if they actually have the idea to pick it right now, as they have thankfully removed Gyrocopter from the game. No one's going to get debated. Dong is not going to say, hey guys, this is open in the pool, give it to me. He's going to probably just ask for Morphling and you'll be okay.
Yeah, like Gyrocopter is a weird one. I'm surprised people aren't just picking it much earlier and then just banning out the Morphling. You have so many bans to work with anyway. But okay, like I've seen some games in which he loses, some games in which he just completely dominates. I'm not sure where I'm at with the hero. I think he's much better than before, but still, like you said, there are counters to it, like some Morphlings and stuff. Disruptor.
This is interesting. Have we seen Disruptor yet? This qualifiers? I don't think so, right?
I think it has been played once or twice, and also I've seen him in other regions, I think. And one other thing, I've seen him banned a lot, so there's that, right?
Well, Disruptor is one of those heroes that's always very, very good when you pick it before the enemy team has their mid laner, because now a lot of their options are limited, right? They can't be playing some quad. Puck seems a little bit less likely all of a sudden.
2 picks, 2 wins.
Also, yeah, okay, nice. Shout out production for giving us the value. So 100% win rates means auto GG for Team Bright. Thanks for playing, Supernova. Might as well go to the next game.
That's it, it's over, right?
Yep, 3 picks in and the game's over.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes when it's time to call it, it's time to call it. You go next. Yeah, like I think it's one of better heroes versus Ember as well. It puts you on a more aggressive side if you want to play like that. You can glimpse heroes back. You have some catch. Overall, I'm a big Disruptor enjoyer. I'm from Southern Europe, but we are Slavs. You know how it is with EU. Everyone is picking Disruptor, so I like it. Supernova, they go with the wow, Supernova going with the Phoenix. Come on.
Lovely. We love to see it. Unfortunately for us, you know, Lacoste is already gone, so not going to be the massive puns, but they got our backs. More team fight for themselves. It still sort of hides where the Vengeful Spirit is going. She could be some kind of core hero. And I always like this option of when the enemy team has a big circular ultimate, you get a big circular ultimate of your own and sort of challenge them in that arena. And oh, look, what a surprise. Dong Morphling, who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, not you for sure. You didn't mention it like 15 seconds ago. Yeah, they got the Morphling. Interesting. I've seen some Vengeful Spirits actually picked into the Morphling against him. And it worked quite well, like the percentage-based damage reduction versus the Morphling obviously does wonders, but they pick it together. Okay, Insta Doom as some sort of an answer, I suppose.
Okay, Doom, just get the ultimate out. I mean, you were mentioning the damage reduction, you also get that massive damage amp now that you have Morphling. You know, as you shift, you get the pure bonus because you're not just getting plus damage, which is nice. I'm not sure about this Doom. Man, they are like doubling down on these silences. I do not want to be in the mid lane right now. Oh my god, dude. What are you supposed to play mid for Supernova? You can't play a Spirit Hero, you can't play Puck, can't play Queen of Pain.
I think you just go like Dragonite, you know. It's a simple answer. Pick some DK, pop ulti, and that's it. It's decent matchup versus Ember anyway, and you don't care about the Hexes, the Dooms. And you do care, but you care less than most other heroes, right? So they get the Beast first instead.
Okay, so Supernova going for this buff up strat, right? Beastmaster Venge plus the Morphling. This guy is going to be, if he's not doomed, hexed, or inside Static Storm, Dong is going to be absolutely a beast in the middle of these
10
fights.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, you're also showing like 2 of your supports already.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
when you show your supports, it's much easier to
Radiant
pick an
team
offlaner
back.
like a Beastmaster. I think Beast is good in any game, but
Radiant team
much easier
back.
when, let's say, Anch is banned out and you can pick it this freely. I do like it, but remember yesterday we were talking about Beast Phoenix combo. I like that combo the most. One of the better, like Mars, Phoenix, Beast, Phoenix. As long as you have some sort of a stun to
10
protect the egg,
seconds remaining.
it's always nice to have.
5 seconds.
Also a very
remaining.
annoying laning phase. If this is indeed a 4-position Phoenix, there's lots and lots and lots of slow. Very fun to play against. Not going to be enjoyable at all for whoever plays into the safe lane for Team Bright. They're going to be picking second, though. We still don't know what their carry is going to be. Supernova still in search of a mid. Team Bright. This is, I think, the 3rd or 4th time I've seen Tinker getting banned, which is interesting, right? Because 733 was practically completely untouched outside of like 1 or 2 teams, but all of a sudden in this patch, people have been recognizing that there's something about this hero and just been banning him out.
Damn, Phoenix, he ran away to that toilet. That was a
Dire team back.
fastest dash ever. By the way, I think some illusion-based hero for Team Bright would be solid. I'm surprised they didn't ban out the Naga, something like that, right? Versus Morphling, some Naga, maybe some. I know PL isn't really picked a lot, but maybe a PL. Like these heroes work really well against
10 seconds
all of them.
remaining.
Like PL. If there's a game for PL, this would be it.
5
You're
seconds
really
remaining.
good versus Phoenix, really good versus Morphling, really good versus Venge, really good versus Beast. The thing is, though, no one is playing him, so probably not gonna get picked up. Instead, I suspect Supernova to ban out the Naga. Like,
That makes sense to me. I mean, Heater has been known to be a prolific illusion spammer. He plays Terrorblade more than those heroes, but I definitely could see this as a Naga game. My god. Naga OPL would be pretty darn good.
maybe some Drow Ranger, ban that one out, like as well. Disruptor Drow sounds like a scary lane, but Team Bright, yeah, they do have enough frontline for these squishy sideliner carries, I feel like. You have the Ember, you have the Doom to mix things up, you know, to cook, and then you can do some stuff on the sideline.
Did you just mention the 2 heroes made on fire to cook? I see. I get you.
You got it. Not Lacoste, but getting there slowly.
So let's see the end of their reserve time. Supernova decide to ban out the anti-mage. So they leave in all the illusion heroes and they go for Primal Beast mid. Okay. So this sort of fits the mode, like something tanky that can absorb these spells and still be effective in the fight.
Yeah, right. Like it's very similar to the DK call. It kind of does well versus Ember. It does well versus Ember mid, and it doesn't care about the Doom, doesn't care about the Lion, so it won't get bursted down immediately.
5 seconds remaining.
Also, to your point about illusion heroes, now it's easier to play into illusion heroes with the Primal Beast. But there's your call. My boy is not just cooking with the fire, it's cooking with the ice. You brought the Heat Drow Ranger into existence. Should be a good lane, like you mentioned, against this Undying Disruptor. Talk to me about it. Overall, do you feel like it brings the entire draft of Team Bright better than Supernova, or is their lineup a little bit more balanced?
I feel like it's... Once you see the Primal Beast, I guess the illusion heroes aren't as strong as the Drow. I think Drow is pretty good here. And the reasoning is obvious, like you're picking it into the Morphling, right? Like you get this long range hitter versus the egg as well. The lane itself is really strong with Disruptor, so you shouldn't be too worried about that. Like overall, I like the Drow pick. I liked what Team Bright have cooked up. I think it's strong, but Supernova as well. Like this, I like both of these drafts. I'm not gonna say that I'm super favoring one team because of the drafts, but I am favoring Team Bright because of the players. I think that they might be a little bit stronger right now.
I think based on what we saw yesterday, that's definitely the correct call to make, that Team Bright should be pipped to be a bit stronger. But one thing I'm also a bit worried about in favor of Supernova is what ends up happening with this Beastmaster. How does normally you'd have Beastmasters deal with Drow by you scout her in the trees while you're trying to farm up the game. Beastmaster's a different hero now, so they might not have that constant advanced vision to hunt and kill the Drow Ranger reliably. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be intriguing to find out what options they have up against the superstar carry Heat, but they do have the Dog Morphling. And even in games that they've lost in the past, Supernova have looked dominant on that hero with that player. So let's see what they've got, Lizard, as we're underway with Game 1
Let's
of
see.
Team Bright versus Supernova.
Let's see, my friend. I think that all your worries are sound. I do think at the same time that they have some ways of getting on top of Drow, like most importantly, Venge. Drow hates heroes that can disposition her, and Venge can always make that happen. Plus you have Primal Beast and Morphling to just rush on top of you once they get a couple of items. So they do have ways of reaching that Drow. At the same time, on the other side, you have Disruptor to meet you with Static Storm if you're diving too deep, Lion with an Impale. I don't know, this is probably the closest two drafts that I have seen so far, that we have at least casted in the TI qualifiers.
I'm looking forward to two things in this game. I want to see how Imitators have been performing quite well on these spellcaster heroes, so I want to see him again on this line, and I really want to see this Dog Morphling, man. I just love, like, I hate Morphling as a hero, as you know, but I like great Morphling players. There's something about how they play the game, uber balls to the walls all the time, that's intriguing to me. And speaking of Morphling, finding himself having to dissuade some spells on the other side of the map, we see them running down on dying on the Disruptor. They should be able to find the first blood, some summoned Hawks, and Kama gets the kill. Some bonus gold being drawn for the Beastmaster, and that's going to make this lane even better than it should be.
Yeah, that's the best way to start it, right? Like, you get that position 5 down, you get the first blood. As, like, the closer you are to Helm of Iron Will, the better your lane will be, obviously. Sheep, though.
Oh, Sheep's dead. Very nicely done. Blood grenades, man. Strong item. They've been watching solo replays. They know that if you play Disruptor, you show up to lane with blood grenades, and it nets them a kill on the Phoenix.
Yeah, the thing is, this lane, we said it earlier, it's not going to be easy. Disruptor and Drow, for me at least, are probably up there as the strongest combos in the game when it comes to the safe lane. They have 2 slows, and you can't juke the Drow. Like, Drow hates... What does she hate? She hates when you go into trees and she can't follow up with Frost Arrows. Well, Thunderstrike is gonna keep vision on you all the time, so you can't do that. Plus it mini slows you. It's really difficult to deal with.
That spell just over the years has been quietly just buffed into absurdity. Honestly, it's so strong. Like Thunderstrike and Glimpse, those spells are just ridiculous right now. Just for whatever reason.
Yeah, Glimpse always has been, right? Like, Glimpse is just one of those spells that the way it works changes the game, changes the way you have to play, so no matter what, it's gonna be broken.
So our observer was trying to get us to pay attention to the top lane, so let's do the right thing. Unfortunately, I don't think this lane is going to be quite as action-packed as the one down bottom. Like, we're going to see a lot of harass. I think, like, the only person I think can die here is Imitator. I don't see anybody else legitimately
he will die, right?
Imitator is about to die. Taking right clicks, he's gone. Yeah. But it's only him. I don't see, like, Venge or Morphling dying or the Doom either.
Yeah, but that was literally a solo kill by Chola. Easy for Chola. Easy for Cholizi. He went in there, he got the lion kill. I mean, Venge right now is ridiculous. You can't trade in the lane with her, so not surprised.
The one lane that's sort of going completely even right now is this mid. Ember versus Primal. Feels like one of those lanes where absolutely nothing can happen. So they're just gonna trade farm, you know, watch each other, get some CS, nothing more you can do about it.
Yeah, pretty much. It's all about the rotations that happen towards the mid or away from it. Top lane, you talked about Irving and how he cannot die. I'm not so sure about that. Oh, the Hex!
He's fine, bro.
The Hex.
He's fine, bro. Imitator is on it. He's got the right spells. He's got a Fairy Fire and level 2 Scorched Earth. He's fine, bro.
Okay, that Hex was right on time. He would have died if not for the Hex. So very nicely done.
Wow, Irving has no chill though. He literally just walked back in the lane. He was, I think, he knew that there wasn't any mana on Shola, but if Shola had mana, Irving would be dead right now, so.
He could have it, right? Like, he has Healing Lotus. He could have used it and spammed him, but Irving, let's see. He's healing up way too much, plus another Fairy Fire, plus a Ring of Health now. Yeah, the lane is changing.
Ooh, oh no!
Or it's not.
All right, you know, it's one thing if he should be healing up, but you know, step back and give yourself a chance to heal, bro. It'll be fine.
Yeah, he has no chill, like you said.
Good old Irving.
There's a rotation down bottom, and never mind. Is he changing his mind?
He's thinking about it. I think they recognize that their position on the map right now, it's not that easy to dive heat. And, you know, Karma pretty much has no mana right now. Has a healing lotus and some one charges, but I don't think he could get off all 3 of the spells.
You could see that they were waiting for Venge to show somewhere. Now that he's shown himself back on top lane, perhaps they can play the lane properly. But nicely done. Heat and Disruptor really realizing that they shouldn't approach the lane when Venge is missing.
Irving right now gonna just be spending a little bit of time in the lane, catching up, getting closer towards finishing his Vanguard. Just farming up, you know, but now he has full HP, shouldn't be dying anytime soon. Instead, they're gonna try and make an attempt onto Heat. They jump in with these Hawks and they have a lot of damage. Karma going in for the hit. Beautiful Gust pushes back the Primal Beast as he arrives. They still end up getting the kill, but they might get some revenge here. As they're going for Karma, they find his life. Undying though definitely pays the price for this one, as Han able to bring him down. Imitator should follow him into the grave. A beautiful 3-hero Earth Spike, but it's not gonna be enough. Double kill for Han. They only lose 1 hero in the process. And if you don't rotate your Vengeful Spirit, you might as well bring the Primal Beast to get the job done.
Yeah, it's one of those moves, right? He's only level 5, but he still moves, rotates in, gets you all these kills. And yeah, you did lose a bit of farm on the mid lane, but not really a lot. Phoenix will get that level 6 before Han. But look at them, they're pretty much the same level at the moment. A really nice rotation by Primal.
That's the NTS Classic. He's the one that pioneered it in this region, where literally every single game at level 5 is when you make a rotation. You go try and make something happen on the bottom lane. Ideally, you do so with a rune in tow as well. Worked out for him there. He might get level 6 very shortly, but he might also... Oh, man, if he had level 6, they could have realistically killed Phoenix, but very sadly for him, didn't find the necessary experience, and Phoenix will just grab a regen rune top as well.
Yeah, it's that 1 XP that he needed, that 1 creep that needed to die, right? Irving is playing like a really interesting game on top lane.
He has no chill. He's saying, I am not dying here. He's posting up, really relying on the fact that he has this Scorched Earth, plus he has Vanguard, plus he ate the... Oh, wait, mid lane. Han throwing out the first Pulverize of the game, but not really gonna make anything happen. Okay, never mind.
Debated.
You know, you hear that loud sound, you're like, something cool is about to happen, but then nothing happens. You're
Yeah,
like,
you turn your camera back to mid and he's cancelled it already. Nice.
So, looking bottom towards where this Drow Ranger is, what do you think in terms of itemization? Like, where does she go nowadays with her item routes that's most effective, do you think?
Do you think it's any different than before? A couple of raid bans with the Dragonlance early on. I think that should be it. I can't see it being much different. Like, have you seen?
Maybe she wants that shard. I remember at the tail end of last patch, I saw people upgrading priority and buying the shard. But I guess that's less relevant when the enemy team has Venge already, to just swap you out of it.
I mean, I can see that happening as well. Like, in this kind of a game, you definitely need ways to move around, so I'm suspecting the Dragonlance into a pike to be a first rush. Then afterwards, just the standard Drow build into the Morphling has always worked, so...
Oh, Buran dying, I think he's dead. Blood Grenade gonna slow him down. Nice glimpse back though onto the Phoenix, but I don't think he survives this one. Han will come in with the onslaught, they find the kill. They might not be done just yet. They could potentially rotate down bottom. They have Primal Roar at the ready and they realize this. They're thinking about it, They're talking to themselves, is this kill actually viable? And unfortunately for them though, Team Bright is coming in immediately, ready for that counter rotation.
Yep.
Imitator and Phoenix. Will you live? He's dead. Sorry, Phoenix. tried his
Well,
best.
there's Roar,
Should be
actually.
able
He's
to get
fine.
brought down. Oh, Primal Roar. You're right. He's 100% fine. Instead, they
Nope.
turn back onto Phoenix. Nope. Double damage rune with the Slider Fist will end up getting the kill. Han, though, shows up with the young little trample to bring down the Lion at the very least. So it's going to be a 1-1 affair. Overall, though, Undyne might also end up getting brought down. Some axes catch him out. One more right click from this Dark Troll Summoner is all they need, and Kama will find the kill off the back of it.
And that should
So
be a,
2-for-1 exchange, and they stop the rotation.
yeah, that should be a tower as well. A simple one, considering you have a Dark Troll Summoner. Overall, so far in the first 9 minutes, I've hyped Team Bright up during the pre-panel, right? Like I hyped them up that they're really good as players at the moment in comparison to these other tier 2-ish teams. But Supernova, they're just playing faster, they're playing better. The rotations from Primal have netted them way more than the rotations of Ember. Like Ember's rotations felt more like, oh, I just have to do something, you know. Yeah, they're crushing my side, I have to go do something about it. I never saw any big idea behind them.
Tower is under attack.
Well, Ember will still have an opportunity to participate meaningfully in this game. They at least will open up some space on the other side. They lose their tier 1 bottom, they gain their tier 1 top. So now the question is, what's going to be the next move? Because you know Supernova, they don't want to stop this train. I think they maybe just wait for this Primal Beast to have what? He's saving up money for what looks like a Blink Dagger potentially?
Yeah, I think Blink BKB is a good play for him. They can wait out Phoenix to get level 6 as well. Phoenix, I mean the Phoenix Hero, not Ember, obviously. Then collapse on the mid lane. This Venge and Beastmaster, like, it has always been a combo that's difficult to defend early on against. They're proving it. They're proving that nothing has changed.
Yep. They're gonna try and mount a defense here in the
Dude,
mid lane.
Chola, what the hell?
A lot of HP lost. My god. That Slider Fist as well was quite painful into him. This might end up finishing off the push, but the Siege Dragon and the Dark Troll Summoner definitely will make sure the tower drops. Kama gets himself another tier 1 tower into the books, but they glimpse back Han, hoping to at least pick him up. The damage should be there, but they're coming in for the team fight. Shola, what a swap back. And he's still playing on low HP. Han, though, okay,
click
I'm
on
glad
the
he canceled the
Disruptor,
onslaught.
please. Yeah, it's clicked already. He's level 6, but he doesn't have ulti. I'm reading the patch notes, and I'm fairly certain you can still use Static Storm on level 6. Yeah, that's a rough one. I think that was probably a misclick.
Yeah, maybe it could have been that thing of, you know, he thought to himself, I might as well get off a spell during the glimpse, and then you realize, oh crap, I leveled it instead.
Pretty much, yeah.
Definitely a mistake, yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Chola, he has a vengeful Veil of Discord, by the way. An interesting build too. He's getting that and Solar Crest, just buffing up his allies as much as possible. I love Venge right now. You can build just pretty much anything on her and she's gonna be strong. Doesn't even have to be a support. Like, we've seen offlane Vengeful Spirits, we've seen mid lane Vengeful Spirits.
It's just a good hero. Definitely we need some nerfs after these qualifiers in the run-up to TI. Otherwise, we're going to see her pretty much every single game. Which is, though, not the worst, right? She's kind of a fun hero to watch. I don't like the Ags Venge as much, but I like these Venges that go a bit more utility-focused. That's kind of interesting to me to watch.
I think Ags is good if you're a core. If you're not a core, then it's way too expensive. Like, by the time you buy it, you could have had 2 utility items, so...
Oh. So check this out. We were wondering earlier about the itemization from Han's Primal Beast. And he is not going for the standard Blink
shit.
BKB. He is rushing a Heart of Tarask, my friend.
Okay. That's, yeah, you're playing into a Doom, right? And it doesn't mute you anymore, so you just get that heart and you run away from being doomed. Interesting, but you could also say that, yeah, why not get a BKB and just pop it if it does happen. But alright, they just want to tank up. I feel like they want to be crushing this game early on. Is there anything else that you find interesting? Like, for me, it's all kind of normal. Lincoln's on Morphling. Ember getting the Maelstrom. I guess they're just waiting for the Helm of Overlord on Beastmaster and they're ready on Supernova.
Yep.
He's blocking himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, like they're a little bit sadistic. Like Vengeful first getting hit by the tower mid 20 times. Beastmaster losing all his HP, being blocked by Ancients.
They're making the game entertaining, man. You know, don't want to make it too easy. You don't go to TI, or rather, if you're at TI, it's not about whether or not you can win the easy games. It's about what you do in the game is super tough. And so far, the game's been too easy for them. So he's introducing some artificial difficulty.
Well, Team Bright is gonna try to smoke up, make it a bit more difficult for them. And you know why the game was so static? Why nothing could happen? Because Disruptor didn't have level 7. Like, he didn't have ulti. Now that he has ulti, Team Bright can actually make a move or two. But this is already like a minute or two too late, in my opinion.
I mean, what's also kind of sucks is because they took too long to make this move. Supernova already sort of ready for it, and they finished off the full Helm of the Overlord. So they'll be showing up to the fight with the Granite Golem as they smoke up themselves. Doesn't seem like they're going to find the biggest target in the world. Irving, though, has just used Midas. At the very least, used the Midas before dying. But he is definitely dead. Magic Missile, a little bit overlaid with the Primal Roar, but they should still have the damage to find this kill. As Han shows up with the Pulverize, not even needed in that situation, as they easily clean up the Doom.
Yeah, at the same time, their smoke didn't work because they had no tier 1 on the mid lane. And the creeps were pushing in, so someone had to defend it. Someone had to show himself, or the smoke would be too obvious. Like, even if they did smoke, they'd probably run into all of them on the side of Supernova. It wouldn't be good.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Easy tier 2 tower to come from this. Not that hard for them to try and pick this one up, with considering the speed of their push overall. And because they didn't really commit any big ultimates, I feel like whoever comes in could still end up dead. Irving, not the safest place to be, buddy. Magic Missile will catch him. They're not fully committed just yet. Han decides to turn the direction, drifting past. He's like, I actually don't want to get involved. I'm out of here.
Nice little
Dire's middle tower
onslaught
is under
to
attack.
the side. Never mind, changing his mind. Top lane.
Yeah, they're going for this Morphling inside the Static Storm, but there's absolutely no way they get this kill. While this is happening, Han and Phoenix are just playing around with each other, but then Dong ends up just being able to run down this Disruptor, who glimpsed back the Vengeful Spirit, but it will not help you in this situation.
She managed.
That was... Why did they do that, Lizard? That was never going to happen, right?
Radiant
I guess they expected Static Storm to hit before Attribute Shift. That's it. Like, that's the only plausible reason. And Drow, because of marksmanship, is still pretty solid against Morphling. But yeah, I think that was really, really low chance of succeeding.
What can you do? The reward did not come to them. Dong continues to get stronger, building into this Manta style next so he can get rid of the Gust and play around that. Then all of a sudden, the only thing he's concerned about is the full Hex combo. And they might try to use it onto him. They really want Dong here. Imitator TP'd in, but doesn't have any allies nearby enough to start the initiation.
They're gonna rush. They have this Beastmaster Morphling combo. It's pretty strong, plus the Vengeful Medallion on her as well. This rush will fall very fast. I don't think... Yeah, they're not even thinking about committing or fighting it. Honestly, Team Bright, they so far haven't done a single move in the game. Everything that they've done was kind of reactive. Just reacting to Supernova's moves. Axe on Drow, by the way. That's the next build.
Okay. She wants that hypothermia going.
It's
Alright,
pretty
I
good,
see.
right?
It's fine. It is pretty good. I mean, you're playing into like some Morphling, they have Phoenix Sunray, they've got the... What's that skill? The Uproar from the Primal Beast.
Hard
That makes sense. I
Harass
can
as
get
well,
this.
right? Like all the primal... Yeah, it's a ton of stuff.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right. We shall see
Hex.
exactly how things go here as they hex out this Vengeful Spirit. There's even going to be a Static Storm drop down as well. They really want Chola, but Chola's still alive. Sunray healing him up. At the same time, Primal Raw was committed onto Irving, and Han finishing off Imitator, getting glimpsed back before he can kill Undyne. And doesn't seem like Supernova can find any other targets easily. I mean, they'll still take it, because this means a tier 2 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, that felt kind of desperate. Like you're using a lot of your spells just to take down Venge. You can say it's desperate, but at the same time, maybe they had a plan. Yeah, even if we kill the support, at least we'll stop their push. It will move them off of us, but once again, another move that was very unlikely to succeed.
It's so
Ember is
surprising to
chasing
me
though.
that they have been struggling to do anything. Given their two supports, right? Lion, Disruptor. If you just say these supports to me, I'm expecting that team to be incredibly active on the map.
Yeah, I agree completely with you, but this new patch and the way it's so hard to get not level 7, it's just unless you're having a good game as a support, it slowed them down tremendously. And then on top of that, I have a Phoenix still didn't, I don't know, have his morning coffee. He's a bit slow today when it comes to rotations. So he wasn't really leading the charge. And then you have two supports that realistically, one needs levels, the other needs items. Like Lion didn't have a blink, so you couldn't really do a lot. That's how I'm seeing it, at least. And right now, even though they do have everything that they need, it's not enough because there's Helm of Overlord already. This Granite Golem just running around, giving everyone HP. You have Morphling with Aegis.
Smurf is huge. Aegis, Linken's, Manta Style, about to crack level 15. And they're actually going to put some damage on the tier 3. They have to come back, Team Bright, or they're going to end up losing at least half of this tower's health.
They're gonna lose
They're going
it.
for it. They're going to straight up lose it. They have to pop the glyph just to muscle them away, but they might not even need to leave here. They're setting up to try and fight this. We see them getting the steering chains out. Phoenix getting caught by his own chains here. They will find the heals onto Dong to make sure that he doesn't die. And Han now jumping into the fray, getting off the Pulverize, but cancelled out by the Static Storm. Before he can get out though, they try to put some damage on him before realizing that, man, this guy has a heart. He is actually super tanky. He goes back in, trying to get the Onslaught out onto the Doom, and they swap him back to save his life. But here's the glimpse. Finally, they have an opportunity to kill Han. The damage coming through from Heat, and they get the kill. Phoenix credited with the golden experience. All right, something positive happening for Team Bright as they defend the high ground.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to just go ham as much as they did. Even though you have a heart, it's still it's still not that simple. There's some, not a lot of percent base damage, but Infernal Blade is hurting him quite a bit too. Like it's on autocast from Doom, he's just hitting Primal Beast all the time. Like 3000 HP, 3% from Doom, it's quite a bit. I actually thought that they might just lose the game right there because of the build from Drow too. Like she's getting not enough levels, plus she's going for Axe, so her damage output isn't that huge at the moment. But it worked out.
All worked out in the end. Team Bright will tell you that everything was hashtag calculated. They were just giving the gold lead away so that the kill bounties are worth more when they eventually get them. Nice, nice, nice.
Is that what it is? I see. The long con.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's what you're doing every time I spectate you. I get it.
It's like, you fool. I'm baiting you into, like, someone's gonna say, oh, this guy's lost 5 games in a row. Let's double down on the next bet. And then that's when I win.
They smoke up though. One thing that Supernova didn't do that last fight is they didn't commit. Like, they just kind of left Primal Beast after the swap. They didn't use the egg, they didn't really commit with anything else, so it might be different now.
Oh no. Irving? Oh, he doesn't actually get roared. I thought Kama was gonna roar him right then and there, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. He kind of just moved to the side instead of towards the Doom. I'm sure... Yeah, I'm sure that could have been a kill.
It was daytime as well, right? So they had the very clear vision there. Oh well, these things happen. Team Bright will of course be very glad that that happened. It will give them a little bit more time. And Irving can just post up in front of the tower, hoping that he can finish off these arcane boosts before the fight breaks out. And all in all, this is still buying time for Heat. Heat is slowly but surely catching up in the net worth charts. And once you have the Aghanim Scepter, it becomes a little bit easier for you to achieve as that hero.
Yeah, defending is going to be easier at least. I still don't think that they have what it takes to make an aggressive move, but defending their high ground is going to be much, much better. But look at this rotation. This is actually quite sick. Sadly for them, a courier is following them. Will it be... Okay, they pinged it. Yeah, it's been scanned out.
Nice.
Yeah, a single courier just ruins your move completely. That's just sad.
We've all been there. And that was a really cool move as well, right? They literally drew the perfect line on the map. They knew exactly where they were going. Ah, well.
Yep.
That just keeps the game going for us, slowing things down ever more. And this 8k gold lead that Supernova have had for a while, it's sort of plateaued, right? They haven't been increasing it for quite a lot of minutes.
Oh yeah, they're getting back a little bit. At the same time, Morphling, BKB, Lincolns. Very difficult to take down. I guess Han, he could get his BKB first. After that, the fights are gonna be easier. You've got a lot of things coming for Supernova. The next clash will probably be on the Rosh pit. When it may respawn in a minute. Okay, so that's gonna be the top side Rosh.
Yeah.
I believe that the next fight is gonna break out over there.
I like what Supernova are doing so far. Already positioning heroes to defend any movements to that side. And they have some wards just by the Lotus pool. The only ward they don't have is that high ground one covering the Twin Gate, but it's still kind of difficult for them to make that move to the area for the side of Team Bright. So they might have to apply pressure elsewhere. And as I say this, they're immediately down bottom. Heat is like, well, nothing else to do, boys. Let's just keep the side of the map pushed out, force somebody to respond so we have space to head into the Roche pit ourselves.
Yeah, he's not. They're still just not playing the game. Let's put it that way. When it comes to moves, because they can't really do anything. Supernova, they're just stacked as 5. How many times did you see some singular movements on the map? Very rarely. And if you're Team Bright, you can't really pick off anyone. You don't have the burst, even though you have a Lion. You just don't have the ways at the moment. So just split and wait for the drought to become big enough. Oh,
that means that they're going to benefit quite highly from this. Dong's courier, what was on it? Ultimate orb. It's just the first one. So, okay, it's not like it finishes off the Skadi. He should still have it not that long from now.
Yeah,
but this...
It's better to have the branch in the inventory anyway, right? Han?
More efficient. Mid lane. Han getting glimpsed back into a bit of an awkward position. He will get doomed here, and here comes Heat to throw in the necessary damage. Imitator collecting his second finger stack of the game by just zapping him out of existence. They're going to smoke up immediately, Lizard. They're going to try and fight more.
That's huge, because they know that Rosh might respawn already. So that pickoff, it couldn't have been in a better timing, right? Because from that point onwards, you can just move back top, protect Roshan, maybe ward it up, put yourself in a better position. But you need to be faster. They're just chilling a bit too long, I think.
Right, let's see what's up. Imitator, he's going to be the one out the gate. Woof! And he gets thrown right back into the gate as they burst in between Shola and Dong. Where was his team? Team?
I think
squad?
I honestly think he was in the right position. Everyone else was kind of late. You're still in a 4 versus 5 situation. You're not in the best place in the game overall, and I think it's a bit risky to take that fight, but still, it's probably the best opportunity they had.
Yeah.
This is you're just giving away Rush right now. That's it. Like I don't think they're gonna contest it.
Okay, you know I know for sure that you're right that they're giving away Rush. Undying just found a creep wave middle with Static Storm.
Yeah, that's normal, you know. Now in 2023, you use Static Storm for creeps.
He is building this Aghanim Scepter though. That's gonna make a substantial difference. It's one of the only things in the game that can still mute items, so he's going to be looking forward to dropping that on the Morphling, preventing the BKB from coming out. Roshan about to return to life. He's back up now. Got himself a cheese to give away to whoever brings him down. Also, I'm very surprised. Karma was farming this top jungle, and he didn't manage to take away their Young Wisdom rune, but nonetheless, Roshan is the bigger objective.
He didn't. It was right next to him, right? And he still didn't go.
Yep.
I noticed as well. Oh well, they do get Rush at least, like you said. The Aegis and Cheese, and this should be the go time for them. I'm still not. If Disruptor gets his Aghanims fast enough, how close is he? He's actually He's got it, yeah. I'm still not completely sold that Supernova have got this game. I feel that they're in a strong lead with the Cheese, with the Aegis, with all the items that they've got, but pushing high ground is not gonna be simple. They still need to get a pick off first.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Also about to get level 18 on the Drow Ranger, so we'll have top shelf marksmanship. Irving really wants a Lotus Orb, but still a little bit far from level 18 or Aghanim Scepter himself. But it all depends on whether or not he dies here. I think right now we should be paying attention to the buybacks, because as he dies, he might want to buy back if he has it, but sadly he does not. So this push is going to be 4v5.
Yeah, these kind of deaths, they just hurt you so much. They needed a pick-off, and I expected a pick-off to happen somewhere on the map, somewhere far from the high ground, but they get this, and it's an instant push.
Oh, a little bit slow on the Static Storm there. They allow Phoenix, the hero, to be able to jump away, so they can't finish him off. That means they still have access to the Supernova. Now they've blown the Static Storm. Although this Morphling is taking quite a bit of damage, able to wave from away just in time. Shola in an awkward position though, he will get right-clicked down.
Any glimpse?
And now he glimpses back onto Han as well. Immediately hexed by Imitator. Karma's gonna pop the BKB, TP out there, abandon the Primal Beast, and he's gonna end up dead here. Despite his best efforts, the kill goes the way of the Drow Ranger. Heat with the double. And yet again, Team Bright with the high ground defense.
It's really difficult, like you're pushing high ground versus the Drow. She's pew-pewing from long distance. A tier 3 token also left, by the way, by Supernova. They didn't pick it up. So I think they have an extra item. Is that possible even? I feel like it is. It was just on the ground. Anyways, the push I felt should have been a little bit easier considering Doom is dead, but the Drow just proving me wrong. This hero is ridiculous. Combo her with the Disruptor or with Lion mid.
Yep. It looks like we're about to have a dead Beastmaster. Nice little swap back from Shola. And now it might be Imitator that's in danger, but no, Phoenix comes in. Phoenix wants to actually get the backlines. Was looking for the Beastmaster, not going to be able to find him just yet. But we also have a Doom now, thrown out onto the Phoenix, and Phoenix will indeed end up dead. Look at this, Static Storm catches Dong on the high ground. They burst away his Aegis of the Immortal, and they're waiting for round 2. Heat has the Gust, he has BKB available to waveform down. The question is, can he escape? As they have so much Pierce coming in from Heat. Phoenix now looking towards the edge of the fight, finding him with the Searing Chains, and they also get him with the Glimpse. Dong is gonna die, and Han, who's just respawned, finds out that he can't do anything to help his teammates, nor can he do anything to help himself. Imitator will pop the finger on him. It's not gonna be enough to kill, but it softens him enough for Phoenix to take him down. All of a sudden, it actually turns into 4 heroes being dead on the dire side of the map, and it's tier 2 tower about to drop, and the gold lead claimed by Team Bright for the first time in this game.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. It looks even like a game. At least one side, because the tier 2s are still alive on the sidelines, but my god, did Supernova just lose any or all lead that they've had. It's crazy, like you just try to push high ground, you get punished like that. I thought the teams... I don't even blame them, because they picked off the Doom, right? It's 4 versus 5 still. I felt that the push was solid. They just wouldn't commit. I think maybe Morphling with the BKB and Aegis and Primal Beast with Heart and Cheese could have committed a little bit harder on that high ground push down left.
Oof. Well, we've all been here before, Lizard. When you're winning the game, you fail one push, and then you lose a lane of racks 2 minutes later. And you're like, wait, what?
There's a roar.
How do we get to this point in the game? A roar out onto Disruptor. I'm not sure they can get this kill, though. And Han definitely doesn't want to jump in for this one. And he gets glimpsed back during his onslaught. I think they actually did him a favor there. I'm not so sure it would have been the best idea, but
well,
they're gonna smoke up with the whole squad. They're going for the next fight.
I really think that Radiant can fight this if they're on the high ground.
They are indeed. They find the first stun out onto this Vengeful Spirit. They get a Hex out onto Han as well. And Han now in a lot of trouble, getting doomed up. He does get off the BKB, but he can't participate anymore in this fight. He's trying to get away with his low HP, trying to TP out to safety. He'll be able to do so. But unfortunately, Shola will not be so lucky, nor will Karma, who gets zapped down. Debuff immunity is no longer spell immunity, my friend, so you can still die with the finger right-click combos. Another double kill for Drow. And they might just try to go for the tier 2 tower top now.
Yeah, Morphling is trying to def it a little bit with his illusions, at least push out one creep wave.
Dire's middle barracks
Should be
are
kind of successful, I think. Let's see, yeah, the protection kicks in. It was a nice smoke from Supernova, but two of their players broke the smoke to outpush the wave. Because of that, it was telegraphed where they are, so Team Bright could just set up on that high ground next to the river. It's kind of funny how... It's still funny to me that you can TP while doomed. You get doomed, you TP. It's just like, what the hell?
Dire's top tower has fallen.
That shouldn't be happening.
A new age of Dota, man. Things we've never seen in the past. Well, you know, you were talking in the draft about how this Drow Ranger hero, there's a reason why it gets picked into Morphling. Can be especially good in these late game scenarios where she's now suddenly the most farmed hero on the map. She has a bajillion items, about to pick up a Silver Edge as well. As Morphling, what do you do in this situation to try and deal with the Drow?
I think he's doing more or less everything right now. Maybe something earlier could have been done. Maybe the item build was a little bit too defensive earlier on. Like both the Link and Zen BKB. It slowed their push down a little bit, but it's kind of... I don't think that it's on him. Like overall, what can you do?
Oh, Phoenix catches both supports with the Searing Chains here. They do manage to get themselves away slightly, but they glimpse back this Sheep Phoenix and easily able to kill him off. They're looking for other targets as Waveform in from Dong. With the BKB active, is able to bring down Imitator. And now they pop a BKB as well from Karma. They roll out this Drow Ranger. Drow is dying to the right-click damage.
Damn.
They finally get the kill. It's a double for the Morphling. Phoenix going to the back end of the fight to kill off Shola. Will be able to do so and try to get himself out of danger. Dong's still trying to chase though, and as soon as this Doom finishes, you know that Han is gonna go forward with this onslaught. Little does he know though that Undyne with this Blink Dagger, able to get himself away to safety. But still, huge fight from Supernova. They buy back on Sheep, yes, but it's definitely worth it to kill off the Drow.
Yeah, that's probably the first time that they fight where Drow isn't in completely god position. Like they just need to... I feel that the best way that they can fight is if they lead Team Bright out of their comfort zone, like off of the high grounds. If they can make that happen, if they can choose where they're fighting, it's obviously much easier for them. They do have ways of getting on top of her. Now they have damage too with a crit on Morphling. Small crit, tiny itsy bitsy chrysalis, but it's still something.
It might also be something paired with an Aegis as Roshan will make his presence known in 3 minutes. Yo.
Yeah.
Yo.
The game can end in 3 minutes, literally.
Wow. So you mean to tell me third Rosh is 3 minutes? The previous one was 2.5. Like, my goodness, Roshan is just, he's sleeping in today, man. He's chilling.
Yeah, it's early, you know. He didn't have his coffee.
Well, Team Bright, they aren't aware that this Roshan is sleeping in, so they're assuming it's happening right now. They're going to smoke into the area, trying to find a fight, but they did get scanned perfectly on their heads, so they're aware that this is happening. Who are they going to catch, though? They find Shola on the back edge, blow him up quite quickly. Undyne will die, though, to Dong, who has his BKB active, and they just brought back on Shola as well, so Supernova intent on him holding this positioning. Primal Roar out onto Kama, but no follow-up from the rest of Supernova. They're just going to try and keep around the Twin Gates. Okay, it's 5v4, but they still have Doom available, and they still have all the Phoenix spells as well, so they might not be forced away just yet.
Yeah, they're actually going in. The Venge has been scouted out. She's just dead again. That's a dieback.
A dieback on her. At the same time, Han jumps onto this Doombringer. They're able to bring down Irving. He buys back, but Dong is on so low HP. He dies to Heat, who's able to bring him down with just pure right clicks. Is there going to be any counter here? Supernova gets dropped down. I don't think they'll be able to deal with this very easily. I say that, but Drow just right clicks it down to get a triple kill. Might be able to pick up an ultra here as Imitator blinks away from Kama, enables an ultra kill from this Drow Ranger. Heat can't get a rampage because everybody is dead, and Supernova just call it. GG, well played. They throw in the towel. They give up the ghost. Drow Ranger is a bit too strong for them to deal with.
For a game which was going completely their way, I feel like this ended in an anticlimactic way, but sure. Like Supernova, I feel that the rotations early on, the ways that they played around the Primal Beast and Beastmaster, it was all on point. It's just the high ground push that didn't work their way. I think the high ground pushes were a little bit wonky. They lost the Primal Beast, if you remember, on the bottom lane push, tier 3 tower, and then on the top lane, even though they killed Doom, they couldn't really accomplish much. So maybe some discipline is required, maybe some proper team fights outside of the Radiant base are required before they take high ground. That's the way I see it. Later on, you could see Morphling actually being powerful enough to get on top of Drow, eliminate her, but it was already a little bit too late.
Yeah. I guess it's one of those things where we have to remember their first best of 3 in these qualifiers, so they're still a little bit cold. And you can still see the glimmers of hope, like you said, but if had even one of these pushes gone better, this would be a completely different game that we'd be looking at right now. But unfortunately, it does not. And Supernova, it's one of these games where as soon as things start to go wrong, they just cascade into going really, really wrong because they have so much momentum from these Team Bright heroes once they get themselves on the front foot. I must say also Heat played this Drow Ranger very, very well because he was pretty much anonymous in the game up until that one defense down bottom. And then you realize, oh wow, he's actually been farming quite a lot and getting surprisingly strong while the team has been feeding kills all across the map.
Yeah, but the team wasn't feeding that much as well, right? Like they were playing very passively. For better or worse, I'm not sure if they intended to play as passive as they have. They just didn't have the means to make any moves. Remember, the Disruptor level 7 ulti as well hurt them quite a bit. Lion being unable to farm up the blink, he was just constantly following Drow around, just protecting her. Overall, really nicely done by Team Bright. I expected it to be a little bit easier for them. I expected them to be favorited here, but I'm not sure I agree with that assessment anymore. I think this is anyone's best of 3. Like, we might see 3 games, we might see 2-0. The possibility, the probability is quite the same in my opinion.
Yeah. And here's a good example of what you were talking about. Whenever Supernova were able to take a fight that they chose outside of the base, it led to some pretty decent success. This year, man, if Shola doesn't die back here, if he's able to, like, I don't know, get to somehow the outpost first, if he's near the Twin Gate, this fight could have been so different for them because they burst this Doom so quickly, but without having Shola there, and they kind of needed that additional damage and the swap potential, suddenly it's too easy to kill the Morphling. This Phoenix Egg can't be protected. Even Imitator not dying here. This is just the salt in the wound, man. Blinks away in front of your face, you get ultra killed. The game just ends. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the Vengeful Spirits running like that, trying to connect to the teammates. I think it's also one of those things that just completely destroys them. Supernova, they had a couple of like really good plays, and then they had some blunders, like the Courier following them through the river, if you remember. Like, Courier following, revealing that smoke, which would have been huge. Like with that smoke, they could have killed off Heat and Imitator, who were just farming on the top side of the map. Like,
so
a rough one.
Who are we giving MVP to?
Who are we giving MVP to? I guess to Heat, right? Like, he did everything correctly on his Drow. I feel that he's the man of the match. He was, I mean, dodging fights, farming on the sidelines, split pushing, didn't get caught a single time. He was always in the right position. Like you said, it was a sort of a passive game from him. Like, you really didn't see his presence in the game early on. But he did what was necessary. So many carries would try to join some fight, make a move happen much earlier, and he did the right thing by not doing that.
He understood the assignment, carry the game for us later, boys. So we see that's why he is the one that's dealt the most hero damage in the game. He actually did more hero damage than 3 of the enemy heroes combined on the side of Supernova. So you knew exactly what's up, itemized correctly, made sure to be positioned correctly as well. I mean, you mentioned it, that one fight that he ended up dying. That's the only fight where he wasn't perfectly positioned. Every other time, he knew exactly where to be and when to be there. So shout out to him and the rest of Team Bright, because now they have a game 1 advantage in this best of 3. It's going to be down to Supernova. We saw some very good things from them in the early game. Just a bit more discipline in the push department, and they might be the ones able to take game 2 and make this a 3-game affair. We're going to be finding out, though, after a very small break, who's going to be able to get the game to victory here. And so don't go anywhere. Go grab a glass of water, and Snare and Lizard will be with you in a couple seconds to bring you some more Chinese Dota action here in the TI qualifiers. Welcome back, one and all, here to the road to TI as we're witnessing some Chinese qualifiers. And right now we are in the game between Team Bright and Supernova, willing to see if Supernova can make game 2 theirs and turn this into a 3-game affair. My name is Super Snare, and I'm joined by the legendary Lizard. What's happening, fam? How are you feeling about game 2?
10 seconds remaining.
Actually, of course, leaning a little bit towards Team Bright because of the fact that they were losing hard and still managed. Oh, let's not say losing hard. They weren't in control, but they managed to win the game. And whenever I see that, I kind of lean towards that team to take the series. But I'm not sold on if it's gonna be like a 3-game series or 2-game series, just because what would have happened if they didn't have something like a draw? If they were supposed to be a little bit more active early on, I think the story would have been way, way different.
Well, we're going to see if they get themselves another get-out-of-jail-free card like the Draw Ranger for Heat, as we are in our second draft of this particular series. Team Bright, they have first pick on Dire side, and Supernova have second pick on the Radiant. So let's see. Timbersaw gets through this time around. First phase, so there's Pango taken out, no Brewmaster, no Venge, no Bloodseeker, no Ench. So that leaves Phoenix, Darkseer, obviously Timbersaw that goes through. What else has been normally first phase banned that's available here?
Gyro? Well, Gyro isn't first phase banned, but he is available. There's your Lycans and Beastmasters that are available, but still you're playing into Timber, so I'm not sure you want them as much. I feel like Phoenix is a decent... Okay, I guess I understand where their team name is coming from. They really like the Phoenix, they're picking it first phase all the time. But it's pretty solid versus Timber, like especially his build last game, I believe was, he did get an Urn and then he went for a Lotus. I think a Vessel would have been good. In this game as well, like getting a Vessel versus Timber would be solid. Like Sunray plus Vessel sounds good. Monkey King banned out by Team Bright, by the way. Maybe an Ursa for Supernova, maybe something like that. Some lane dominator versus the Timber. The problem is, Monkey is the only, I feel like, easy lane versus the Timber. Ursa can even lose. Like it doesn't have to be that strong for him, depending on what the position 4 and 5 are.
Yep. I've seen in the last year or so, I've mostly been seeing Ursas get kind of dominated in that situation. It's a very strange matchup. Monkey King would have been great, so maybe they go a different direction and try to maybe outrange this hero. I don't know. They're gonna have to show a little bit of their hand right now.
So there's Aster.Aries, right? What's Supernova to Aster? Like, is it another academy team?
Yeah, something like this. They're sort of like not a direct academy team, but they're sort of affiliated under the banner, like under the organization.
Yeah. Okay. Now I understand the name. Aster, Supernova. Keep it celestial. That's what's happening.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, Gyro is actually pretty good. Like, you get a lot of mixed damage versus the Timber in the lane. Like, you can actually lane against him, so not a bad pickup.
Yesterday you were mentioning how this Gyrocopter did not go for the Barrage build. This might be a game where that changes. Like, if you can get early level 2, level 3 Barrage, you can do quite a lot to this Timbersaw. But we'll see.
Yeah.
It all depends on what the actual lane matchup is going to be. We don't know who Timbersaw is playing with just yet. Probably Disruptor, right? The way things are looking right now.
I feel like Draw would be an option for them again, like versus the Phoenix and Gyro. I think it's not half bad. What was picked yesterday? I also called for it. Lina was picked up, right? Like versus the... They had Lina and TA, something like that. It also worked out fine. But, okay, Disruptor always was decent versus Phoenix. They pick it again, Lion as well. So they go with exactly the same combo of supports. I wonder, will things change if Disruptor gets ulti on level 6 this time around?
I'm sure they had a talk about that in between the break. They're like, bro, you know what to do the right thing. Just put that R ability. It does mean that they yet again have a lot of magical burst. They've got tons of control. This might just be a favored duo that they have at this point. They just feel very comfortable playing it. That feels good. And I guess it's also nice to be able to burst down Phoenix before he just pops the egg, right? To get him, because sometimes we've seen so many options or opportunities for teams to kill the Phoenix. He survives on 10 HP, gets off the ultimate, and turns the whole fight.
Yeah, it's been happening in the qualifiers quite a few times already. Now Supernova, do they still go for a Primal or DK? The problem is, like, you have this Timber to deal with them, and then you have these two supports to deal with any sort of Spirit-esque heroes that are very mobile. So you kinda don't want to go for either. Just pick a Viper mid, you know, something stinky. Just stink up the place.
I like the idea of a Viper. I feel like that
You
hero
do?
should have gotten some nerfs or some buffs. Sorry. Yeah, I like Viper.
I'm just talking out of my ass, man.
No, bro, Viper's
But sure,
cool.
sure.
You know, you have some, you know, if you pick the Viper in this situation, you've got some corrosive skin against all this magic damage. You've got some break for the Timber Saw. You know, you're not going to get completely dumpstered in lane. You get some nosedive, so you have some pseudo initiation. It's not bad.
Maybe Mireska and Mars? What do you think? It's huge team fight for them. Like Gyro cooldown, the egg, Terrorize plus the arena. It looks really damn good. But you still have, I don't know, Beastmaster if you don't want to go for the Mars. Maybe the lane would be easier with the Beast. Once again.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see, they go for Primal Beast again. All right. I guess maybe the idea with this as well is that Primal Beast can go in and you put the Bedlam on the Primal Beast. And then he's the one that actually has to sit there and dish out the damage. I like that idea, if that's where they're going with this.
Yeah.
Dire team ban.
I can see it. And
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
What happened? Why do we see Morphling into Gyro again?
I don't know. Like, this is... Well, the reason why is because Supernova forgot to ban it out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's a tough matchup. It's so difficult to play.
5 seconds.
And they don't really have any good catch for him as well. That's the problem now.
Radiant team ban.
Like, all Team Bright has to do exactly, like, ban out some Beast. I don't think you worried that much about the Mars anymore, but they might ban it anyway. If you're Team Bright, that is.
Honestly, the way this game looks like right now, if Lincoln Sphere gets bought for this Morphling, he is just chilling, enjoying life, doesn't have to worry about anything.
If you're Team Bright as well, you could
10
put Timber
seconds
versus
remaining.
Primal mid and last pick your offlane too. Like, you have
5
options.
seconds
It's not.
remaining.
But I guess if you're Supernova, you could also put Primal on the offlane and last pick your mid.
Dire team
That's
ban.
another option. Pick some Lina or OD into the Morphling, something that can, like, OD wouldn't be half bad. Like, for what it's worth, there you go. It's banned out.
And
It would actually be a pretty solid pick. Like, basically solves all your issues. The Morphling issue, the Timber issue. But I'm not gonna see it. Instead, this
this is intriguing to me. I'm just saying that, like, I like it when teams have Lion and Disruptor, and then they're the ones that pick up a Spirit, because it's like last game, right? What are you going to play
5
mid against it?
seconds remaining.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be Primal again, right? Most likely. Just some Primal mid into the Ember, and then Supernova should last pick their offlane. Is there anything that really defeats Morphling on the offlane? Not really. Nothing that's left in the pool.
How about some Underlord?
Okay.
Get some... Just beef up some percent-based damage, push out some waves. I don't know, it might not be doing damage fast enough, though.
I'm worried for their catch a little bit. Like, you have Primal and that's about it. Morphling and Ember, yeah, they just go with the most obvious one. We've expected this to be the fourth pick. Instead, they last pick it. It still does its job, right? Like, it is solid. Like, you can get that, I don't know, Blink BKB refresher really fast. There's a lot of, somewhat of a catch potential versus Morphling and Ember, but still, I feel that in the last game, they struggled when it comes to connecting smokes and catching the draw. Like, it's not easier this time around. I would say that it's twice as hard to actually get on top of these carries, like these cores, like both, well, all three of them, not even just the two, Timber, Ember, and Morphling. It feels pretty easy for them.
I mean, last game they had the Venge, right? So, they had Venge, plus they at least had the Primal Beast, but now it's just on the Primal shoulders, much more difficult to do. On the bright side, though, they do have some classics, right? The We have Mars with the Arena plus the Dark Widow.
that's on the
We've got
Supernova
Phoenix,
side.
Mars, and China. Yeah. Like, you've got this. I really like the drafts, honestly, from the side of Team Bright. I feel like it's quite easy for them to play. But Supernova has some classics, some China classics. Maybe they're whipping it out in a do-or-die situation, because if they lose here, that's it. The hope for TI-12 is done. They're going to wait until next year. And unfortunately, they are playing into Disruptor, which has a 100% win rate in this particular tournament. But fortunately, Snare and Lizard have a 100% 2-1 rate. So we're definitely going to go to Game 3. Just call it, y'all. Give up quickly on the side of Team Bright. Let's just get the third game going. All jokes aside, though, if Supernova, they're sort of required to be able to play the early game, at least at the same pace they did in Game 1. I do not want to see them try to take this one late.
Well, I do like their team fight capability, like the Mars, the Arena, the Egg. Maybe Primal Beast can do something different, get an earlier Blink, so you have that instant initiation with him, like a Blink VKB would be solid. Lion?
Okay.
Lion Eyes.
You want fast-paced. Imitator looks like he's about to be first blood here. Homing missile is going to reach him from Dong. They should be able to kill him off. Coming through with the onslaught is Han, and Dong going to be drawing the first blood on his gyrocopter. Well, we wanted aggression, Lizard. This is how you do it. You just run straight up the hill, dare them to fight you, and then when they don't, you just kill someone off.
Pretty good one. They give it to Gyro even, so he gets a little bit of a buff up early on. Magic missile, homing missile, skilled, but it's good anyways. Like, you get it level 1, it's pretty damn good. It's funny, like how...
I'm just wondering, what's the build? Is it 1-1-1 or 2-1? But yeah, you were saying it's funny?
It's funny that they caught that line, even though he was on the high ground and he impaled 2 of them, they still managed to catch him. Oh,
Yeah.
that impale was far off the mark, but happens. He might devour though.
Let's see. This is going to be a very good start. He will get the D-ward at the very least for Imitator. However, he fed First Blood and the enemy team ends up with 3 bounty runes. So that is a very, very positive start. Where's Knoxville at? I need the stat on how many teams end up winning their games when both of those things go in their favor.
Yeah, some niche stats. If I get this creep on the bottom lane and the First Blood on top lane, what's my win rate? Knoxville, get on it.
Get on it, man.
Anyways, out of all these 3 lanes, where do you expect the most? I guess bottom lane, right? Like, this one looks like a menace to be in.
Yeah, it looks wonderfully spicy. Like, I mean, top we have Morph. Don't expect him to be dying. Maybe Sheep can die here if he's out of position and gets glimpsed, but even then, don't expect all that much to be happening on this side of the map. Down bottom, we see that Imitator already at half HP, so definitely the correct read that this lane is going to be action-packed. The next time that he gets caught like that, he's definitely going to get missiled into death.
Yeah, I do like your call, by the way, as well, on Phoenix. Disruptor isn't really an easy hero to lane into. You get Thunderstruck, you get glimpsed back, Morphling can follow up easily as well on top of you, so yeah, it can happen on top as well. Like, the First Blood, the Second Blood, that is possibilities everywhere.
Right now we just see Dong farming away with this flat cannon. I'm curious as to whether or not he's gonna try and deal with this Timbersaw lane by going for a magic-oriented build early on, like 1-1-1, or if he's just gonna focus on farming.
You can get like 1-1-1, I suppose, but no more than that, I feel like. And the question is it worth it going 1-1-1 just for that one level of Rocket Barrage? Because
the spell level 1 is kind of trash, to be fair.
Exactly.
Like, only really gets good at level 2.
Yeah, and you don't really want level 2 because you're really slowing down your farming speed, so we'll see.
Mid lane, yet again, it's Phoenix versus Han, Primal Beast versus Ember, and yet again, nothing's going to end up happening. We only have to start paying attention once the Primal Beast hits level 5, so for now, nothing going down. As another missile gets thrown towards Irving. Man, this is just so annoying. Homing missile, what a good spell.
Lion. It's dropping
Lion's
really
actually
low.
gonna die.
Yeah. He's...
Oh, the additional range. He has to eat some Fairy Fires to get through this, but
He had sticks.
will end up alive.
Okay.
Stick charges, Fairy Fires, keeps himself up.
He had sticks and Fairy Fire. I think if Chola maybe wait, I don't think he kills him, but he could have maybe held that Shadow Realm just a tiny bit longer. Oh, Irving.
I think he's dead on Timber, so Irving, homing missile, gonna connect. Chola, though, completely out of mana, so he can't pop the Shadow Realm to give the bonus damage.
He's trying on Imitator.
Man,
though.
they are playing to the edge on Team Bright.
Imitator?
Yeah. He is gonna be fine.
Is he?
No, he's not. He's dead.
Chat, whatever Snare says it's gonna happen, just invert that. It's happening for sure.
Costa's curse too strong, man. I'm sorry about that.
It's fine. It's the same for all of us. And it makes my job easier, right? Just hear what you're saying and I go, no, not sure. Well, bottom lane is fun at least. That call was correct. Top lane so far, nothing much happening besides Mars having a great time. Like, look at the CS. Look at...
I'm gonna try and kill him now, though. They've got some body blocks going. There's the Adaptive Strike to push him back. But he does have access to a Fairy Fire still, has a Bracer, double gauntlets. No way he dies
Look
here.
at the CS. Like, he's doubling Morphling. Like, he's having an amazing time. I'm not sure what went so poorly for them on top lane, but... Yep. Nicely done by Kamma.
Oh, down bottom. They finally get the combo right. With Shola being able to throw out the full amount of Shadow Realm channel damage. The level 2 homing missile being out and about, so Timbersaw finally ends up dead here. Dude, this start is amazing for them on the side of Supernova.
Yeah, they're just playing the lanes better twice in a row. Like the last game, the lanes went better for them. This time around, the lanes are going pretty damn well.
Speaking of lanes, start to watch, gotta watch Han on the Primal Beast. Where is he at? He's level 5 right now. He should be going bottom, and indeed he is. Making the long trek. And Irving needs to be careful here because he is all by his lonesome. Oh, he's so dead. Homing missile coming out. Here comes the onslaught with the trample damage on top of it. They should be able to kill him off. The Shadow Realm hits just connects from Shola at the very last second, but it does succeed in getting a kill. Draws a rotation from Undyne as well, but he doesn't have the glimpse, so he can't actually punish what just happened here.
It's fine, he wasn't helping on top lane anyway. Get some levels here at least, you know, get closer to level 6. It's one of those rotations as a support. I'm helping, right? Like, you TP just as your core is dying, but yeah, it's fine. Mid lane, they're just protecting the rune, I suppose, right? Yeah.
Phoenix knows that if he gets any closer, he'll get pulverized and killed, so just jumps himself away.
Yeah.
Sheep takes away his regen rune as well.
Some Phoenix on Phoenix action right there.
How did we not make that joke in the first game?
There's too many, I suppose. And Lacoste was casting before us, so... Bot lane, Gyro.
Oh, okay. Is probably very dead here. Did drop a call down. Does have reinforcements coming in. Chola gets up a beautiful Bramble Maze. And look at that damage from the Shadow Realm. The turnaround onto Undyne. I really am the Costa's curse because Dong is perfectly fine here. It's the 3 heroes that assaulted him that end up dead.
I mean, they're just crushing them again in the laning stage. This is crazy. 7 minutes in, 4K advantage. It's quite a lot. Plus, they're gonna be able to steal the Wisdom Rune. Han gets it. So Disruptor and Lion are very, very sad right now. Yeah.
Dude, look at the net worth on this Gyrocopter. I don't think I've seen a Gyro this farmed in a very, very long time.
Yeah, 7 minutes in, definitely not.
Whatever you do, Phoenix, Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, he now has the opportunity to go straight into that Aghanim Scepter. Doesn't have to stop over for anything else on the way.
What does the Gyro say to Phoenix? Whatever you do, Phoenix, don't... What? Yeah, have you...
I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, so there's some interaction between them. Gyro says, like, whatever you do, don't... whatever, I didn't hear it. Don't sneeze, I think, or something. Sleep, something like that.
Don't worry, someone in chat's got your back. They're gonna post a full message in just a moment.
And the lore-gasm behind it.
Exactly. So we saw last game that Team Bright obviously weren't necessarily able to make moves for quite a while. Mid lane, Phoenix has to be a little bit careful here. In this game, do they just have to yet again wait for Static Storm to be up before they can start trying to recover the game?
I think so. Either the Finger or the Static Storm are necessary to make like a big move. Especially with Timber, like this is a hero that's supposed to be snowballing a little bit, and right now Timber really isn't having a good time. He's even queued up the Midas. Like, yeah, I think Team Bright have got a very similar attitude towards this game like they did in the first one. Guys, this is going late. Just wait for Heat to carry us, basically.
I mean, Heat has shown in many, many games so far in the qualifiers that he is capable of carrying his team in those conditions. We'll see what he's able to accomplish here, though. As mid lane, we might have a bit of trouble towards Phoenix. He might eat a Pulverize here. Han really wants to catch him with it. And they weren't able to find the angle, unfortunately. Feels bad to be them.
Yeah, but they're pretty much ready to fight already. You got this level 6 on Dark Willow, you can just cast it, like you said, on Primal Beast, let him go in. If you're Supernova, your position is better than in the last game. And it was good back then, by the way. It was really damn good.
I think we're going to a game 3 the way things are looking at the moment.
You cursed it.
Over halfway. Oh, yeah, so now it's done. Top lane, Arena, Blood, first one of the game towards Heat. Heat actually dives in, looking for the kill here on the camera. But that's going to draw in Han with a wonderful onslaught with the trample going. We'll be able to kill off 3 heroes. Phoenix might be next. There's a Pulverize at the ready. 1, 2, 3. Where's the follow-up? Where's the necessary lockdown? They don't have it. So he is able to jump away on Phoenix and TP out to safety. But my goodness, that onslaught from Han, perfect angle, perfect time to get those kills.
Yeah, they're just way too big. I feel like at this point, 10 minutes in, the advantage is significant. The levels are significant on the supports as well. Them having Terrorize and the enemy team not even having a single level 6 on the other side. Like Lion is level 4. Timber isn't even thinking about joining. This guy is in Midas mode right now. He has his eyes set on farm.
Yeah. I mean, look at Heat's net worth. Him and the Timber are sharing the bottom position. Only 3.3 and 3.4k net worth respectively at 10 minutes in. Gyrocopter is literally about to double them up. He's finishing off a pretty gigantic stack at the moment, so soon he will legit be doubling them. And he almost has Ags. This is nuts. This is crazy.
Yeah, that's my...
All right, I need to go check the timing on this one.
It's pretty huge. Like, that's also my issue, right? Like, if your Timber loses, okay, sometimes it happens. Like, the lane goes poorly, but you lost both the bottom and the top. Like, your Morphling is being kind of owned too.
Oh no. Well, Team Bright just lost this Disruptor. Can't really do all that much, and they're going to be able to take away the tier 1 tower as well. So as this falls, it's going to be bonus gold for the whole crew, and more space for them to play as well. And they have yet to really lose anything. They still have a full health tier 1 tower down bottom, full HP tier 1 tower middle, and a full HP tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Bottom tower is under attack.
What a game for the side here of Supernova. And, you know, last game, when things were looking this bad, at the very least, your offlaner is a Doombringer. So at least you can rely on, even if he doesn't have any net worth, he can drop Doom and still be effective somewhat in the fight. This is not that kind of game, unfortunately. As mid lane, we do see them dropping the arena down onto Heat. Terrorizer is going to come out to prevent him from escaping properly, and he does get killed off. Oof, oof, oof. That is a lot of pain and suffering that they're suffering on the side of Team Bright. And they end up losing the Morphling for the, second time in this entire game.
Yeah, the one guy that somehow could carry them back into the game. Like, I feel like the Morphling is the light at the end of the tunnel, right? Like, maybe if he gets fat enough, if he gets big enough, he can deal with Gyro. He just becomes a better Gyro, right, eventually. But at this point, I don't think that's happening. Like, you're way too far behind. 10k net worth difference, 12 minutes in, 12-0. Yikes.
All right, Lizard, you know I love my stats, right? Check this out, brother. As Irving dead? Yeah, Irving is dead. Irving is about to die. Phoenix might follow him into the grave. And this gyrocopter is doing this all by his lonesome. Level 2 rocket barrage. Phoenix can't fight into this. Han comes in to save him. And he actually ends up living 150 HP. He does not die. Oh my goodness.
And he gets a salve.
Given a salve as well. Oh no, dude.
He gets a salve in the end. Absolutely perfect.
So check this out. You see Dong, this man right here, Dong, on this gyrocopter has just put himself in the history books. The 13th fastest Aghanim Scepter all time on gyrocopter. All time, fam.
Imitator.
Out of 1,492 pickups. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's pretty damn fast. That's really, really damn fast. Considering it's also done in a TI qualifier match, you know, it's no joke.
Yep. So 11k gold lead. The one positive side of Team Bright that they can at least take away is that they don't have the absolute fastest Roche in the entire world on the side of Supernova, but they can still take it. But it does mean that they're not going to take it immediately right now. They're still comfortable controlling the map and farming up.
Disruptor, mid lane. He needs to use the glimpse.
It should be fine.
Han won't follow him. Gyro. They have a finger now.
They do have a finger. Do they actually have the damage to kill him? They do indeed. That's a lot of gold that they're going to pick up. Unfortunately, it will cost the life of Phoenix as he gets himself pulverized. Oh no, he's going to escape. He's out. They ran out of damage. Han couldn't do it. So yet again, Costa's Curse too strong, the opposite of what I'm saying. And down bottom, Irving though, inside the arena, surrounded by multiple heroes, tried to timber chain out. It's not going to work out for him. He does end up dead, but the big pickup is them killing the gyrocopter. Unfortunately though, the gold goes to Imitator.
Yeah, and Morphling died as well at the same time down bottom, so even though it's big, you killed the gyro, your carry also died. But I guess it's something at least. You killing the gyro is worth way more than them killing the Morphling, right? So they need a couple of these pickups. Like, get that gyro down low. Maybe it's a recipe of comeback, but Imitator, there's a blink on Mars.
Yep, he's gonna end up being pinned to the tree, will end up being killed off as well. This allied point Bedlam is so damn nuts. Han though, is a little bit isolated from the rest of his squad and is inside the Static Storm. Supernova right next to him though will protect him a little bit longer, but he still will end up dead. Phoenix forced to jump away lest he gets stunned up by the Nova. So they make it a 1-1 affair, but they do grab the Han kill, and this time Phoenix gets it. Top lane, Heat in danger. Gyrocopter chasing down the Morphling. Morphling forced to waveform himself away, and there's no mobility on the gyrocopter, so he can't chase him and kill him. But this fight here down bottom is still not over just yet. Irving will find himself thrown back in. He can't get off the Midas here. Will he end up dying while it's still on cooldown? Not just yet. He's still alive for now. Undying with a very nice glimpse to at least make it a 1 versus 2 instead of a 3 versus 2 in this situation.
And you have 2 charges anyway, right? So not really using it doesn't hurt you as much as before.
That is true. I keep forgetting that there's like 2 charges on Midas, man. It's so weird. Like, you use it, then you're like, oh, free bonus Midas, nice.
It's a pretty insane change, like something. Undying bottom lane. There's a blink on Mars once again.
Man, this Blink Dagger Mars has just been putting in so much work.
Oh, nice.
Trying to do his best to TP out, and he's gonna make it.
Dude,
yay!
This guy's a player. He really is. Like, every game that I watched him, he does so much on some heroes that just shouldn't be doing that much. Like, Disruptor, okay. He is very valuable. But yesterday, the amount of work that he did on that Lich was just stupid. And small plays like that one, like the kinetic field and the glimpse and the TP just perfectly done.
Top lane, Heat is in danger, but Kama misses the spear. That is going to end up keeping this Morphling alive. Imitator buys some space as well with the Impale, but here comes Han from the opposite direction. Never mind, Morphling is still going to end up dead.
Maybe more.
Imitator trying to run himself away. He's like, I've done all I can. But one thing you haven't done, my friend, is feed gold to the enemy team, so he's going to end up doing that as well. As 2 heroes have now been lost, Phoenix has already gotten himself well out of dodge in this situation.
It was really, really close
Supernova,
to that Blink Dagger as well on line, but unfortunately for him, he falls again. Instant smoke, they want to perhaps collapse on mid lane too. Phoenix is trying to split push. They have the catch though. They have Yules now on Mars, so they should be able to catch him.
And they just revealed that Yule's on the Mars, and they spear the wrong actual illusion as he did pop that out to try and escape the situation, but will still end up dead. Chola credited with that kill. They even blew the Static Storm to try and save him, but unfortunately it ends up not being enough.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt by Disruptor, but not good enough because there's already a BKB on Primal Beast. She did use Irving. Manages barely to Timber Chain away.
Man, Irving has just been struggling in this game and trying to get any degree of items. He's building up into a pipe of insight for his squad. However, getting there is a different proposition. At the very least, they have the Blink Dagger on Lion, so they have some degree of initiation outside of this Ember Spirit.
Yeah, he just got it, so maybe there's a chance for them to smoke up, go on the other side of the map, take down the Gyro. Gyro just isn't playing with his team, and they should know that. The problem is, like, he's already reaching that power spike in which he'll have a BKB on top of Aghanims, so killing him off will not be as simple as before. Like, you need more. Ember plus Lion might not cut it anymore.
Nonetheless, they're gonna try though, as they're bringing the Ember, the Lion, and the Disruptor all on a little adventure, smoked up, heading into the Radiant side of the map. Who are they gonna come across? They see Karma, but Karma blinks past Imitator, who can't catch him off with the Hex in time. That is gonna be a big deal, because now that's more time wasted where they're not able to play aggressively.
And nicely done by Imitator. He doesn't really lose his time. He still goes in, plants a really deep ward. Instant D ward, unfortunately for him. But I like the attitude, you know. He didn't shy away and ran off immediately. Even though the smoke was broken. Like, you smoke for two things. One is map control, the other is perhaps finding a kill. Some pick off. Map control is more important even. But unfortunately for him, the ward dies instantly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Doing his best. You know, sometimes you're struggling in a game as a support. You just gotta find these little opportunities to try and have a degree of impact on the game. Now, though, we should start looking towards Roshan, because I think that is where Supernova want to be playing towards next. Get an Aegis into this Gyrocopter and start thinking about their first little push. But for now, they're still gonna smoke up as 4 in fact, because they did buff up the Smoke of Deceit.
No couriers following them
go.
this time around.
Phoenix gets caught. This time there's no illusion rune to protect you from the spear, my friend. He is dead to rights. They find him, they kill him. Very easy pickup from them. They even tip him thereafter. Man, the BM is starting to come in as well.
Heat needs to be careful mid as well. Like, he just waveformed in. The blink Yules is up in 3 seconds. Okay, he should be fine.
They're about to steal their Tormentor and take their tier 2 tower.
Everything everything kind of coming together, right? Like, they have all the BKBs. They're getting more catch on their supports too. Like Chola, he has that Rod of Atos. Sheep, building towards the Sheep Stick. Not there yet, but after Vessel, that's the first thing that he queued up. I do like the Vessel. Like, you're playing into Timber and Morphling. It's maybe just rushing Sheep Stick would have been better, but still, Vessel is pretty solid. And are we just waiting
in the draft?
Are we just waiting for Irving, by the way, and his Midas to pay off finally?
We're gonna be here for a while, buddy. Does he at least have his pipe finished? No, not yet. It's been a tough game. It's been a tough game for the boy. It's certainly not been easy. They're about to lose a Roche. Do you think he should actually finish the pipe? Like, do they not need maybe either for him to have a little bit more damage, or at the very least be a bit more mobile? Because he feels, for a Timbersaw, fairly static in this game.
Yeah, he's fairly static because it's one of those games in which Timber had an abysmal laning stage. Like, this hero kind of needs to snowball, at least a little bit. Ember, mid lane.
Is he caught again? Yes, he is. There will be the full combo. And although for some reason he got himself pushed out of the arena, that's actually going to save his life. The Pulverize is not going to be enough to kill him off. Phoenix, very glad that Dota 2 is still in beta right now.
I love how during the draft, I was saying that they just don't have enough catch for Ember and Morphling, and it just proved me absolutely, completely wrong. They itemized a little bit with the Yule's Blink and the Blink on Primal, and It's more than good enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I also love that Shola brought up this route of ATOS to make things easier. Yes, he's universal, so it's really good, but for the game state, we can do stuff like this, bringing down Undyne, not having to expend any of the ultimates. They've already gotten the kill. Down bottom, they find Imitator, who's trying to solo push the tier 1 tower. He's got, guys, if no one else is going to get us real estate, I'll do it. Unfortunately, we'll end up dead as a result.
Yeah, he's just trying to do what they didn't succeed early on in the game. Like, they don't have a single tier 1 tower down. That's rough. Yeah. The map is just way too small. Irving, top lane.
Irving, he ended up buying the Blink Dagger, so he wants to be more mobile. Unfortunately, it's not going to help him in this situation, as he will end up dead. Karma finds him with the God's Rebuke, and he just bought out for that Blink Dagger, so there's no buyback available for this Timber.
Yeah, the high ground push is happening. They still have that Aegis to work with, so why the hell not? There's just not enough burst damage to kill this Gyro once, yet alone twice.
Sunray is going to try to heal him up. Imitator will look for that burst. Unfortunately, it's not going to be there, and he ends up in an awkward situation himself. They instead use the full combo onto those Heat Morphling instead, trying to kill him off, but he waveforms away just in time. Surviving on 300 HP here. Supernova will end up getting popped out from Sheep. But there's a lot of ultimates that they've expended here, and they haven't managed to find any kills on the high ground. And they've been here before, Lizard. After game 1, I think they're going to leave. Sheep, will he get glimpse back? They have the skill at the ready. They finally pop it off. Sheep does get dragged in. They even use the Static Storm for this one, but they do finally get the kill. Mid lane, though, Irving has a missile coming in towards him. Morphling BKB so he doesn't get speared up, but he's still taking way too much damage from the Gyrocopter. He needs to get out. He needs to retreat. Imitator can't be that lucky because there's a trample on him from this young primal beast. Pulverized thrown out onto Phoenix with the right click damage of the Gyro ensures the Ember Spirit dies. And Irving running interference on the back lines will not be effective, as all he does is give another target towards Dong. It's a double kill for the Gyro. 3 heroes dead on the side of Team Bright,
Daedalus.
And an opening to go for a lane of Rax middle.
Yeah, full Daedalus completed on Gyro. You might have had a shot of fighting him head-on before, but right now you need full control. If he gets to use Flak Cannon, your team is gonna fall. I understand why they went there. Everything was used by Supernova while they were pushing that high ground. They kind of missed all their spells, and then the Phoenix dies too. So it's 4 versus 5, plus they don't have any spells, but you're still playing on a 20k deficit. It doesn't really matter that they don't have a couple of ultis. They'll still kill you just by raw item and level advantage.
On the bright side, Heat did not die in that engagement. Stays alive, able to utilize the BKB to keep fighting. They only lose, given how bad the game state is at this stage, only losing 1 lane of Rax, I'll take it, given what the alternative could be. And it is still morphling into Gyrocopter. Eventually, Liz, eventually, Heat can carry this game for his squad. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to watch a lot of his team bleeding kills in the process as they find and bring down this Disruptor. And they're not even pulverized directly onto Heat. He does manage to get off this BKB, but they should still be able to kill him. Heat is down to right. He didn't actually get it off. That was Karma's BKB.
And the tip.
Well, Morphling does not have any buyback. They even tip him as he goes out. And since they have no Morphling, they realize they have no options. So they call GG as Team Bright throw in the towel. And of course, Lizard, it's me and you on the mic, so it's a guarantee that we're going to get a game number 3.
I think it beats everything, you know. It doesn't matter if your draft is stronger, it doesn't matter if you're playing better. Everything falls into water. If the two of us are casting, it's going game 3, no matter what. Very nicely done, by the way. Once again, I feel like they're too passive on the side of there's Supernova and there's Team Bright. Yeah, Team Bright. They're too passive. Like from the mid lane, you're looking at that Primal Beast. He's doing the same thing 2 games in a row. He just leaves on level 5, starts making things happen across the map. Meanwhile, Ember just isn't there. It's just way too slow. But honestly, this game isn't on Phoenix. Like Phoenix had a good time, decent time from the mid lane. I would say that 2 side lanes just went too damn poorly for them. Like, how can you play the game if your Morphling is being tripled in CS by the Mars and your Timbersaw is forced to buy some Midas because his lane is just gone minute 5? This game was pretty much won in the laning stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at 15 minutes into the game, what we just saw in that replay, Gyrocopter had as much net worth as Morphling and Timbersaw combined. That just should not be happening, but it did. The lanes went way too well. They found themselves in an excellent position. The thing I like about it as well is that they went well for different reasons, right? In the top lane, Karma was just playing the lane, like in terms of CS, like an absolute demon. And on the other side of the map, they just kept getting kill after kill after kill. So different ways to win, both end up being fairly effective from them. And yet again, we see how things can go once Supernova starts snowballing. Off the back of this Primal Beast from Han, my thoughts are thinking about this hero being banned out, deny them having this kind of pace setter from the mid lane because it looks just way too good.
You think that Primal Beast needs to be banned? Okay, he did much more than in that first game. I think the itemization is much better this time around. Like the Blink BKB was... Yeah, it's the right option. That Heart of Tarask in game 1, I feel it was a bit too cocky. He did do a lot. I still don't think he's the best ban. Maybe... I'm not even sure. Like, this time around, it was just a team effort and they played much better. And that's it.
Sheep, this Phoenix, yet again, able to have a good performance. This time, the Supernova does not blow up in their own faces, but it's able to demolish Team Bright. They get themselves a second game, making this a 1-1 affair so far. Who are we giving this MVP to? Because I think we have like 3 candidates, right? Dong obviously carried the absolute hell out of this game. Han with them some amazing early rotations. Karma for some genius itemization to catch both Ember and the Morphling. Which feels more impactful to you in the game overall?
I think you just give it to the Mars. Like, in general, I feel that his impact was the highest. Like, the amount of... Actually, I'm not sure. Maybe Gyro just crushed his lane way too well. Like, remember the 3 heroes attacking him and him turning it back? I think we should give it to Gyro.
Yeah.
We should, but Mars did all right. Mars did just as fine on top lane. He doubled the CS of Morphling, even tripled it at some point. Like, okay, Mars was good, but yeah, I take that back. Gyro definitely deserving the MVP.
All right, production, can we do something about this? Somehow, can we have the Gyro come up? I mean, Mars did play an amazing game. Kama was super hot. And you did so well that at some point, they just left him alone. And he's there soaking up damage between 2, at some point 3 heroes as well. Able to make strong rotations all over the map once he found his items.
There we go.
And hey, there we go. Dong as well. Man, what a player Dong was. This Gyrocopter performance, absolutely absurd. And even in game 1, even though they lost, his Morphling, outside of maybe the itemization being a bit too defensive, his Morphling was still pretty damn good. So now I'm a bit concerned here if I'm on the side of Team Bright. It's like, how do we contain this guy? How do we stop him? Because it seems like as long as he's playing Dota, he's somehow just going to be one of the biggest heroes on the entire map.
Yeah, like they need to figure out the right way. I'm not sure what happened, in my opinion, to Heat. I feel that this game could have been much better for him. And maybe one of the ways to mess up with Dawn is activate Phoenix a little bit earlier. Perhaps control his runes, make him more active so that he's able to pressure up that Gyro or Morphling or whatever he's playing.
Well, we're going to see in Game 3 if Team Bright have taken that advice on hold, because Game 3 is an elimination game. Whoever loses will find themselves out of the TI qualifiers and out of the running for the International 2023. Let's find out exactly what happens as the 3rd game is getting ready very shortly. So don't go anywhere. When we return, Team Bright versus Supernova, the decider.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back, one and all, here for Game 3 of Team Bright versus Supernova, an elimination game to see who gets to continue in the TI qualifiers and whose road to TI ends right here and right now. My name is Snare, your favorite drum. I'm joined by Lizard, your favorite reptile. And fam, I'll be honest. Supernova should be 2-0 up right now. This should have been them taking it over. It was just a little bit of a lack of discipline on the high ground push, maybe a bit of overconfidence with Han's itemization, but they've actually looked like the superior team. What's happening? Where's the Bright that we saw against Azure Ray?
I'm not sure, like maybe they're just one of those teams that performs better versus better opponents, you know, like under pressure they are stronger. Maybe there's something like that. Maybe they don't have as much respect here, but honestly, Team Bright, I feel that they still have what it takes to take the series. Like that second game, sure, Supernova threw it a bit. At the same time, you had to kind of do everything right as Team Bright to take it, and it's hard. It's not easy to not get tempted into useless fights. In that game 1. Game 2, they just didn't have a chance. Sometimes you just get crushed in the laning stage and that's it. So this can happen to anyone. Like OG, well, maybe a bad example right now. Team Liquid or Gaming Gladiators. Like even they can lose in a situation in which all 3 lanes go poorly. It doesn't matter who you're playing against. It's just very difficult to play the game afterwards.
Well, we're going to see if Team Bright is able to get themselves some better lanes for this third and decisive game, as they do have the first pick on the Radiant side. Supernova have Dyra's second pick. And look at the adjustment on the bans. Looks like they've isolated the problem, not just being a gyrocopter, but they say, sheep, bro, you played too much Phoenix today. It's been too difficult to deal with. We're just going to force you to play something completely different.
Yeah, what's a Supernova without Supernova, right? Like they completely counter them right now. That's it. You just take away the Phoenix, you take away the essence of the team. Now they just can't play. What can they pick? Enigma with a black hole? I guess that's the next closest thing.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, that's close enough. We'll take it. And they get themselves their Pango. So we saw this yesterday from them when they played against Azure Ray. They utilized us both mid and off lane, so we don't know exactly where he's going just yet. But for Supernova, what's still left in the pool that hasn't been banned? There's still Beastmaster, there's still Silencer, which we saw look amazing yesterday. They could go for the Ember early on. What are you feeling here?
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see, the Beast is good. I feel like he's still left in the pool, like you mentioned. Bloodseeker as well is left, but you probably don't want to first phase it, right? Like it's really damn good versus Pango still. And it's a hero that has been picked yesterday quite a lot, right? Like he's been a constant pick. Doom is left in the pool if you want to go that route. Like he's also a decent one, but they go with Mireska instead.
High key, there were a lot of times in that last game where I was just like, wow, this hero looks really, really, really strong overall. I actually think we're going to be seeing more of her as time goes on, not just in these qualifiers, but all across the regions. I think this hero has a lot of unlocked potential. The change to the Bedlam just enables so many different styles of heroes that might not have the damage themselves normally, but now you just get it for free. Just gets thrown onto you. It feels good.
Yeah, she did a lot, and it's not even just the Bedlam, it's like the control that she was bringing to team fights. But she was comboed, like she had really strong combos. She had the Phoenix, Gyro, and the Mars to play with, so it was a really, really good Dark Willow game. It's not always like that. Sometimes the game is much, much harder and you feel kind of useless when there's a lot of dispels, when there's a lot of things that go through your Shadow Realm. Then it doesn't feel that great, but we'll see. We'll see what Team Bright gets. I already like the Pangolier into her. You don't care about the Brambles while you're rolling, you don't care about the Shadow Realm. I feel he already is kind of decent against her.
It could also be connected to the laning phase, right? Because of how strong the lane ended up being, the Dark Widow Gyro. So maybe they're trying to dominate that side of the map once again. But for now, they'll steal away the Ember Spirit. They know that there will not be a Primal Beast matched up against it. Team Bright had that banned out, of course. Han is not going to be allowed to play it. So Han's like, okay, you banned my best hero, I will just play your best hero.
It's a pretty good combo with the Bedlam, right? Like you put the Bedlam on Ember, he goes in. I feel like that's another one. Like you can have another offlaner that's kind of tanky and can go in, but I already liked it on Ember. I always liked these spells that gave AoE damage put on Ember, Can't remember what the combo was before, but I know Darkseer, of course, like Iron Shell Ember going in, making you 100-0 in a couple of seconds. Back in the day. Speaking of Darkseer, he's still left in the pool.
Hasn't he just been ignored the whole day, actually? Like, at least in this series?
Interesting, like he was banned almost every single time yesterday.
Radiant team pick.
I guess the meta evolves. Teams sort of forget about him. Uh-oh. Team Bright. Yes, they did this yesterday with... they had Shadow Demon for Imitator, and then... That was the game we played Silencer, right, for Undyne.
Yep.
And that looked pretty pog. In this game, at least, they have a save, which was definitely much needed in the previous game. And they also just have that hard purge that you get available for yourself, which always feels pretty good to throw out on some of these heroes.
Yeah, just even throwing it on Ember is pretty solid, but they won't be able to get Undyne Silencer because he's been banned out already. So maybe a Disruptor or something like that is still a possibility. I do like it into Ember, into Dark Willow as well. So those are your options. I'm sure there are different things for him as well. He was playing Lich yesterday, but I don't think this is... Like, Lich yesterday had a really good game. There was a reason why they picked it. This time around, like, just picking a Lich, like your Frost Armor is...
Dire team pick.
It doesn't really mean a lot. They still pick it. I mean, sure, why not?
Maybe the idea here is you buy Aghanim Shot on Shadow Demon, and then basically at that point, Pango becomes pseudo-unkillable if he's on the front lines. Like, you give him Frost Armor, he shield crushes, you cleanse him, and he just stays alive. Or whoever, I think, just gonna tank up on the front line, just stays alive for as long as possible.
5 seconds.
I guess I get it, but I'm sort of with you that like there's not enough information to say that this was the perfect Lich pick.
Yeah, because in that yesterday's game, they had what, like a TA +1, right? It was pretty much all right, like from mid lane and from the safe lane. So the Lich just did wonders. No one could die. Let's see, Supernova. Honestly, some Lycan or a Beastmaster for me would be pretty damn good for them. I'm not sure why not. Like Lich with the Frost Shield, sure, like he can mess with your summons a little bit, but just sending all those summons on Lich or on Shadow Demon feels... Like, it feels horrible when you're playing these two. Like, there is just not a lot that you can do. You just sit there and wait until they kill you.
I really like the Beastmaster shout. Also nice having some Primal Roar into Pango. So come on, do the right thing, Kama. Ah, so here's another counter we started seeing like, I think 2 tours ago in China. I forget which team that did it. It was Kaka's team at the time. Was he on XG still?
It was Kaka's team, I remember that, yeah.
You remember that game, right? Yeah, they did this into Pangolier. And it ended up owning in that game. It was into Pangolier and Abaddon, I think?
Yeah, but that's the thing. It wasn't only about the Pangolier. It was about the Abaddon. Because Grimstroke rushed the Aghanims that game and Abaddon went Radiance. So he just made... Every fight, he would just made Abaddon and he'd be stronger than the hero itself. Like the Illusion, the Dark Portrait would be ridiculously strong. Still, yeah, like Inkswell on the Ember... Like, there's a lot of combos here. The Phantom's Embrace seems a bit stronger at the moment. And on top of all of that, of course, you have Soulbind versus Pango.
Yep.
No big combos though, right? Like, no big Soulbind combos.
There's no big Soulbind combos, but I think this is also going to be about buffing up this Ember. Because now you have not just the Bedlam to put on top of him, you put the Inkswell in as well. So Inkswell, Bedlam, that's a lot of magic damage that they have. And this Lich protects you from the physical damage output, right? There's no magic protection they have right now.
I feel like maybe this is a preemptive Morphling pickup. Like you get the Underlord already. Maybe they are not as happy to pick the Morph right now, because it looked like a pretty solid Morph game. Like you're playing into Ember, there's no instant catch. Only thing to worry about is Phantom's Embrace, so... Overall, it seems solid. Now, like, maybe Lich plus Monkey or Lich plus Ursa is more probable. Like, not an easy lane for Underlord to play into. Lich Monkey.
Monkey! Let's go. Monkey King. I do like this. Like you say, it's going to be a good lane for them. Gives them a team fight spell they can actually use. But crucially, I think the main issue I've seen with Team Bright these last 2 games is they're just playing way too slow. And especially for Heat, he's the one that's sort of dictating that pace of the game, being like, guys, I'm still farming. Monkey King is most effective when he's able to participate meaningfully early on in the game. So this might allow them to just match the pace of Supernova, which will probably give them a better chance of victory.
Yeah, he definitely has to play a different game now, for sure. It depends on the itemization, of course. Like, he can still opt to go a greedy route with the monkey, but there's a chance that he joins and that Heat actually makes a difference early on. Let's see, Supernova, if you're picking your position 1 last into monkey, what's left there, Snare? What would you like to see?
5 seconds remaining.
You're gonna hate this, right? Oh wait, no. They've changed the heroes. I'm not sure if the matchup is still that way, but Troll, Warlord, and Ursa are the best options, I think, into Monkey King. You just make it impossible for him to ever Wukong. So you say, Wook, go for it, bro. See what happens. Like, I will beat you out of your own Wukong's command. Just make it impossible for you to live life. I think one of those options of what's left feels pretty decent. Either that or they go the opposite direction and just try like outrange him.
Yeah,
play on the very far edges of the fight.
So some draw again, something like that.
Some draw, some Terrorblade, something like this.
5 seconds remaining.
No, I like both of those ideas. Maybe I like these melee boys a little bit more. You are playing into a Purge from Shadow Demon. That's always difficult. Even if you pop the BKB, he still is a menace to deal with. Like, you just can't move around. You get into that arena, you're just gonna get juked. They ban out the Morphling.
Legion Commander.
Oh, LC. That is interesting. That is very interesting indeed. Well, gives them some hard disable. It's a way to keep heroes inside the Wukongs.
That troll shout of yours makes even more sense now, right? Like, that's an option.
How far we've come, Lizard, that we're both here saying, you know, let's go troll last pick. At the end of the game.
I still don't think it's gonna happen, but yeah, it's a possibility. Your Drow.
Finally, also see. I think Drow is also probably the better one, honestly.
Yeah, it's an option. Like, TB might be taking way too much damage in the laning stage as well, and then afterwards Shadow Demon with the illusions. Okay, I always forget about her for some reason. Like, it's one hero that's in my blind spot, even though she's picked very often. And it's a solid one. Right, they don't have a lot of ways of dealing with the refractions. Like, it pushes the tempo a little bit. Like, you have this TA Ember, your rush capability is like opened up, and it's much faster than Team Bright's. Like, I don't mind it.
It's also one of these heroes that can fight through, even though it is physical damage output, it's overwhelming physical damage that this hero deals out, right? So, and especially in the earlier portions of the game, if you get off to a good start, even though they have this frost armor, they have this bonus armor from Wukongs, they've got this presty attack, you can just actually delete these heroes still. Instead of 2 hits, you can take 3 or 4, but nonetheless, you overwhelm them. But what's interesting for me, Lizard, look at the hero selection. Dong is playing Ember Spirit, and it's Han on the TA. Are they going to be putting TA mid and Ember Spirit safe lane? If they do, is there any hope of us going back in the old days, man? Battle Fury Ember with Daedalus and stuff?
I don't think that's going to happen. Why would you not put Ember versus Pango mid? That's my question. I think TA still goes safe lane. Like, you put the Ember mid, you just swap. Maybe it's just player preference. I'm sorry. Maybe they still do it, just for you. Maybe they still go Battle Fury Daedalus. It's not happening, but maybe. It's definitely not happening, but maybe. But yeah, I think Ember mid versus Pango, much better of a matchup. You leave the TA on the safe lane, also a good matchup into DLC. So when it comes to the laning stage, at least, this time around... Wait, TA and Ember, they're on Team Bright, right? Yeah. This time around, at least Team Bright should have, on paper, a decent laning stage. Let's see what happens when that's the case. Actually, no, it's Supernova with Ember and TA. What are you talking about? You lied to me.
Did I lie to you? Oh, my bad. I did lie to you. I was thinking, I was still thinking of Ember Spirit was Daedalus and Battle Fury. I wasn't thinking clearly.
It's fine, my brain froze as well. But in any case, yeah, I do like Supernova's lanes then. Once again, let's see.
See what happens. Game 3, Elimination Dota. Winner of this gets to stay in the qualifiers. Loser, well, gotta start thinking about the team reshuffle going into the next season. And like you mentioned, when the game is a bit more even in the laning phase, I want to see how Team Bright can carry that momentum forward. I do also really like that Heat is playing something a bit different. Like, not just this uber carry for the game, wants to get involved. And even look at the way they're playing this early portion right now. They're the ones that are making the ridiculously long rotation, trying to force an early kill.
Just waiting on the high ground for someone to approach. And Underlord. Oh, he's already too deep. He's too deep.
Yep.
Is he?
Sorry, Kama.
No blocks.
You might actually, he's fine. Yeah, there's no blocks. He's chill. He's fine. Let's see. What's the bounty rune situation? Is it just going to be 2-2? Yep. Ends up just being 2-2. So nothing really gained for the side of Team Bright in that situation, unfortunately.
Actually, I was wrong, by the way. The TA is mid, so you were correct, Monsieur Snare. They did put TA mid. Interesting. I thought like overall Ember's lane there isn't that bad, but okay, they decide to mix things up a bit. Shouldn't it be harder for Ember on top versus LC? I feel like LC should have an easier time. Like you can actually use overwhelming odds and spam him. TA meanwhile she's got refraction charges, so she kind of just blocks it.
Maybe they want to show some dominance, man. I don't know.
We'll see. I might be. I might just have a wrong read on the lane. It wouldn't be the first time. Ready to learn and see how it's going. But right now, Pango is just dominating, crushing mid. 7-1 versus 3, and a war denied as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not necessarily the most fun lane in the world for TA. Like, not really much he can do to the Pango here. It's also very easy for him to just reposition, get away from the side blade angles.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the lane is that poor. I think it's still kind of okay for TA. We'll see, like as the levels progress. I think it was just like a couple of misplays maybe early on.
We're also gonna start learning more about why they put this Ember Spirit in the top lane, Shola and Dong. So far, you know, not really able to contain the LC in terms of her CS, but not getting dominated either. Not gonna have as good of a start, but bottom, we see Heat will know why they picked this Monkey King. It's for reasons like this one. Boundless Strike, one more right click is all they need, and Undyne claims the first blood. Sheep out of mana, but Heat has more priorities than chasing a Grimstroke. He wants to get some CS. And alright, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, it's just a Monkey plus Lich combo versus any melee hero, right? You just don't stand a chance. It's very difficult to play into. He gets those Jingu Mastery stacks up. It's gonna get even harder once he gets level 3.
Okay, I'm still thinking about the top lane, right? And I'm looking at the build from Dong. His level 3 will tell us a lot. Maybe he goes 2 points into the slides, and then the idea is to just constantly keep spamming out the wave, don't actually approach the LC.
I think it's very probable. Just wear her down that way.
But I'm mostly interested in his item queue, man. Come on, Dong, do the right thing. Entertain the people.
It's gonna be Orb of Corrosion and Maelstrom, something like that. He's still gonna be the one that is actually making the majority of the moves. You kinda have two semi-carries, right? Even though TA can be a hard one. Ember will be the one making most of the plays, or should be the one at least.
Down bottom, we haven't seen much aggression just yet again from Heat and Undyne, but Kama and the boys know full well not to approach too closely, lest they tank all that damage to the face. And speaking of damage to the face, top lane, Irving's in trouble right now. He's getting ran down by Dong. Nice little disruption to save him, and that came out before the Shadow Realm hit, so he will be alive, but Imitator might be the one that dies. Will he be able to get this turnaround? Dong has a Sleight of Fist in a second, but the press the attack and overwhelming odds came sooner. Irving able to secure a kill on the Ember. They kill off this Dark Willow as well. And it's the LC that walks away the winner from this little fracas.
Imitator, what a boss. He just stood his ground there. They were, truth be told, they were hitting Irving, but at the same time, he's just spamming Shadow Poison. stood his ground and they get 2 kills for Irving. Like, that couldn't have went better on top lane for them. And I have to say that Elsie is, even though she got a couple of kills right now, the lane is harder than I expected it to be.
She's eating quite a lot of spam. She's not really enjoying it, exactly how much damage she's taking. And Radiant Fortification, where was this happening?
Lane.
Down bottom. They're going on to Karma here. They have one more hit until they have access to the big Boundless Strike. They'll just use the meaty one just so they can turn onto Sheep. Sheep has the Ink Swell onto him. Will it pop in time? Yes, it does. Suddenly, Heat is the one that's in danger. He's trying to get some lifesteal back.
Karma
He does manage to kill off Sheep.
Yeah.
And Karma, he knows he can't chase anymore. Despite how juicy that Monkey King looks, he will be forced to let him escape.
Yeah, I'm surprised Heat didn't even turn. He had a lot of stick charges, and if he gets that Jingu Mastery off, like, it is a kill. But Shola has rotated bottom, and Undyne and Heat, they're really good at reading the moves from the enemy 5. Last game they did it, first game they did it, and now they're doing it again.
I guess they got some practice yesterday up against Azure Ray, because AR were also very prone to make this move, bringing a hero down just to try and get a kill. So Heat playing very, very safely. Shola gonna be forced to have to go back through the twin gate.
Maybe not, like, he's still sticking around for now at least. They left the Ember on LC solo, and they're seemingly rotating mid instead.
Okay. There was a disruption out onto Han, and they're actually looking towards killing off Imitator. The Shadow Realm hit will come out. Shola wants one more right click to kill Imitator, and he does make it happen. But at the same time, the Rolling Thunder from Phoenix finishes off Han. There might be some danger for Shola as well. Sinister Gaze pulls him right in, and Phoenix will get a double kill off of him. The question is, does he escape? Nice little swashbuckle to dodge the Ink Swell trigger. So Sheep will not be able to find any revenge here in this mid lane, as they end up losing 2 and getting nothing.
Yeah, this lane is 10 times, the laning stage that is, it's 10 times better for Team Bright than it was in game 1 and 2. The bottom lane is doing well, like 31 CS versus 24. They even killed the Underlords once. The mid lane is doing well, they killed off the TA. Top lane as well, they managed to turn on the Ember and kill him.
Things are just coming up much better for them. They're the ones with the net worth advantage at the moment. They've managed to quite heavily depress Karma on his Underlord. Hasn't been able to progress in his own net worth. So that's going to slow the game down quite substantially from Supernova's perspective.
Yeah, because one of the biggest differences, in my opinion, is that Han, who's been playing these sacrificial mids, now is on a very passive farming one. Irving top lane. The Brambles miss.
Irving did. Even though the Brambles miss, they also get the disruption to dodge the Shadow Realm hit.
They might turn
That's
on
perfect
Ember.
timing. And Phoenix, he has the Rolling Thunder in a single second, and now he gets it off.
They have dual.
The Ember Spirit does not have level 6. Well, Phoenix was a bit overzealous on that one. He's like, sorry, Irving, go find your own dual kill somewhere else on the map, fam.
I'm not sure he expected to kill him off that quickly there. It is the Shadow Poison that came in clutch as well. He had like 4 stacks on him. Bottom lane Heat.
She should be fine. Gets himself back before the Inkswell comes out. He still had access to the big lifesteal Boundless Strike, so should have been okay, ultimately.
I love that he didn't want to attack the Phantom's Embrace. He just waited it to... just so he has that region.
Oh no, Han is dead.
Yeah.
He's so dead. Rolling Thunder onto him. He does get the refraction off, but here is Irving with the dual kill. Even more value than the one on the Ember Spirit. And they end up being able to put that TA out of her misery, get some dual damage, and yet again, just putting more momentum on the map and putting pressure everywhere onto Supernova.
Yeah, if I'm Supernova and I lose this match, I'd be like, why the hell did we switch up our 1 and 2? Like, why did we make that move? Because right now you have some Ember that's quite passive, the TA as well, that's kind of trying to be active, because that's how Han plays. But he's being punished for it.
And I guess as well, because he hasn't been able to make that customary level 5 to 6 minute rotation, it means that the side lanes actually just end up being much more stable, which naturally for these Bright heroes will be a better news for them. Also, I must say, Lizard, looking at Phoenix's performance this game, I think we are probably ready to upgrade his Pango into his Ember Puck category, because he has just been monstrous whenever he has this hero.
I mean, he's actually been doing stuff, right? Like this time around. Game 1 and Game 2, he's been extremely passive on the Ember bot lane.
Look at this Pit of Malice. It's going to set up for a 2-hero Inkswell, which allows them to kill off Heat. And now also enables them to bring down the Undying Lich. Chain Frost bounces around, but to no avail. That was excellently done. Karma baited in Heat. That's why he's tipping him right now. And when Heat overextended, he got hard punished by the rest of Supernova.
Yeah, I think there's some beef between them. They've been tipping him like 24/7. Imitator will fall.
Yeah, he will. Doesn't seem like anybody else will take a tumble. Unless, of course, this Twin Gate ends up being effective. They can't find any latch here. Underlord not going to be here in time. They're actually sticking around bottom. Inkswell, will it trigger again onto Heat? Heat might die once more, but they don't really want the smoke. They actually gonna let him live, even though allies were coming in? What? What's going on?
I'm not sure why he had a remnant. I actually expected maybe Dawn to just instantly go on the monkey when he rotated in, but monkey, okay, he's just farming. Jumps on the medium camp.
Right, a little bit of a missed opportunity for Supernova, but nonetheless, it does enable them to put pressure on the tier 1 tower. They've got a Siege Wagon alongside with them, so unlike what we saw in Game 2, the team that loses is not going to end up losing without any towers taken. They're definitely going to try and get something. But Phoenix has actually rotated in. He wants to stop this from happening and potentially set up a fight for his own team.
He's pretty big. Like, this Pango has a Diffusal, Orb of Corrosion. He's super ready to be fighting already.
Actually gonna smoke up.
Top lane duel.
That fight. That's top lane. Irving solo duel into Dong here. Does he have the damage to kill him? No, he does not. And they've got a remnant out. He manages to dodge this. Get the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, no procs for him, unfortunately. He got that blade mail, by the way. That's why he tried. He had it previously, but yeah, he tried for that solo kill. It's kind of hard. But he will be having a Blink Dagger shortly. 1700 gold already on the Legion Commander. And once you have that Blink, you're actually going to be able to move across the map and make some stuff happen.
Irving is actually the net worth leader of the game right now, making miracles happen. What's been happening with, like, the Radiant offlaners today have just been on one. Like, well, okay, Irving, to be fair, Game 1 Doom didn't go so well, but Game 2, Karma was owning on his Mars.
Hello?
Undying is in an awkward spot here, throws out the Chain Frost with Sinister Gaze. Dude, Undying is such a god. He's just set up a fight potentially for his team. Does end up dying though. Okay, never mind. Undying is a Jabate god. That's what he is.
No, he's not a
They
Jabate
came in
god.
to save him.
That was pretty solid, but Phoenix didn't want to use Rolling Thunder. Instead, he used Swashbuckle to get in. I guess he was a bit afraid of the Soulbind, I suppose, and something that should have been a pretty good play by Lich and Pango ends up in a triple kill.
Oh,
damn.
Well, Han is now suddenly net worth leader on the map. He's feeling really fresh about himself. He's like, if I don't have to rotate to you, but the rotation comes to me, I'm very happy. Gets a Deso for his efforts as well.
Absolutely unfortunate for Team Bright. Once again, well, this time around the laning stage went well, but the moment it kinda ended, they started making some bad moves. Triple kill for this TA that really didn't have a good time. Now she has a Deso completed.
Well, well, well. They still have time to try and figure out exactly how to come back into this. We see Heat here. He's gonna go the Echo Maelstrom BKB, so some standard stuff coming out of him. And unfortunately, it's also a Maelstrom for Ember Spirit. Sigh.
Yeah, unfortunately for you, I guess. No fun allowed. But if you look a bit to the left from Ember, you'll see Legion Commander 20 gold away from the Blink. 17 gold away to be exact now that we're paused. So he's gonna have that Blink Dagger, and from the moment they have it, like, the pressure is off on Pango. Right now you have this Legion that can initiate, you can follow up with Pango, you don't have to be the first one in. So the game becomes a little bit easier.
And they don't have a save themselves on the side of Supernova, so every time that duel does happen, it's a lot of commitment to keep that hero alive. On the bright side though, Dong is starting to build Lincoln Sphere immediately after Maelstrom. He recognizes that that's the primary way he dies in this game, if he does get jumped with the Blink duel. The G call coming out from Undyne. Our boy Undyne. No matter what, even if they lose this game from Team Bright, I want to see more of Undyne Dota. I hope he doesn't like spend the next year in a worse team. I really want to see this guy develop. He's been so solid.
Definitely, even as a position of 5, like this man has been doing quite a lot on all of his heroes. It's not only the Lich, like his Disruptor is solid. Well, that's all I can remember, Lich and Disruptor. But I'm sure he's got other under his belt too.
While Heat is still farming away, we have just picked up the Legion Commander Blink Dagger. So the team is going to start gathering up together and potentially try and make a move. Imitator is sitting with the smoke. They're going to pop it, and it is time. Let us go on an adventure, boys. Let's see who's available on the map. Sadly, they don't have any deep wards right now, but they should have a decent idea where these heroes are.
Hello, Chola.
Woof! Easy dual damage, easy dual kill. Nice reveal of the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, the best way, right? Like instantly you get that dual damage. It would have been better if maybe they got the TA or the Ember, but this can also be converted into a tier 1 mid tower, which opens up the map. It's so important to open up the map when you're playing LC.
Heat got caught bottom, all by his lonesome. 2 core heroes around him plus Sheep. They kill him. That is... All right, that sucks. Like, they get the tier 1 tower, sure, in the mid lane, but they're gonna lose their own tier 1 and they lose Heat before he finishes any of his items. That hurts. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, he's been sticking around bottom for maybe a bit too long. And when I say a bit too long, I mean like 3 minutes too long. It's a dangerous place to be in.
He's not leaving this place either. Still gonna chill around the area.
Okay, now when they're pushing in the tier 2, I guess it's okay-ish.
They might get another dual kill here. Irving has dual available, and they just scouted our Shola getting the D ward off the sentry, so they might want to jump him.
Maybe an
but
Ember.
They also don't know who's behind him. Yeah.
If Ember shows, I think this is a play. The Terrorize might follow up though, so gotta be a bit careful. Yeah, they're bailing.
A bit too scary in this situation.
Yeah, because you can go on Ember, right? And then the Dark Willow can follow up, plus you don't really know... Well, you do know that Underlord will follow up as well, right? Like, he's gonna come with Fiend's Gate, so... It is dangerous, but he might still make it. Let's see. They're sticking around.
Poker thinking about it. There's some vision on the very low ground, which will now scout both Dong and Sheep walking in that area, with the courier flying overhead as well, so they know what's happening. I think they stay back with this LC.
Yeah, he blinks away, and he can actually go down bottom now to perhaps make a move on Underlord. Exactly, they're pinking him out. Like, I was thinking that's the plan. Outpush the lane and actually go for Warlord, but yeah, he's bailing too. Like, he notices the same play happening. Big fat
Overlord
slug.
says nope.
Yeah. He's so fat, man. Like, look at that tail. Very chubby. I like it.
One of my favorite things is seeing Underlord with a Giant's Ring. He's so huge.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's really fun to watch. I think my favorite ones are him and Doom. Look the most hilarious when they have Giant's Ring.
Some Bloodlust on top of that and a BKB, and yeah. I had a game, actually. I had a game in which my Dragonite... Remember when Ags was popular on DK offlane and you just rush it? I had like Ags, DK, and I had some Bloodlust and a Giant Ring, and I literally ruined the game for my teammates because they couldn't click anything. For once in my life, I was too big.
The poor Underlord. You were too big, man.
Yeah.
Too strong, too swole. Will Irving get 2 soul in this game? Because they just got another dual kill. That always feels quite nice. 46 bonus damage. Not bad, not bad, not bad.
Yeah, he's getting there, but they're taking Rush at the same time, and no one is contesting this. I feel like it's one of those games in which actually they could. Like, they actually could defend this if they were there on time, but they're way too slow, it seems like. Now they're moving in, but yeah.
I mean, it's not dead just yet. And now it's only TA inside here. The
Damn,
Uberlord
so
is coming
slow.
in. It's not dead just yet. Are they going to make this jump? He's really trying to get onto the back lines. So they might be full committed onto this fight now because of how far forward they've moved. They're going on to Shola. They really want him first and foremost. They get the Sinister Gaze out, but not before the Shadow Realm connects. In the meantime, Phoenix able to scout out this TA. Han is there with the Rolling Thunder, but a beautiful ultimate from the Grimstroke holds the Pango in position, but there's no follow-up damage just yet. Dong trying to get himself involved in the fight, but he gets dueled immediately inside the Wukong's command, so he's just dead. Undyne dropped down the Chain Frost. It damaged both Karma as well as Han, and Han just has to blink away to safety. He cannot keep this fight going any longer. Heat gets himself a double kill, and Han, he's not escaping directly. He's sitting around for some right clicks. Han might end up dead here. Flying too close to the sun. The Ink Swirl, though, stuns up 2 heroes. He really wants to find Heat, and he will be able to pick him up. Han is still alive, still has an Aegis to work with as well. He brings Phoenix a very, very low, and Phoenix trying to survive with the shield crash and kill off Shola while he can. And now Han comes back for life number 2, right-clicking down this Pangolier. Han playing to the edge of the limit, and it ends up working out for his team as they bring down the Pango and the Monkey King, even though it cost them the Aegis.
No, 100%. That fight looked pretty damn good for Team Bright. The dual victory over the Ember. Even though Soulbind was perfect on Pango, they still managed to do quite a lot with the two of them, the Monkey King as well. But they chased the TA a bit too long. A bit too far, a bit too deep, and she had Inkswell on her, so she goes in with the refraction, with the Inkswell, survives a bit longer than anticipated, and yeah, kind of turns a bad situation into a pretty good one. The positive side for Team Bright, at least, is they took away the Aegis already, right? Like, you really want to take it away from TA as soon as possible, and now she's an open game, right? Like, you can get on top of her, duel her, kill her off as well.
I think another positive is the fact that they killed this Ember yet again. So he's not really having that much impact in these fights. It's pretty much all down to Han. Like, feels like the win condition now is going to be, does Han survive the fight? If yes, we feel good, we won. If no, everything just went south for us. Also, she played this fight immaculately, like perfect Phantom's Embraces, really good Stroke of Fates, Ink Swirls onto multiple heroes. That initial ultimate with the Soulbind to hold the Pango in position, also so good from him.
Yep. Good positioning. Lich, Tumbler Stoy. Ah! What a god.
Oh my god.
He lives.
Undyne god, man.
He lives just because of the Tumbler Stoy. He gets into the right position to TP
Don't
out.
talk to me about that item, man.
Well, it took some skill, let's put it that way as well. It definitely did take some skill. Phoenix, mid lane. He's thinking about it.
It should be fine.
Yeah, but it's
They're gonna
dark
get
below.
the duel. She is not. She is dead. The question is, do these two heroes escape from this? There's going to be a lot of magic damage coming out from this Ember. With the Soulbind connecting both LC and Pango, can they finish these heroes off? Indeed they can. Both of them are going to end up dying here. Imitator buys some time at the very least with the disruption. And Phoenix might live because of this. They set up Heat for the Wukong's command. He jumps in, able to rinse down 3 heroes in the process. Han is forced to try and TP out. Will he make it just in time? Oh my god, Imitator. What a boss, buying the space and time necessary for his team to turn it all around.
Yeah, really well done. The halberd as well came in clutch from Phoenix. He used it on the TA, so she wasn't really able to dish out way too much damage. Like, overall, that looked like, okay, they're gonna kill our Dark Willow, but we're gonna get 2 cores in return. Well, nicely played by Team Bright to prevent that from happening. The Wukong's command as well came in clutch. It was on point. The Lich's ulti. The Frost Shield as well, working wonders versus the TA. You know, we were talking about Lich when he just got picked up in this game. I literally said, yeah, it's a Lich, but it's not a great Lich game. There's no TA or anything like that. And then she gets picked up like last.
They were like, we're trying to make Undyne shine. Make him look as good as possible.
Yeah.
Irving did end up dead in that fight, but still did collect some dual damage. 92 damage picked up, has a Dragon Scale in tandem with this Blade Mail. Once this AC comes out, the Irving is really tanky, especially into this physical damage of the TA.
Yep. He's getting slower and slower, but it's most about the damage, right? Like that he's dishing out. The difference between having 92 and 60 damage when he jumps some Dark Willow doesn't really matter that much. But you mentioned the AC, and I think that makes the change. Like, you need these utility items now to come from Legion.
Speaking of utility items, Dong is trying to finish off his own one, getting this Lincoln Sphere. really has been struggling throughout this game, sitting very low in the net worth department as an Ember Spirit, and it's a safe lane Ember Spirit. This is not where you want to be.
Yeah, the lane just backfired, and I feel that they really should have kept the farming priority and you know, positioning the same. Putting TA on mid and Ember on safe lane, just it makes them look a little bit slower. I'm saying about the players, basically. It just looked that Han was much better when he was very sacrificial on the mid lane. He's still playing out of his mind, by the way. The TA is still doing very well.
Speaking of the TA, she's going to have to watch as this young Underlord gets dueled. Will they have enough damage to kill him off before the rest of the fight? Yes, they do. At the same time, though, they'll also find the Grimstroke on the back edge inside the Wukongs. Rolling Thunder from Phoenix connects onto Shola. That'll allow them to kill off the Dark Willow too, and granting Heat a triple kill on his Monkey King. All of a sudden, Monkey King, one of the most dangerous heroes on the entire map, able to find 3, and they should be able to clean out the tier 2 tower in the process.
Yeah, he had that rough start, but every single Wukong's command somehow looks amazing for him. And it's probably because of the combo with Legion, right? Like, she uses duel and then he just sets up the arena around her. You can either let the hero die or you can fight into the arena, and so far they tried fighting and it didn't work out for them. What's TA building next? Han is slowly getting towards that BKB. He's about to have it for the next fight at least. Aghanim's being built up by Grimstroke. Okay, you're building Ags, but what are you using it on? I guess LC, right? Like
it has to be LC, I guess.
Yeah, it's decent on Monkey, but it's better on LC. All the bonus damage, I guess, will come in handy.
I'm gonna smoke up right now, though, to try and force a fight somewhere on the map. They have a scan onto Lich. Is this the right call to make? I don't know. They might find Undying. It might be a very easy kill for them to pick up.
Yeah, but Ember died.
And they do get this kill, but Ember died. Yeah, you're right. Right behind them, Heat. Able to find that kill onto the Ember Spirit, and they might continue this fight. They're thinking about the Rolling Thunder. Irving doesn't have duel, but he still jumps in with a massive overwhelming odds. They get the root out onto Kama. Feels like Kama's certainly going to die from this situation. He's trying to get himself through the Fiend's Gate. Will not succeed in doing so. He dies off, 3 heroes taken away from the map. And Lich is just smiling from the grave and saying, you came after me, but I was just a bait.
Yeah, they just have no chill whatsoever. Legion also getting that dual damage from the Ember. While they were killing the Lich, Irving was getting another, what, 28 bonus damage. Now he sees no Chola, but 3 seconds away from the ulti.
1 second. Oh, Irving. He's got it. Team.
This is the moment in which he goes like,
right now.
Come on, guys, you know. He was saving it. Actually, in one moment, I believe that he wanted to jump TA instead. She was kind of playing too close to the fire, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he's happy with just killing off the Dark Willow. And most importantly, oh, never mind. I was gonna say saving that vision, but Shadow Demon just strolls in and denies it. Like, yeah, we don't need this war. They know where it is. It's an interesting game. Like, some items will help them against the LC. Like, they're getting the Lincolns. They have the Lincolns on Ember, and the BKB is completed on TA. But at this point, I feel that Dire has to win the Rosh fight. Like, they need to go in and at least try and contest it.
Yeah.
Letting that Rosh fight go, it's gonna be rough to play against the Aegis and Cheese.
At least they have the BKB on TA to fight into that area. And Dong is trying to build into an Aghanim Scepter of his own, but it certainly will not be finished in time before the Roshan defense.
Mid lane.
The big man is coming up in 10 seconds. Mid lane. Ooh, Lincoln's Fear showing its value. That was a nice little move, though. Sinister Gaze into duel would definitely have caught him, but the duel came just a smidgen of a second too late.
It was a really nice attempt, yeah. Right. It's just not easy to execute, right? Some of these plays are like, you have to coordinate perfectly, and Ember has to be also a little bit slow at the same time to get caught by that.
Yep.
And he knows, right? He was so deep, he knew the duel was coming. Let's see, Smoke going in top. Oof, this is gonna be a fight.
Oh, they come through the twin gate. They jump on top of them. They find the duel onto Shola. Shola's gonna get brought down almost immediately, but does have buyback. Might have to use it here, and he does go indeed. But there's gonna be heat getting a Wukong's command down onto Kama, and Kama will try his best, but he's losing his life way too quickly. Will end up dead. Imitator though does get taken down by Dong on the boys. Can they proceed the fight? Soulbind onto Monkey King and the Legion Commander. Khan needs to be here to deliver the right-click damage, and they've gotten Heat and LC very, very low. Heat's about to die. Dong able to help bring him down with the Inkswell burn. And that's going to enable them to maybe turn onto Phoenix. He doesn't have his allies around him. Nice little disarm onto TA, but they have enough damage around her that they should be able to find this kill. But here comes Irving. He's trying to interrupt it, but Han hits just way too damn
Heat
hard.
is here.
It's a double kill for the TA. Heat has come back, brought back for the engagement, and that'll allow him to clean up 2 cores, both of whom, or only one of whom has buyback. Ember Spirit does not.
Yeah, the question is...
What a wild fight, man.
Yeah, it's insane fight, but my question post-fight is, can they do Rosh now? They bought back the Monkey, they bought back the LC. I guess they can, because TA and Ember both don't have buybacks any longer. Yeah, straight into the pit. It's gonna be a slow one, it's not gonna be that fast, though. Crazy fight, by the way. Really insanely done, and it just shows the power of duel, and when it's misused, let's not say it was super misused, they still did get the Dark Willow, but if TA or Ember aren't dueled, the fight just is completely different. They're able to juke the Monkey King, wait for his BKB to go down, and then actually kill him off. Okay, so what's gonna happen in the next 5 to 10 minutes? You're gonna have Aegis and Cheese on Radiant, but you should have buybacks on TA and Ember, right? Like if they farm them up.
Radiant's middle tower.
They should. Ember's not that far away from having their buyback. TA also not that far away, given how quickly she can farm. And I don't think you're in danger of losing a heads-up lane of racks before that happens. But it's scary times, man. Like, Khan is starting to really become a problem for them on the side of Team Bright. Like, the fact that they're only able to kill her on the re-engage with Heat, if that was just a fair fight to begin with, she would have ended up winning that engagement, which is kind of wild to think about.
Yeah, let's see, they smoke up, just the 2 of them. They did scout Irving, I believe. But, yeah, maybe a little bit too deep for them to go.
Irving also has 148 damage, not far from having his AC. Becoming a pure damage threat, like you mentioned earlier, in his own right.
I feel like they could have used another halberd on Supernova. And when I say another, just one. Like Soulbind halberd from Sheep could have been just game-changing. Instead, he's going for Aghanims, and I just don't know. I'm completely sold on Dark Portrait's value in this game.
Yeah. Nobody even, there's no Radiant Spires, no big, like, not like some Morphling or whatever from the enemy team. I'm also very unsold, but Sheep has demonstrated some massive proficiency on his heroes, so he's gonna hopefully prove us wrong and show us the value of this item. You know what item I'm also looking forward to? Undying is building a Blink Dagger on his Lich. Seeing how good the Blink Sinister Gaze can be, man. I actually wouldn't be mad if he bought Blink Ags on this Lich hero, honestly.
I think the Blink is also really good versus Ember's Linkens. Like, you can Blink for Sinister Gaze, catch him off, and then you can follow up with the duel. I think that's probably the biggest part. Heat.
Whew, Heat. Gotta be careful. He got caught and clipped with their Pit of Malice.
The team needs
and
to get in
they slowed him down a little bit. The team is on the way, but he's playing very daring right now. He still has an Aegis in tow, so they don't want to overcommit jumping a Monkey King that has backup and an Aegis.
Well, come on. Let's see. Phoenix is still in. Just baiting, I guess.
But Inkswell. He just picked up a Crimson God as well, so that's gonna help him with the survivability as well.
Yeah, he's just poking, prodding, testing their patience, seeing if they're gonna break under pressure, maybe use a big spell or something, not really committing to anything. And it's good. I don't think they can, but this guy on top lane, Ember, let's see if they can actually break his Linkens.
He's better be ready. Better be ready. They're gonna go for him, and before Legion Commander even arrives from the blink, he's already out.
Because Shadow Demon used Shadow Poison. Like, just like that. And he has a blink. If he blinked in demonic, I don't think you kill him anyway. Like he just probably manages to
Look
get
at
out.
Heaters. Heaters jumping onto both Dong and Shola here next to the Dire Ancients. The two of them are going to flee though. They don't really want this smoke. But, whew, man, this game is really exciting. I'm glad this is our game 3.
Yeah, too many brambles around the monkey. He can't do anything. They're pushing tier 2. Meanwhile, Han on bot lane shows himself, gets the Dezo. Sorry, not Dezo, Daedalus. But no buyback. So they're going kind of all in this next fight. Will they smoke up? Let's see if they have one. I don't think so. Yes, I mean, you probably don't want to fight before Aegis is reclaimed anyway. It's a minute remaining.
To be fair, there's nobody in the game that has buyback right now. Like, everybody's playing with their chest out, fully committed to what's going to happen next. Doesn't seem like we're going to have a high ground push before this Aegis expires, though. It's up for another 45 seconds. When it goes down, I think Team Bright will be happy to keep controlling the map. And Radiant Scan actually connects onto Han. They might force a fight here onto this TA.
Yeah, I feel like I'd rather be Radiant without buybacks. Let's see.
Oh no, TA gets caught. No buyback. Oh no, 90 seconds in the grave. She has nothing.
Look, that area right there I'd consider deep. Seeing that he has no buyback and where his teammates are and the fact that he doesn't see anything on the map. That's deep. Kama now?
That might actually just be game losing because Kama is finding himself losing his life as well on the high ground. The nice little terrorize to try and buy space and time, but it's not going to be good enough. He ends up getting right-clicked down by Heat. So it's 2 heroes gone from this fray. In the mid lane, they do find a nice soul bind onto Irving and Monkey King, but they don't have the follow-up damage. Yes, they kill Undyne, but who really cares about this? Sheep hoping the Inkswell stun will hold Irving in position a little while longer. And that is true when he barely survives against the swashbuckle, but the shield crash will eventually finish him off. Phoenix involved in killing off 3 heroes. They've opened up the space for the Rax. And they just don't have the damage to force away Monkey King, Pangolier, and the Legion Commander without the TA being alive.
Yeah, that might not be game, but it should be two sides. Like, they should be able to take top, and Duel is off cooldown, so you gotta be careful. There we go.
And there's the Duel. They pop the Lincoln Sphere, they get on the Ember Spirit. He also does not have buyback if he dies here in the grave for 75 seconds. And now you don't have the one hero that can poke and prod from afar to try and keep them out of the base, but they feel like they're out of steam. If Creep Wave isn't with them, they're just gonna back off rather.
Yeah, 5 seconds away from TA. He'll take it. They just shy away from ending at least another side because they were too low. I get it. Like, some discipline is necessary. If they lose this game, they're out of the qualifier, so really not surprised they moved back. But yeah, like what I was saying is, if I'm gonna play this game right now without buybacks, I'd much rather be Radiant. It's so much easier for them to abuse that. Jump in with some Duel, eliminate a hero, and take a side off of it. Look at this, another Duel.
Speaking of, another Duel, it's how much we got? 262? Nicely done. Nice, nice, nice. And you know, you were asking earlier for Supernova to buy at least a halberd. Well, there is another halberd in this game, but it's coming from Team Bright. LC just bought one. So now double halberd into a Templar Assassin. Oof, that's tough for Han.
Yeah, it's tough for him. It's tough for the Lincolns on Ember as well, right? Kama, he's really difficult to kill, but he's alone.
They're gonna try it though. It's not that hard for them inside the Wukong's command. Ember Spirit does come in on the back edge here after a soul bind, but there's just not enough hold control. Damage might be there from Han, but how do you hold these heroes long enough for Han to put out that necessary damage? So they just walk away, scot-free from that assassination.
I just love how careful they are. It's 3 versus 5 and Duel is up. Like, they could just go in. Irving, he just needs to get close enough, find the target.
Yeah. And Han does not have a Lincoln Sphere of his own, so doesn't have that innate protection that Dong enjoys at the moment. They're slow sieging, poking away. They've got the tier 3 tower. A lot of damage going in onto this Monkey King. So Heat is playing very carefully, even popping a BKB on the retreat from the high ground.
Yeah, once again, they move back. Yeah, you know, like, if you're playing like this, you need to get 500 dual damage. That's the magic number. Once you get that, you can feel freer and easier to end. What's interesting is they're so passive, not passive, they're doing well. They're so disciplined, I should say. But at the same time, they're not saving for buybacks on Radiant. Like, at this point, they should have them. Like, Monkey King has his once again, but just not enough gold. And now there's a pretty cheeky little smoke coming from Dire.
Not everybody's here though. They need a way to... Who's gonna make the first reach though? That's the issue. Like, it's so hard for them to start these fights.
Yep, it really is. None of these heroes does it that well. Like Ember they can all kind of poke. No one can truly initiate well. Like their stuns are what inks well, and that's it. Like it's not good.
All the heroes are gathered together on the Radiant side, close to where the ancient camp is. They have some awareness, it feels like, that they should be contesting around the Roshan pit. Somebody's picking out the Lotus pools. They're like, guys, a fight's happening here, so they're all gonna smoke, head into the area. Heat is gonna go first. He has a Silver Edge, BKB, Skadi, difficult customer to bring down. I would not want to be the Dire side having to defend against this. And the first jump looks like it might come from Heat. They scout shoulder. Phoenix goes in. Shiva's God flying around, but they find a soul bind onto Monkey King as well as the imitator Shadow Demon, and they kill off the SD first and foremost. They are fighting inside of Wukong's commando, so Ember Spirit needs to get the hell out of dodge. There's a rolling thunder on the back edge of the fight as we get the first duel finally going on to Kama. Is Kama gonna end up dead? Yes, he will. But in the meantime, Phoenix died right behind him on that Pangolier, and now that's gonna give an opportunity for Han to maybe throw in this right-click damage he so desperately needs. He gets disarmed again though. Alving with the new Heaven's Halberd will enable them to kill TA, and she does not have buyback. Ember Spirit does though. He's coming back into the fray. Undying with the Chain Frost on top of the Ice Spire was able to do so much work from the backlines.
Lich and Shadow Demon.
This fight ends up going the way of Team Bright.
Yeah, Lich and Shadow Demon just handled Ember. They managed to kill him off on their own. Nicely done by TA to bait that Pangolier to roll over her. She pops the BKB, manages to eliminate him, but it's still just not enough. Roshan will respawn in, what, 8 seconds, and it's an easy one for Team Bright, it seems like.
Yeah. She does have buyback, but at this point you have to save the buyback for the high ground defense. As the big man returns. He's going bottom though in 20 seconds. They can't kill him in time, so they're gonna have to go on the other side.
Well, which is even better for them, right? Like they have a place to TP the Pango to instantly. But it seems like actually Dire wants to contest this. TA does have buyback, but if you want to fight this, she needs to buy back too. Like she has to be there.
Yeah. And like you mentioned, because it's on the wrong side, you can't get there quickly, but a Boundless Strike sets up the fight. They eliminate Sheep immediately, getting some dual damage out of him as well. Ember Spirit, at the very least, able to retreat from the area, but man, what a jump from Heat. What a setup.
Yeah, really nicely read by them that Dire will try and contest it. But my point still stands. Why are you even running there? Why are you going there if TA isn't buying back? You know what I mean? Like if TA doesn't want to commit to it, you're not gonna fight that. Now Aghanims, that's one for Pango, right? Like he's gonna get it.
Yep.
Pango
definitely give it to the Pango.
Yeah. Monkey the Aegis and Cheese on the Legion Commander.
I love this balance of affairs, how they've distributed these items. All right, so TA about to have buyback, just needs to kill like one creep to be able to have it, but man, if she dies before he gets that buyback online, it's going to be heartbreaking. And she's the only one on the team about to have it. We had a dieback on Ember, a dieback on the Grimstroke, a dieback
can sell
on
the
Dank
bottle
Widow.
Though, right? As well, like if
she might have to at this level.
It's not her bottle, is it? It is, right? Yeah, it is. She was mid. Yeah.
Okay, she's at least Malstrike one of the creeps, and there's her buyback available. But she should be careful on the front lines. We've seen that Irving is very willing to just jump in and start with a duel.
Let's see, they're going in. They caught Heat.
They found Heat, indeed. He does have an Aegis to sit with, though, but he's lost a lot of HP early on in this engagement. He's taking some right-click damage. He's still fighting and alive right now inside of his Wukong's command. He's a bit too tanky. Ember Spirit, they're trying to get him out of here, but Phoenix stuns him up, keeps him in the Wukongs, and kills him off. He's gone. 100 seconds, no buyback. Undying or rather, we see Han trying to run away with the BKB in north of the fight. Karma just gets dragged back in by the rest of the crew.
Almost.
No way out. Undyne made sure he can't escape. He almost got through the gate, but not going to be allowed to do so as he gets killed and tipped again, Lizard. What do they have against this guy?
Yeah, well, he was tipping before, now they're tipping him back, and this is game. There is absolutely no way in hell these two heroes managed to defend. There's no buyback on Ember. There's no buyback on Underlord. It was a fun one. This last fight, however, let's see, Han should be dying here, has a buyback, but doesn't really matter. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
This is the end of the run for Supernova. Like I said, you really couldn't predict which way the series is going. Like Supernova had a couple of really good games. In the end, it just wasn't good enough, and I'm not sure if I was them, if I was their coach, I would blame it on this switch up between the mid and the safe lane. It really hurt them. Like the amount of work that Han was doing when he was on a more active-esque kind of a hero was insane. But he gets the TA, he cannot do as much, right? Like he's a bit more passive. He still does a lot, but Ember is kind of lost in space. He was what bottom 4, bottom 5 net worth throughout the game, throughout the match. Undyne again, like just sick on his lich, doing some stuff, like just overperforming, let's put it that way. Legion Commander 14-2, a ton of dual damage. Really nicely done by Team Bright.
This is the Team Bright that we saw up against Azure Ray. I'm not sure which imposters were playing during Game 1 and Game 2 because they weren't nearly as clean as what we expect, but come Game 3, pretty much everything came out clutch. But like you say, they had a little bit of help in that regard. Supernova not necessarily putting their best foot forward. And you mentioned, I think, the best way, that you can feel everyone is slower. They respond less quickly. Dong, nobody coming in at the edge of the fight, right? He's not the one that should be starting off proceedings, but he's kind of forced to do so with this Ember Spirit. Did not work out. He was too far forward half the time, making it very easy for Irving to duel him. And this game for Team Bright just goes magnificently. Also, shout out to Heat, playing a different style of hero here. He still played a little bit more towards the late game, but once he started getting active, he knew that he could, every time he drops the Wukongs, that's probably going to win a fight, and that's pretty much what happened every single time.
Yeah, he had, like you said, he had not the greatest laning stage. He got some kills, but then he got killed off like 2-3 times. Every rotation seemed to be connecting on him. Meanwhile, his teammates were kind of struggling on the other side of the map, getting some duel victories here and there, but it didn't look too great. However, the moment they all kind of came together with the Blink AC on the Legion Commander, it looked way too good. And like these kind of moves, right? Like it just looked like they knew what they were doing and they knew that they are much stronger. The itemization, perhaps from Supernova, for me at least, wasn't the best, like in this last game. You had Dark Willow rushing Aghanims, not rushing, but going for it. You had your Grimstroke as well going for Aghs. I didn't see that Aghs used once. Maybe it was, but I just didn't see the impact. Also, the Underlord, I feel like I would rather have 3 Halberds, like Halberd on Underlord, Halberd on Grimstroke, Halberd on Dark Willow, than all the items that they bought. I think it would be way more valuable versus both the Legion Commander and the Monkey, but maybe a Hex as well, something that Grimstroke could have rushed.
Hex would have been phenomenal in this game, giving them that little extra piece of control, which you could definitely feel they were lacking half the time. It's unfortunate. It's a rough way to go out, given how good they looked, especially in the first 2 games, but unfortunately, it is only one team that can go through to the qualifiers at the very end, and all of these games today are elimination series, so we say goodbye to Supernova. Some good stuff coming out of them. I think if they hadn't banned the Primal Beast first phase from Team Bright, they should have first picked that hero, and then this is a very different game. But maybe they should look deeper in the bag, find other active heroes that Han can play. I'm not sure if he plays this Ember Spirit. I feel like if he was playing Ember and Dong was on the T8, that could have made things a little bit easier for them, but what can you do? You can't go back in time at this point.
Yeah, exactly. It's not only about the heroes, of course. The way Team Bright played was more precise. They were getting all the dual pickoffs. I'm not sure, like, if Team Bright played the Darius lineup, I think they would be way, way more careful with how they positioned themselves, and they wouldn't let so many dual victories happen. At least not from seeing game one, right? Like in game one, they were kind of on the back foot and they were very careful. They played the map strategically. Meanwhile, Supernova, if they're not winning, I feel that they're just kind of scattered across the map doing whatever.
Yeah, that is one of the main issues with the Supernova squad. So something for them to go back, learn about themselves, and then we'll see how they fare in the next season of the Dota landscape, because this is their run of the TI-12 finished, and that means basically the 2023 season is over. Now we do have to select an MVP, given that this series is done. And we have a lot of candidates here, Liz. We've got Heat, of course, you know, getting more involved, farming very well, but also fighting appropriately, setting up quite a few kills with his Boundless Strike. You've got Phoenix, who dominated the early game. This guy was an absolute beast, overly farmed, made sure to rush the halberd to make life difficult for TA. You've got Irving, who did really well in his lane, got incredible duels throughout the game. You've got Imitator with all of his saves, and you have Undyne, who was just outplaying everybody on the ledge. So, what you got, fam? Who you feeling was the most impactful for Game 3?
I leave it to you. Like all the last 5 games, I've been thinking, and I made a mistake even in the last one. I guess if it was me, I would give it to Legion, but you can pick your choice.
I actually kind of agree. I was going to say Irving played really, really well. And he recovered well as well, because game 1 on his Doom, it was really tough for him to have any kind of influence in the game. Game 2, he played a lot better, but game 3, he was an absolute boss from start to finish. So definitely let's give it to the Legion. Also itemized correctly for what the game state was. He early on forces the Ember Spirits to have to go for an immediate defensive item in the form of the Lincoln Sphere. And then they know they can just pop it, and he has no defenses left. It's not like he's buying BKB so he can maintain presence in the fights. He doesn't buy Lincolns, he gets blink dueled every time he dies. So winning the lane against Ember, forcing Ember into bad itemization, and then continuing to just get the reliable jumps onto both him and the TA, definitely I think he deserves MVP.
I agree. Let's go with the Legion. Like, really nicely done overall. The laning stage itself, I think, went much better for them than they expected. That's probably and possibly why the game looked so great for him. It's also one of those heroes that if you get a good start, like, you can continue snowballing. And yeah, he did snowball. He just constantly got dual victories one after another, and he didn't get caught into any traps.
He did not. He just played a clean game of Dota, and that'll grant Team Bright a 2-1 victory over the side of Supernova. You know, all the other games were 2-0, but it's me and you on the mic. We expected this to happen. Didn't know which direction it was going. But it's interesting that all the left-hand-sided teams ended up winning today. Do any of these feel like upsets to you when you look back on the scoreline?
Are any upsets? Team Bright, I kind of expected them to be winning. Aster.Aries as well. Yeah, I don't think we have a lot of upsets. I think this is pretty much as expected. We were talking about these games yesterday, and pretty much everything happened according to Keikaku, like according to the script. We have read the script, and yeah, this is how it should have went.
Chinese script is too strong, and that means that our top 8 teams, if you follow the region, you will not be surprised by any of these names here. Team Aster and Xtreme Gaming playing each other in the upper bracket, IG, Azure Ray in that side of the bracket as well. And then here in the lower bracket, still more elimination Dota to come, as we are going to be having Team Zero and Aster.Aries and Holy Grail versus Bright tomorrow to wrap up the day. But we start with the interesting games. Aster versus Xtreme, IG versus Azure Ray. In my power rankings, I put Azure Ray first, Team Aster second, and Xtreme Gaming third. So I'm expecting all of those teams, Azure Ray and Aster, to win. What do you think about the first 2 matchups?
Yeah, I think Aster definitely. Azure Ray as well has a high chance, but you know, never say never when it comes to emo. Like, he can always show up and do some magic. Like, I wouldn't be surprised even to see IG at TI. So yeah, I mean, I would be kind of surprised, I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, he is that player that surprises when you know, the stakes are high.
We're very much excited to see what the upper bracket matchups look like and what those elimination games look like, because after tomorrow, we're only going to have 6 teams left in these qualifiers. The breakneck pace that we've been setting must be very stressful. If you're like a team, let's say you're on the side of Team Bright, you just survived elimination. You got to do it all again tomorrow. You're like, great. It only gets harder from here. So I'm hoping that they prepare well, but I'm also hoping that the Dota, more 2-1s, man. The Dota should be more competitive. You can't stomp in a TI qualifier. You got to be put through your paces, go through the ringer a little bit before you get into the real big competition.
Definitely, especially the games that Lacoste and B-Cop are casting. They need to go all the stretch, and they need to be like 70-minute games, because I just love listening to them. Their games should go
no ulterior motives, right?
3 stretch.
Obviously, both those gentlemen will be on the mic tomorrow to bring you some of the incredible upper bracket games. Ourselves, we will be here tomorrow yet again for probably another 2-1 series, but for some more elimination Dota in the lower bracket. So from myself, Snare, and the wonderful, legendary, luscious Lizard, we're going to bid you adieu, say goodbye, and make sure that you get yourself hydrated, make sure that you play a couple of pubs, you know, all of us are still learning the game right now, but also make sure that you remember to love yourself just as much as you love this game of Dota. See you all tomorrow to continue the road towards TI here in the PGL China qualifiers. Peace out.